even convinced they had decent control of Cocktail at all above the site at any time during that round, which is really distressing. Yes, it's tricky. Yes, you've got 2 hard breaches banned, but I mean, Thatcher's still on the board. You shouldn't be having a whole lot of difficulty clearing some of this utility. Get some explosives on the board, clear some of these shields, and if you need to, just send some bodies into these sites and try and refrag it out. It felt like Elevate were just sitting back a little bit there, waiting for the Knights to make the first move, but they were playing incredibly disciplined on that defense, didn't give away too many picks, and eventually Elevate just felt the squeeze.
Three round wins in a row now for Knights, and if I'm going to be quite frank, guys, I mean, that first opening round could have easily gone to Knights as well. We could very well be looking at a 4-0 right now in a different reality. Obviously, we're not, and to be fair to Knights and Elevate, you could say it just for about almost every round, right, where Elevate themselves could say, well, if we did this and this, maybe it's, you know, 2-2. And I think Knights definitely with the deserved lead right now. For Elevate, what's the pass mark here? I think, honestly, just getting another round win, call it a day, and try out your own defense.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say probably a 2-4 would be the pass mark. Anything less than that becomes a little bit stressful on that attack. And when those bans came out, I thought it wasn't going to be incredibly easy to attack, but probably not quite this challenging. And I'm not even convinced that maybe the Ace and the Maverick being off the board is really what's halting some of these pushes and some of this map control for Elevate. It just feels a little bit like a lack of confidence, and again, it's incredibly hard to really measure that. We're not in the call, we can't hear what's exactly going on internally, but just their body language in terms of where they're playing around the map and the gunfights that they're electing to take outside of basically God Legion, the rest are just sitting back and waiting just a little bit too much for my liking.
I still think Elevate have been thereabouts at times. Just got to probably clean up that execution a bit, and they'll be right back in this one. I mean, they're not necessarily out of it just yet, but they're on the verge of being so juicy, on the verge of dying, and just escapes the slimmest of margins of health now. So does make it difficult, because while obviously Juicy is still going to be able to have an impact for the rest of this round, can't really put himself in a position where he can trade. He has to just have really an angle or a sight line held down, and can't be too aggressive here on out.
The good thing for Elevate, though, is they have some manpower in towards the side, and they can generate some verticality to clear these players from above. And Vast does shut down Dino. That's the castle taken off the board. Worthy as well, finding one. And there we go. Once they start to get that early round advantage and that early map control, it seems like they can start to generate and steamroll some momentum in these rounds.
Of course, Juicy was the one very, very low on health. So 3 versus 5. Worthy now the one with low health. Still got the cap can to deal with, though, as we have seen Hayward pick it up for this round in particular. But this is much better from Elevate, taking out Juicy and Dino. Still plenty of time, though. 50 seconds remaining. Knights can easily turn this around.
It's a great opportunity for Josh to get himself into this match. Only going 1 and 3, but with the Older in hand and so many players left to try and spray down, his position towards bottom red could be quite critical in holding down that hallway. It's a little bit hard to, or a little bit difficult for me to guess what Elevate's going to go for here. It looks like maybe it'll be a freezer drop, but Hayward finds Digital, and that starts to put pressure back on the attack. They need to go for something sooner rather than later.
Well, Sage on 6 kills already has been a standout. Feels like tonight the trend has been the debutants doing extraordinarily well. Unfortunately, I put the Mozzie on him there as Vast will take him out. Josh, though, with 1, can get a second one. That pun might be coming up very shortly if he can find a triple kill. He's usually well known for being able to get them, and Knights win the round. A bit of a slam dunk from Josh, just like Chris Bosch. How's that one, Weekaz?
Not bad. Not bad.
Bad.
Look, I'm just happy as well that my prediction of Josh popping off that round came true as well, and that's really what the Knights needed. He was in a great position, and Elevate left themselves with not a lot of maneuverability. All they had really was the hatch open. And once the Knights were fully aware of that, they were able to swarm site, get those kills, and Elevate were just left sleeping. So a great round from the Knights. again, Elevate just maybe need to prod the site a little bit more, I feel. Maybe put some pressure back on the Knights, especially considering this will be their last attack and their last opportunity until at least overtime to do so.
4-1 now. Well, this is just blown out extraordinarily quickly. I feel like it's a bit of a buyer's beware notice here. We exclaimed this one would be very close. 50-50. Either way, however you want to say it, the votes from the community vote to the snowball vote had this being really close. And now, guys, it feels like we're one round away from 5-1.
We might be right, which is good because, as I will remind Raven and Manic, who are probably watching right now, they actually voted for Elevate.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. So, I mean, I don't know what they were thinking when they did that, and maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon, but all I'm going to say is if we're right and they're wrong, then we are the better casting pair.
Watch Elevate now just have like a classic defense hold, come back and win it, and you're going to cop it for both of us.
You know what they've done? They've probably just clipped what I've said as ammunition that they can fire when Elevate win this, or if Elevate win this.
They're a long way back. Elevate at the moment, 1-4. Knights have just looked better. They've looked cleaner. And how about the debut as well from Sejon? I mean, seriously, has been impressive.
100%. Showing up when it matters. And I mean, every match matters in this season, but in particular your first, where you want to make that impression and build that confidence for the rest of the season. There's nothing worse than jumping into your first officials, struggling, and then really trying to regain that confidence for the remainder of the season. So props to Sage for a great start. You'll be looking to steamroll that for the remainder of this map, and then looking forward to the rest of the season. Containing it to this match, though, it's up to Elevate to try and shut him down and the rest of the team that's really feeding off that confident playstyle at the moment.
Digital still yet to find a frag. Just blazing on in. Not going to find Sejon, though. Not going to peek that one. No real need to do so just yet. Digital sitting in cigar shop. Trying to just have some presence on or close to the site. Minute 35 seconds remaining. Thanks, Kyra's going to go out from Hot Shot. What have you made of Hot Shot just quickly, guys, so far in the first 5 rounds?
Too early to call. That is my TLDR. I mean, to be honest, it's been such a limited sample size. Elevate themselves aren't performing entirely well, and Hot Shot's really just playing a Hibana support, and I haven't seen too many issues in the way that Hibana's being played, so it's a pass mark so far. I'd give it a C grade pass.
Oh, C's get degrees, though. That's the good news. Just going to push back out the white stairs off of that reinforcement to make sure no one's going to come in from the second floor. Minute remaining. Elevate, how much have they been able to really achieve? They've opened up a lot of close by to washrooms. God Legion are still just going to hold this from Cigar Lounge now. And patience is a virtue right now for Elevate. I think they're going to 20 style towards the end of this round. Go for that quick default plan and play off that.
This isn't the first time on these top floor takes that we have seen Elevate just hold angles. As I say that they tried to get the plant down, but Sage shuts that down. Josh as well finds one onto God Legion, holding these angles, just not paying off for Elevate as Digital desperately tries to find his first pick, but surely he'll be taken down, and it's a 1-on-5.
Oh, wow. But I mean, can we call Sage on the rookie? The debutant, we can definitely say, is the one that's just winning it right now for Knights, and they win yet another round. 5-1 at the half. We will be switching, but what a round from the Knights as a whole, as a team. But their debutant, Guz, has just looked impressive.
That's exactly right, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't know who Sage is or maybe heard the name in the past, and that's because he actually competed in Challenger League, which was the second tier back in the old Pro League format. Back in season 10, I think I already said that, but he finished 4th in that season and actually managed to finish 2nd in the Year 4 Open Qualifier for the Invitational. So that was a pretty decent performance. And then moving on from that, he actually had a bit of a stint in PC 419 and in fact finished 4th in the Six Masters 2020 qualifier. So he does have a little bit of backing behind him, maybe just not quite slotting in to the squads that he played for previously, but it seems like he's found a pretty decent home so far for the Knights. And he's filling big shoes. It was Strider that left that roster, one of the biggest names from the Knights. So to be able to step in, go 7-3 in the first half, that's a great start.
I mean, that's an amazing start. You're top fragging as well on your debut against a team that, of course, Elevate. Look, this is the thing, because it looks like we're hyping this up. A team that was second last in 6 Masters, but they shouldn't have probably finished second last. They had a very downward season, and they're looking to bounce back, but this is just not the way to do it. Right now, this is our most one-sided affair of the night, and of course, it is a best of one. You only get one shot each Playday, one map each Playday to have a crack at it. Of course, Elevate now are going to be on the defense.
Great opportunity now to get themselves back into this game, but for me, this first round is the one that is the most critical. If Elevate manage to drop this defense, that will head the Knights to match point, puts the blowtorch well and truly on Elevate, who we're looking at this season as the best opportunity to bounce back.
What are you on about? What blowtorch? Never expand.
Shit. Wow. Wait. I can't take you seriously at all.
Well, I never said you should.
Anyone got DevMarter's phone number? We may need a 4th caster before the end of the night.
Oh boy, Knights. 1 round win away from getting that match point. Will the heads of Elevate drop if Knights can get it in their opening attacking round for the half? Minute 50 seconds remaining. Just going to clear out these ADSs from God Legion.
Maestro camera, of course, being placed under the new hatch will need to be cleared, and using, of course, ping 2.0, the attackers know exactly where it will be positioned. Quick trade at the beginning of this round. Both Hayward and Hotshot taken down. Unfortunate for Hotshot, who, of course, was playing the Maestro, could have brought that Elder into good effect late round. This setup, of course, inside of the bathroom. I believe we saw this first from Okami earlier in 6 Masters. I believe it may have been in the playoffs, but either way, Elevate are trying to use that to their advantage. God Legion droned out, forced now really to fall back. Will pop the shield, so it can't be used against his team. And with a minute to go, again, this is a seesaw. I don't know which team could be out on top.
55 seconds remaining. A lot riding on this round potentially for Elevate. You can bring it back from 5-1. Win this opening defensive round, 2-5, and a couple after that, and it just starts to snowball in your favor. Baskets, Josh. Juice is going to follow after that. 4 versus 2 kind of alludes us to thinking that this round's going to go the way of Elevate. Good way to start your defense. I mean, we've both seen it time and time again, guys, where teams can have these high leads, whether it's 4-1, 5-1, but then switch at the half, and a team like Elevate can just go on and have a flawless defense.
No, it's not going down without a fight. They will push in towards Freezer. These shields causing so many issues, and it will be really difficult to cover that plant. Vast gets one. Dino lit up, taken down as well. That's a good start for Elevate. Their reliance on the deployable shields in that round and their dependency on them could be torn apart a little bit if the Knights catch on, but so far it is a good start.
It certainly is. I can agree. 2-5. And for note that I think the last time we saw Knights in the playoffs for 6 Masters, they were up 3-5 in one of their matches. Unfortunately, then went on to lose all remaining rounds after going up 3-5. So maybe 5 is just their unlucky number. It could backfire for them as we head down to service and cooking on the first floor in kitchen. 2-5. Elevate, though, are going to need to snowball this. They're going to need to gather even more momentum than they've been able to get off just that 1-round win to get back into this one.
I agree. I think Elevate need to win at least the next 2 rounds, get it to a 4-5. If Knights manage to take this round or the next, again, that pressure is applied. That's where Elevate might struggle to convert the map. Again, of course, if you are just tuning in, it is a best of 1, so each team only has 1 opportunity to beat or to be defeated by one of the other 7 teams in the tournament. So high stakes in every single matchup and no opportunity really to fall asleep.
No. You can't rest on your laurels, and you can't rest on having a 5-1 lead and hoping that the next few rounds are just going to happen for you. Especially considering that 5-1, you did all of your work on your defense of your Knights. if you don't win this round, then you don't win the next round, and suddenly it's 5-4 and you haven't won an attacking round. It's hard to sort of then have that mental capacity to back yourselves in to find that attacking round win when you haven't been able to unlock the defensive elevate. So that's what could potentially be ahead of Knights here if they don't win either this round or the next one. That's what I feel like. If it gets 4-5, I'm going to start to worry for Knights.
Verticality being used here by Elevate, Vast above, God Legion as well. And of course that super shorty on the castle can be used to remodel the floor and generate some really nice lines of sight in towards Prep, for example, which we can see Vast hovering over at the moment, and even that rotate next to Fireplace, which will protect anyone trying to rotate from there without being shot by the window to the right. There we go. Good observing. Thank you for explaining my long-winded point. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is this is a great setup from Elevate, and they cannot lose the round. That's the TLDR.
Wow, they cannot lose the round.
They cannot. Maybe they will
Right
now. Maybe they will now. I changed my mind. Potentially lose the round, but it's unlikely.
Josh with the opening frag. It's definitely what Knights needed, apparently, in what was an unlosable round for Elevate. Now down a player. We'll see if they're going to be able to regain that confidence that apparently Guz has bestowed upon them. Josh just going to drone around. Still a minute and 30 seconds. A lot of time here remaining, Guz, and I don't know who that benefits right now. Obviously, Knights get the player advantage. I guess by having this player advantage and all this time, they can feel comfortable when their push eventually comes.
One thing the attackers will need to be mindful of is the longer they do have control of this floor, the increased likelihood of Elevate going for some sort of flank. I mean, Digital's playing down towards bot red, and maybe he could go for a flank. It seems like he's a little bit preoccupied at the moment, trying to get his C4 back at the moment, but once he does get that, he could head upstairs and try and disrupt the verticality being established. It looks like Digital has just given up completely. Probably not his best day in the server, as that verticality is now established, and Elevate under the pump a little bit.
Dino is low, but really he's just needing to open up some of the floorboards, use those grenades as well as we get towards the end. Worthy is going to find Dino, who was low. And Dinos did still have 2 grenades available for Knights, not going to be used now. 1-for-1 trades on the initial drop down. Digital's taken down, so it's only God Legion and Worthy that are still standing up against Josh in a 1 versus 2 now, as he confirms Digital is still just having that rough day. Josh is not over the 1v3s, Guz. He's got 14 seconds to do so.
Crossfire has been established. That barbed wire giving away a sound cue, as well as that Banshee, of course. A very loud audio cue. God Legion ready and waiting, but oh, he's run out of bullets, and Josh could win this, but in fact, he himself has run out as well. And look, as we expected, Elevate will take the round. Quite an easy round in the end, really. I mean, oh, couldn't have gone much better, really. I mean, Elevate
wasn't
just
even
amazing. Oh, 100%. Nowhere near. Knights were nowhere near that round at all.
3-5 now. Knights yet to find an attacking round win. Obviously for Elevate, they only found 1 themselves, so they're not really covered in glory in terms of being able to break through the defense on Cafe. But now Knights are kind of feeling pressure that Elevate were once on in trying to break through the defense on Cafe, and it's kind of like now the shoes on the other foot. Reading Fireplace for this 9th round now, Guz, and I said it before and I'll stand by it. If this goes 4-5, I'm going to be feeling very, very worried for Knights.
Oof, that's a big call. It's going to take a lot for Elevate to still win this match. I think the fact that they did win the last 2 rounds, though, gives them some confidence. I mean, Digital, though, if there's a player to highlight, or maybe low light, unfortunately, it's him. He's had a really rough first map here in OCN. That's 8 rounds where he's only gotten the 1 pick. Probably smart and wise to see him be put on that pulse. He can play a little bit safer, still gather intel for his team, and doesn't have to be overly reliant on his gun skill, which may just be off tonight. I mean, every player has their off nights, so it's important that if you do, you can still maximize what you're bringing to the team.
Hey, I'm off every night, so don't worry.
Same, 100%.
Digital.
100%.
On the flip, though, for Knights, I just saw their scores as well. Very, very spread out in terms of their kills. So it's a team effort from them right now. But team effort's just not working on attack currently for the Knights. The good news is they only have to get one attacking round somewhere along the lines in the next couple to at the very least force overtime. You just wonder though, you get that attacking round win now. You make it 6-3. You force that match point into the minds of Elevate. I feel like that just secures them the map win at some point down the line, but still a lot of work to do. Elevate have all the momentum right now. Knights have got all the work to do.
And if the Knights do manage to get around, then they can bank on the confidence that is the safety net of being on match point. Of course, that means that they've 100% confirmed an overtime. And worst comes to worst, even if they don't win any more rounds, they'll at least have a second chance in that OT. I'm not exactly sure what sides they'll be starting on in OT. I can't remember who had the final ban, so just have to wait on confirmation of that, I guess, if it happens. But it is really in the Knights' best interest to win this round, but Worthy, it's in his best interest to win one back. And that's a great pick onto Dino. That's the sledge taken off the board, and that does limit some of the verticality that now can be made.
We saw Knights get the opening pick in the last round. Didn't do too much for them. Will it be the same for Alva? I'm not sure if it will be. Defender gets the opening frag. It makes it more difficult than for the attackers.
At least there's breach charges in the bank here from Sage. Still has one left as well, and that might actually be enough to mitigate the fact that Sledge was taken down. That said, Elevate seemingly have moved away from these angles, instead maybe positioning themselves more so for a retake. You can see God Legion off site here, I believe, as God Legion has an angle on this player. I'm not exactly sure what doorway this is. So it's Cocktail Lounge. I think that's the pillars outside door. No, it's Red Corridor. So I'm completely wrong, but Sage, he's not wrong. He finds his mark, and there's only 35 seconds left now in a 4-on-4.
Josh and Sage still over at Cocktail. I'll have to drop down and help out eventually. Juicy looking for that default plan. Drone on in through reading, and they're going to go for that reading plant. You would suspect within the next 20 seconds, otherwise the time will run out. So they're going to get it done very soon. Then they've got at least help. They're going to have a couple of shooters on the other side waiting for that push up from behind though. Vast gets Hayward. Doesn't win that 1v1. It was a big 1-2 win. Virtually, well, this is just over. Wow. Elevate make it 4-5, and Knights are just looking in a bit of trouble.
Such a massive flank from Vast. Not only does he beat the high ground by going up the brown stairs, defeating the player holding that angle quite confidently at pillars, but also able to get the Hibana just as that plant is secured. So a great play from him. That'll really inject some hype and some enthusiasm, I feel, into the squad. I've heard the Elevate comms before. We've heard them before in some of the videos they've released. They can get super hype when they hit plays. So hopefully that'll really inject that confidence into the team. And now they're only one round away from evening this out.
Fireplace mining. It's becoming more common, apparently. 4-5. Knights, have they just fallen into a bit of a hole here on their attack? And even though they're still leading score-wise, I feel like the pressure's on them more than it is on Elevate. Elevate from the worst off position on the scoreboard, but right now just playing better Siege.
And we've already seen LFO struggle to attack this side. It was Wildcard that sent them on that wild goose chase really on 2 occasions. Hopefully the Knights in their scrims and their dry runs have done some practice on this site, on the attack, ready and raring to go, because it looks like Elevate have a pretty well thought out setup prepared. You know, they've decided now is probably the time to pull this out, try and even out that score. And not only would it even out the scoreline, but it puts even more doubt in the backs of the minds of the Knights, especially if it's this side.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Mag it out. Changing mags. You can worry
Hard to
less
see
about
where
this.
Knights are going to find a round win here. They're going to need something to just go their way, maybe a bit of luck. Find 2 opening frags rather than just the one, and maybe hope that Elevate just mess up somewhere along the lines. Of course, as we've kind of already alluded to, they only have to get the 1 attacking round win to at the very least force overtime at a minimum. Not only that, if they can do it, then they also get match point, and that puts a bit of doubt then potentially in the minds of Elevate. Knights are going to have to change things up because what they've been trying hasn't been working.
2.0 again on display. That deployable shield lit up like a Christmas tree, and Hayward can use an Ash charge to clear it. Drone's being used now to just make sure this position is clear, but of course it's not. God Legion still roaming, but he drops off. And now the Knights should be able to gain control above. So critical on this side. A lot of the floor is destructible. We saw other teams like LFO again struggle to really play into that. But it does look like the Knights are ready and raring to go. Fast, however, it could be a little bit of a wild card in this round, still roaming above that laundry hatch. And if the Knights are unaware, he could catch them off guard and once again have a big influence on this round.
Just going back, I mean, it was only a couple of rounds ago we were joking around, and I did mention, there's a chance that Elevate could go flawless on their defense. There's that ping 2.0 really highlighted right there. Is it not?
Oh, Josh, what are you doing? Unless he was trying to clear it. He might have been actually trying to clear an ADS. It just looks funny.
Nest in position.
Hard to see where this round's really going in terms of favoritism. For the first time in a while, no real opening frag. With 45 seconds remaining. As I say that though, Josh will get hot shot, and this might be the entryway for Knights towards the back end of this 10th round. Can they find match point? 30 seconds coming up. God Legion taking a bit of damage. Sejon has just gone a bit quiet on the attacking rounds compared to the defense. Can he get back involved? God Legion taking some damage now as well. 20 seconds left, guys. This is a big one for the Knights. It's the closest they've really gotten to finding a round win on their attack. 3-5 now. Can they finish it off?
It's big from Josh in this round, but God Legion inside of the site, no less, is able to find a pick. Digital as well. God Legion still popping off. The Knights just not clearing that position, leaves it all in the hands of Hayward. But there's nothing he can do, and Elevate will even out the scoreline.
Oh, that is just soul-crushing for Knights. 3-5 in the round, 20 seconds left. And Elevate just hold all their positions, hold all their angles, and just go frag, frag, frag in the blink of an eye. It's now 5-5. Manic and Raven sitting there just rubbing their hands together right now with the clip of you trash-talking them, Guz. I just want to say, I didn't do any trash-talking to those two.
Wow, you're not going to stand by your fellow
I'm out.
caster.
I'm out.
Wow. Jeez, I may as well just hang up the microphone right now. That is just disgraceful.
I don't know if Knights have got what it takes to come back here.
Well, look, there was only one attacking round win in the first half, so the Knights at worst surely can just win one round here and head it to overtime. That's at least my thinking at the moment.
It's easier said than done though. That was primed to be the round. 3-5, 20 seconds left. Good position, good control. Obviously, Elevate just ended up winning the gunfights, and that's really all that matters at the end. God Legion having a very impressive cafe along with Worthy, 12 and 11 for both of them. And Knights have just come to a halt, unfortunately, on their attack right now, and it's come to this 5-5. Next round, the winner of this round gets match point. And that is just going to put Knights' mental in the bin, surely. If they're going to be down a match point to Elevate, I don't see it happening.
And upstairs hold again here from Elevate. Returning to the site, they successfully defended in their first defense, of course, being round number 7. The Knights now need to try and pick it apart, find some of its weaknesses and exploit them. Nothing too ridiculous coming out from either team. Standard across the board. You've got the Omega combo. Mamai and Jaeger, of course, on the defense to soak up some utility. You've got plenty of utility on the side of the attackers to clear it. So, of course, it's anyone's game, as a wise prophet once told me. Especially this early in the round.
Not sure, though, if Knights have got what it takes. I'm trying my best here right now to just sort of reverse psychology this whole situation, doing as much as I can to cast a bless, but
Yes.
it's not
Cast a
happening.
bless, Yes. Desperate
Elevate
times
certainly
call
though
for
have
desperate
deserved it.
measures.
They've looked really clean on their defense. And look, honestly, this whole series between the two of the teams has now finally, it's taken, you know, 10 rounds, but we've gotten to how we thought it would really play out, which is two teams that are closely contested in terms of skill level. And the scoreline now suggests that. And they've both been able to have really strong defense on Cafe, which is slightly defender favored. And it's just highlighted right now from both of these two teams. Knights are just going to grind it out and find one here towards the end. If they lose this round, then I think you got to do something funky in the next round.
None of the walls open just yet, so maybe the Knights taking their time waiting for Juicy to come along and help open some angles in towards Freezer, or maybe even for a trash plan, although that wall, I believe, is soft. Juicy is in a gunfight. Pings come out though, and he will get the wall, and there we go. It's actually going to be soft wall, so maybe we might not even see Juicy open Freezer. No, he does in the end. Sagian will probably come across and open that in towards bins, open the wall in towards bins. So we're expecting that's where the plant will go down, but the angles from Elevate have been established to try and deny that.
Yeah, very different position to how we saw Knights defending this. A lot more presence for Elevate around washrooms, Freezer, and Cocktail. Obviously, we saw Knights do that really strange defense. Worked out well, really strange, but holding more around bar. In fact, they're probably in the similar position to where they were actually defending from. 20 seconds left remaining. It's still 5-5. Knights are just going to go in all guns blazing right now. They've got to win these fights. They lose the first one, though. Opening for Activast onto Dino, and 13 seconds left. One through the smoke, though, from Joshua to Worthy. One over at Whites as well. Josh has got a second one. He needs to find a third one, though. They need to ride that luck. The diffuser is planted as well. Vasta's down. Hotshot. Digital. Not going to lie, guys, two of the guys that have struggled the most on Elevate are the ones remaining, as Vasta's confirmed. It's a 2 versus 4, and Knights have maybe just cracked the defense of Elevate.
And I mean, the fact that the Knights have someone on the roof is critical in this round. There's nothing that Hotshot really can do in this round. He will be taken down, and the Knights will get that ever important second last round of regulation. They're on match point. They could close it out, Xenox, but it is so tough on this side, of it, as we've already established.
Oh, match point is finally in the hands of Knights. It's not just match point, but it's also the fact that now, worst case scenario, they do get to go to overtime. So they've got some of the chocolates. I think for Elevate, you just can't get tilted from that particular round and now giving up match point, because for them it's sort of like so close to getting the job done. They had them on the ropes. They had them down for the count, but Knights have been able to just get up, throw one more haymaker, and now Elevate have got to respond one more time. They've been just almost flawless on defense. We go down to kitchen. Do we go to overtime, or is it going to be 7-5, guys?
Tricky to call, but the worrying thing for me, if you're an Elevate fan or an Elevate player in the server, is the fact that the Knights were able to take that round rather, with a pretty simple execute. That bins plant with the angles in towards Freezer is nothing new. It's a pretty default attack by this point of the meta, and Elevate threw everything they had to try and deny it, but it wasn't quite enough. So heading into this round, maybe the Knights will just go, hey, maybe we should just play it safe, nothing too fancy. And if Elevate do slip up again, particularly with that plant denial, they'll find themselves in trouble, and they could well drop the map.
Knights just maybe found the groove as well with that round win, unlocking the defense of Elevate to now try and do it 2 rounds in a row. It's not totally common to be able to do that, though. Throughout a attacking half on Cafe, maybe you get one here and one there and one there, but to get 2 in a row and head down to kitchen, it's not going to be an easy task for Knights. So definitely still feel like Elevate probably in the favored position to tie us back up at 6-6 and force this overtime. But if Knights get the opening pick here, I'm going to back them in all the way.
Definitely share that sentiment as the Knights now slowly progress through the map. Josh has been a key figure in some of these attacks again on that Zofia, looking to maybe find some more, and find some more they might. Vast and God Legion are both playing on the second floor, both in key positions, holding the hatch, and they're there to try and waste as much time as possible. That said, though, it looks like they may have dropped down, and that does forfeit vertical control to the Knights.
Still a lot of time remaining, but as you can see, and as you said, have dropped back down to that first floor, which means there's no one really roaming around, giving Knights complete control of this second floor. It can open up a lot of sight lines, break up a lot of the floor, especially over in train. They can find that opening pick, and that's usually how it goes for Kitchen. To unlock it is to get that opening pick through the floorboards and throw a nade down, or just simply shoot them. That works too.
Well, you know what doesn't work? Shooting Banshees, and as we spectate Worthy, I'm not exactly sure where those Banshees have been placed, but if the Knights let this timer tick down, they could be faced with the prospect of being quite slow and quite noisy come that execute. So it's critical that if they have been spotted, they clear them, and if they haven't, that they do locate where they are. And oh my god, talk about information. Vast has perfect information inside of Bakery rather, but it doesn't matter. Sage and Hayward popping off here with only 40 seconds left.
Makes it a 5 versus 3 match point on the line here. Elevate have done an amazing job to get it back to a close margin rather than a complete blowout. Their defense has been impressive, but maybe just Knights have finally opened a pathway forward to finishing off this best-of-1 series. 6-5, 19 seconds, 3v5. That is everything on the line here. Slowly pushing in, hot shot over the hallway, trying to find one back. They can't. They're just outnumbered, outgunned. And Knights will take out this best-of-1 on Cafe. 7-5. It was almost the impressive comeback from Elevate. Keyword there is almost. And you know what that means, guys? Yourself,
We were right.
and
Woo!
I,
Let's go.
we're right with the predictions.
We are
Screw
the
you
best
all you other
casters.
casters.
Yes, best casters in OCE.
Woo!
100% confirmed. But I mean,
No
look,
bias here.
it was definitely not as confident of a win as I was expecting, particularly after that first half. It was dicey nonetheless. But hey, the Knights showed up when it mattered.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Esports for Oceania in 2021. We're proud to share with you the timeline for our 2021 season and the format of our Oceanic Leagues throughout the year. Through a sustainable approach to the region, we now have 2 clearly defined tiers and a proper flow through from our newly created Oceanic Challenger League to our returning Oceanic Nationals. Both leagues will meet for 3 stages in the year-long season, with participating teams accumulating points based on results from each stage. So how exactly will each stage be played out? We have 8 teams per league, playing single round robin best of ones with overtime. A regular win is rewarded with 3 points, while a loss gives 0. When the 2 teams fight up into overtime, the winner gets 2 points, while the loser gets 1. At the end of each stage, the top 5 teams will qualify into our new Gauntlet format playoffs, while the remainder of the teams will have their placements and points locked in. Playoffs for both OCN and OCL will be best of 3s, with best of 5 grand finals. At the conclusion of each stage, teams will be allocated points based on their final standings. For OCN teams, the conclusion of Stage 3 will show us which teams have earned enough points to enter a promotion relegation tournament and fight for a chance to enter the Asia Pacific Regional League, whereas OCL teams that accumulated enough points will have their promotion opportunity into the Nationals, OCN. For both OCN and OCL, the top teams from each league will compete in seasonal finals to be held on LAN, where we will crown a champion in each league. This will be a great opportunity to celebrate Rainbow Six Esports in Oceania and come together as a community. We will have more information on these events later this year. Ubisoft's commitment to the growth and sustainability of esports in the Oceanic region is higher than ever, with 2 exciting leagues of 8 teams, broadcasting over 9 months of the year, and direct pathways through to the coveted APAC League and ultimately the 6th Invitational. Opportunities are abundant for players in Oceania. You won't want to miss this exhilarating year of R6 Esports, so follow us at R6 Esports OCE to stay up to date with our season, support your favorite teams, and catch exciting content from the best players in Oceania.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out, I'm running on a feeling song. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling song. I'm running out of time. I'm running out, I'm so empty, so empty.
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Oceanic Nationals is here to stay. It's stage 1 of 2021, and we couldn't be more excited. There's new faces, there's new formats, there's new pathways, there's all to go through. Myself, Manic, and of course, welcoming back Dev Marta. My friend, how are you doing?
I could not be happier to be here. The timer has run out of time, and man, what a product Ubisoft has put on this year for Oceanic Nationals. I am just so privileged to be a part of it. I am shaking right now with excitement. I just can't wait to get stuck in.
I know, we were kind of sitting back here with that theme song that was playing. It's an absolute banger. Clockwork by Northlane, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go and check it out, of course. You're going to be hearing a lot of that here with the Oceanic Nationals, and I think that in itself is an incredible initiative. I actually don't know how many esports have even dived into that kind of area, so that's already got me hyped. That's already got me with the jitters. They're gone, and we're here for the games, James. So, I mean, let's bring it down a notch for a second. So good to have you back on the broadcast. Of course, we've got Xenox and Guz, who are the other co-casters that we'll be working with throughout the season. Raven, unfortunately, has taken a step back, but he still joins us with the APAC South broadcasts. So just kind of wanted to get that out of the way. However, one of the big things that has changed this year, James, is our pathways into professional R6, which goes OCL, OCN, and APAC South. I don't know about you. That's pretty bloody incredible.
Yeah. One of the things that I find just so fantastic about 2021 for the Oceanic region is that, like you said, it's a pathway. It's not just a jump up, open qualifiers into something else. No, it's completely solid. We have so many really strong products. Obviously, Oceanic Nationals right now, the OCL as well, which is going to be fantastic when that starts up. APAC South already kicked off last week. We had a ball. We already saw the 4 Oceanic teams in that perform to mixed success. And now is their chance to showcase their skill as part of the Oceanic region. Completely fresh look. You'll see all the graphics redone. We have so much extra content as well coming your way, which, it's so funny. It's so good. I can't wait for you guys to see it. And it's such a development this year.
It literally has been a huge step up for us. The other thing, of course, that has been a step up, the prize pool, the money, the fame that comes with the OCN. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the breakdown. This is what we're playing for in stage 1 alone. Of course, there's 3 stages that need to be played out. 7K for first place, all the way down, tapering to a K each for 7th and 8th place. But of course, it's not just about money. A lot of this is about pride, James. And I think we learned that last year. And especially building on the back of Oceanic Nationals 6 Masters, kind of developing into what we have now, what we have prepared for us this year. The teams extremely competitive against each other.
100%. I was actually we're doing some interview tests. I was speaking with Oda from Team Bliss, and he reckons that the bottom 4 teams in this league are absolutely neck and neck. And even though he considers his team one of them, he reckons he can take the top 4. So it's anyone's game. Your household names like Wildcard, Elevate Knights, it doesn't matter whether it's those guys or the up-and-comers. Everyone has a shot, and not just at the money, at the pride, but also, and of course, at the end of the year, we're gonna see that path to pro reshuffled, and teams can start to punch their tickets to the higher level leagues, which is such an exciting prospect.
It certainly is, and of course, that will come toward the end of this year, but this is where we have to start today. The schedule, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you looking at home, opening us up, ROFLCOPTERGG and Rhythm. I am so keen for that. It is the relegation / promo match for OCN in 2020. They're now revisiting that matchup as we get into 2021. But moving forward, James, Elevator Knights, a rematch from the APAC South game on Thursday.
Yeah, exactly. And also a rematch from the OCN last season where we just saw the historical match played before this broadcast started. That went just in the favor of Knights. Of course, Order picking up Okami, a fantastic Australian org I am so happy to have and welcome into our seat. Not only are they a fantastic organization, but their merch is swaggerlicious, and I can't wait to get my hands on some. Of course, going up against the Aussie team that has gone overseas before, Wildcard, and then LFO and Bliss at the end of it as well. Another Aussie org in Bliss joining our scene and debuting today, which I'm super keen for.
Yep, a couple of new faces. Organ Bliss, obviously, Order and Bliss, sorry, huge to get them on board for this one. And, you know, 3 teams that are still looking for orgs. So, ladies and gents, if you're out there, if you're an org and you're looking to get involved, this could not be a better scene to do it in. But we'll have a look at the predictions. We'll have a look at what our so-called experts think of this. I do say very much quote-unquote experts there, Dev.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially because you've got people like Raven. Look, he's just praying in that first slide that he might hopefully get a couple of fixtures right. Yeah. And yeah, you've got obviously Guz, Xenox, yourself. You're looking very happy there. A nice little photo from the wrecked Oma Gauntlet we had. And Sky and Ducky as well on there as well. But you'll see there's a bit of variation in what people are actually predicting. Some games are a bit more clear-cut. For example, the Knights Elevate one. People seem to reckon that's going to go just like the game did on Thursday in APAC South, but we're seeing a bit of a 50-50 split on the Bliss LFO match, and even a little bit of debatability on the other two as well.
Yeah, I think Order and Wildcard, really hard one to predict. Wildcard, obviously, you know, I think we need to very quickly just take a sidestep for a second. And unfortunately, with Wildcard circumstances, Diesel's had to take a step back. Obviously, everyone has been so supportive for that, but it has left them in the dark a little bit. Silex is stepping into that role, so that's why maybe if you haven't checked out what's going on recently with APAC South, that may be a little bit confusing to you, but believe me, there is a theory behind it. But let's just talk about it for a second. Xenox expecting Rhythm to come away with the win against ROFLCOPTERGG. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's ambitious.
If anything, I'm actually surprised that the Rhythm ROFLCOPTERGG one wasn't more split. I was going with Ruffle, as I think most people were, because the most recent time these teams played was that relegation final where Ruffle just barely won. But remember, that was a 2-1 scoreline, and earlier in that relegations bracket, Rhythm had already beat ROFLCOPTERGG. So if you take a step back, look at the grand scheme of things, these teams are super closely matched. They always at least get one map in the series when they play against each other, and even within that same tournament, we saw one game go Rhythm, one game go Ruffle. So while most people said Ruffle there, and that's who I'm banking on, Rhythm totally have a chance, especially as both of these teams have had some roster changes, so it's definitely a fresh show for OCN.
It certainly is. I mean, I kind of wanted you to lean in a little bit there to Xenox, since he's the only damn person that's predicting that. I'm really disappointed in you there, Dev. I'm going to pitch it to you next time, and you know what? I'll talk about it behind the scenes. That way we can go hard on Xenox, because that's just exactly tee up and knock it away. See you later, Xenox. But no, that is, of course, our first matchup, ladies and gentlemen, ROFLCOPTERGG and Rhythm. It most definitely is going to be a tight contest. Both of these teams are really looking for somewhat of a grudge match, you would have to say. Rhythm obviously being knocked down into OCL at the end of last year. Fortunately for them, unfortunately for us, we had one of the notable teams that we've always loved in the tier 1 scene, Maloncat, disband and decide to go and split ways, which has allowed Rhythm back into this pathway. So this contest right now, I would say, is neck and neck, just like you're saying there, Dev. I think there's plenty of reasons to talk for Rhythm's sake, but ROFLCOPTERGG, on the other hand, I mean, these guys really surprised me in the relegation and promotion playoffs last year. And 2 new names coming, well, I say 2 new names to that roster. However, Hotshot and Bouncin', obviously you'd remember those names from OCN last year. So this roster has huge potential.
That's it. This roster is, in a way, a lot of, I don't want to use the term rejects, but players who have come through OCN and the Tier 1 in Oceania before. For example, Hotshot and Cynics both came from Elevate. Cynics as a coach, Hotshot as a player. Bouncin actually came from Rhythm, so he's playing his former team. And you want to talk Rhythm for a second here. Almost every player here on ROFLCOPTERGG has actually played on that Rhythm roster at some point. OJ, Campo, and Bouncin. Boydie, the only one who's a bit of a fresh face, but really notorious within the scene for being such a strong fragger. And that's really the story of this team, I think. When it came to the OCN relegation promotions at the end of last year, this team kind of came up out of nowhere. We hadn't seen a lot of them. It's not like this team had been around for years, but the players have. You grab all of those golden nuggets together and you put them into something that could potentially be a beautiful piece of jewelry and a serious contender here in OCN.
Well, something that is priceless and I would say timeless. Rhythm. They seem to keep coming back. They seem to keep clawing back from when we don't think they're even a shoe-in. Leb, Noveix, and Drex, obviously all three of this roster. We've seen them a fair bit. I would say a fair bit. They have been really great figureheads on this roster. Leb has been an absolute animal at times. Nova 9, sorry, had to do it to you, Riley. But obviously the two newer members on the roster, Ghoul and Supremacist there, I don't believe we've seen them in Tier 1 before. So really exciting for these two players to have this opportunity.
Yeah, that's it. From Ghoul's perspective, he has been in the scene for a really long time, very much a resident of the Oceanic Rainbow 16. He did play way back in the day. I believe it was the Summer Series, which was a couple years ago now. And Supremacist, very well-known player in the ranked and general comp community, just not necessarily has he taken that next step. So yes, Rhythm has had a chance to kind of rebuild after they did get relegated. They got that shoe in thanks to Meloncat disbanding, but you have a lot of experience on this roster. Leb and Yoshi have been here for ages. Noveix and Drex have a season or two under their belt as well. So I do think that there is a lot of potential here with this roster.
And that's the thing, we talk about coaches so often and their influence. It was always good to hear from Yoshi. He had a lot to say back in the interviews that we would have in Oceanic Nationals Stage 2. Got to get that one right, from 2020. So he was always a really great person to kind of get that insider knowledge and see how the team is actually doing. So it's good that he's still obviously with that team. There were turbulent times there that's a really great way of putting it. Good English. There were a lot of turbulent times for Rhythm over the past couple of months, and we spoke to Drex about it specifically and talking about what it was like kind of coming back and moving between OCL and OCN. So I definitely could foresee them coming in with a huge chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially because they did get relegated and they have had such strong performances in the past. It does beg the question, what's going to change this year? They've been given that second win, Rhythm, getting back into the game thanks to Meloncat disbanding. But I remember, if you look just a little bit back and you look at their last season, how many games did they play that went to overtime and they lost? And in the old format, that meant they got nil. Nada, nothing, 0 points, and therefore, we're in those positions in fear of relegations. But 1 or 2 rounds different in each of those overtimes, and they would have been first in the league. Imagine that.
I can't even put that on the timeline, honestly, because it just doesn't sound right. But it is true. That's what happened. And as you were alluding to, back last season, it was, of course, about the... Sorry, I think I muted myself there for a second for you, Dev. We were alluding to, 3 points for a win and 0 for a loss. It's changed now if we go into overtime. And you would have seen that if we were here at the very beginning. We'll explain that a little bit later. But before we get to that, let's talk about map vetoes. Let's talk about where you'd expect us to be heading, Dev. You are my expert. You are the Batman to my Robin. So please, what are your thoughts as we head into this?
Well, we do have that new map coming in, Chalet, with Theme Park going out of the map, and we've already seen it a couple of times in other regions, so that could get a shoe in. But honestly, if I'm looking at Ruffle, I don't have a lot of data based on the fact that I haven't seen a lot of their games, and a lot of the stuff they've played in the past I don't have the tracking for that. But as for Rhythm, kind of maps they're going to try and steer away from, Consulate, Cafe. Theme Park was already one of their common bans, so that's easy. It's now out of the pool. And Villa. So I feel like I would love to see a map like Clubhouse, where both teams have had some really good showings. Even Oregon, we've seen both teams have some really good showings on. So that's where I'm hoping that we'll go.
Well, let's have a look. I'm hoping for Chalet, honestly. I really just want to see that. I want to see these two teams and their aggression on there. Oregon is where we head. We've seen 5 maps from ROFLCOPTERGG, only 3 from Rhythm. So as we start to dissect, what are your thoughts? I actually feel like this is going to be a good map for both of these teams and a good hit out for the first match of OCN.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at ROFLCOPTERGG's Oregon performance in the past, they've had some good games in the LPL Pro last season, and they actually beat Rhythm on it when it came to that relegations game. It was Rhythm's map pick in the series, but ROFLCOPTERGG beat them 7-5. So a little bit of a chance for revenge here for Rhythm, because that was the series that ultimately relegated them out of Oceanic Nationals, and they did play Oregon. It's right there on the table and ready for them to grab it and start fighting for it back again.
Fall to the regulation as well, 7-5. That's just insane. A great storyline for us to kick off from. One of the maps of the series that knocked Rhythm out in the relegations now comes back in the first round for a bit of revenge. So hopefully they'll be tidying up any known mistakes, flaws that may come about. I don't want to just jump at the bit here, but 2 new players on either team. I'm not sure how long Bouncin or Hotshot have been on ROFLCOPTERGG. Hotshot in particular can't have been for too long. So could this just be a map for teething issues for both of these teams? It'll be a good chance because we're expecting them to, I would say, be on the bottom end of the ladder, 4 to 8th place for both of these teams. I think that it could be a very, very interesting tell so early on to at least gauge where we're at.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of what-ifs when it comes to these two teams because they've had 2/5 of their roster change between the seasons. So very difficult to call at this stage. Yeah. Even very difficult to rely on results from the relegations because it was different rosters playing. But what I can say is that both of these teams have some insane fraggers. Both of these teams have some fresh blood. And also, both of these teams have some very experienced players. For example, Leb from Rhythm and Hotshot, even though he didn't play on Elevate for a long time, he was on Elevate, who ended up being a top team, managed to get top 3, I believe, in the Oceanic Nationals regular season. So he has that experience on a higher level team. I think it's going to be a bloodbath. I'm really keen.
Oh, bloodbath. What a way to set it up, James. What a way to knock us off into the first map of Oceanic Nationals. It's Rhythm taking on ROFLCOPTERGG. We head to Oregon. It's a grudge match, and we're expecting a bloodbath. Nothing short of explosive. Let's get into it. Let's get into the Oceanic Nationals for 2021.
Right where the previous season ended, Rhythm and ROFLCOPTERGG, and we're getting straight stuck into the bans. Roffle getting rid of the Thatcher super staple ban. Let's see if Rhythm's going to shake things up a little bit. A Maverick. So Maverick in itself, not a crazy ban, but you know what is a little bit weird? When you see both the Thatcher and the Maverick gone down, because suddenly Walden Isle becomes super potent on the defense. You can't EMP to clear out any bandit batteries, mute jammers, kite electroclaws, and you can't Maverick open the walls or hatches regardless. So it does mean that you may end up seeing a little bit of Kali, or potentially teams just forcing their way around instead of trying to breach, because it becomes so difficult. In particular, I'm thinking of that meeting hatch here on Oregon on the basement. You can put an Electroclaw from Kaid in a position where it's just not possible to clear it with Kali or even grenades. And that means that meeting hatch is basically solid, guaranteed for the whole round. So I think that could well play into this. Which team is going to be better at dealing with that?
It's a really solid point to start us out, and we're not going to the basement actually first up, which does surprise me from ROFLCOPTERGG's factor. We're going to head to kitchen and dining. Let me ask you this straight off the bat: do you think that's trying to catch Rhythm out, expecting it to be straight into that basement?
That's it. It's absolutely got to be. Kitchen and dining is inarguably a less defender-sided objective than both the basement and the top floor dorms objective. So if you're picking kitchen or you're picking meeting, like, it's got to be because you're hoping to pull out something a bit unpredictable, and that's exactly what we've got in Boydie playing the Aruni. Now, with the new season being deployed, the Neon Dawn operator, Aruni is now able to be played in comp. We also have the Chanker available in comp, which is super cool, super exciting. Flores is currently sitting in his detention little corner while the pros learn how to play him before he's introduced. But I'm curious to see where these laser Aruni gates go deployed, and maybe that'll have a bit of an impact on this defense. Maybe that's the little trick up their sleeve for Ruffle.
Maybe the ace up the sleeve. We'll wait and see. The community vote, the Snap Fitness community vote, ladies and gentlemen. 36% of you only expect Rhythm to push through, so very much echoing the sentiments of the predictions from the talent as well. Just be sure, if you want to get involved with that vote, you head over to @Rainbow6 Esports OCE, or sorry, @R6 Esports OCE, or @Snap Fitness AU to cast your vote and to be a part of these predictions. So very much echoing that ROFLCOPTERGG are more so the favored team here. And to be honest, I actually don't have a clear reason as to why. So really interested. My goodness. Okay, that's a good way to start. Nice little cheeky trade.
Yeah, and just almost there, Boydie using that nice one-hit punch from the cybernetic arm of Aruni to see if he could get a cheeky kill, but unfortunately couldn't land those shots. On a Supremacist, that's nice small tower control now for Rhythm, but yeah, as you mentioned, Ghoul going down means a little bit less hard reach available now for Rhythm. Just on Novax, who is actually, believe it or not, Rob, changed his name to Nova9. He's done it. He's embraced the meme completely.
He has just lent into it so much, and we love to see that. Novax obviously is the name and the game, but I think everyone was just starting to troll him a little bit too much, so it's nice to see him lean into that one. I'm going to ask him what he'd prefer, actually, as we start to clear out this utility on site for Rhythm. And slowly but surely, they still need to deal with Campo here, and those impacts are going to delay Rhythm so much in putting any kind of pressure and showers. They do, however, have a little bit of control and a little bit of leeway in dining, but that's all the Selma charges there are. And now they've really only got one line into dining.
Yeah, great stuff there from Campo, but look at the way that Supremacist has just gone in deep into showers. This is a great way for Rhythm to just get around the fact that they didn't have enough hard breach. Habana went down and those impact tricks made it much more difficult. So they just brute forced it. Took showers, pried it from Ruffles. Cold dead hands bouncing. How do you survive that? Eventually Supremacist goes for it. His debut here in Tier 1. He gets a double and Rhythm just clean house.
That is incredible, and what we needed to see from Rhythm, making a statement. If you're ROFLCOPTERGG right now, you are 100% shaken. There's no doubt about it. You throw them off by going dining kitchen, and it doesn't pay off. In fact, Rhythm deal with it on the fly. That's really concerning. And with that, and that was also, mind you, with one of the hard breaches down, one of only two. So, that's a bit of salt in the wound as we head to basement now. And this is where we're going to see what you were mentioning before, Dev, with the, the Kaid coming into play in an unmanageable position. No Maverick. Good luck getting that meeting hatch open.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. And no Carly chosen by Rhythm means that they're not even going to try and clear off the util from these walls. If there's wall denial, say it could be one of the mute jammers on the east-facing walls on supply or electrical, it's just not going to get opened. And it does mean that you can viably go for a non-extension hold here on the basement, but it looks like they've actually opened it. This is okay. This is something a little bit different from Ruffle. They're going for an extended roam, and they're using the castle to enable that. Might be a couple of mute jammers to protect their roamers as well. Even that Banshee there, look at this, and reinforcements. So this is a complete commit to that extended roam. I wonder where the electric claws are then, because they're certainly not going on those hatches.
Wowzers. Really interesting start. There we go. So instead of trying to play what we see so traditionally done is playing from the elbow and trying to initiate a fight. And already Supremacist not wasting any time, In comes the breaching charge, and Bouncin is forced to back away for now. Live droning in. Supremacist and Drex are going to start to clear out slowly and surely. Security is now stuck, and that's Drex pinching in. That's the way you want Rhythm to be starting out. ROFLCOPTERGG trying to change things up here, and to little success. However, it's very early, and Boydie responds perfectly.
Just look at this pace from Rhythm. They have no hesitation whatsoever. These players are red hot and keen on their gunfights. They're not afraid. Bouncing desperately chucks a C4 and backs on out. The real hard decision now for ROFLCOPTERGG is, look, we found one kill, but we also lost a player. How much longer do we commit to this roam? How much more time is a victory? Boydie says, I can take down Novakes, and that's a hard breach as well. But he's still staying upstairs, so Supremacist might be able to refrag.
Again, still having to deal with that Banshee that we saw placed in the kitchen hallway here. You'll see now, that will be the alarm bell, sorry, and Boydie will just drop away. Perfect timing. They've wasted a fair bit there. However, is it going to be enough? A 3 versus 4. Heating hatch is open. So to his kitchen, so to his freezer rather. Rhythm have a lot that they need to get done, and the time is starting to dwindle away.
This is where it really comes down to ROFLCOPTERGG have just let Rhythm have the rest of the map for now. They know they have the advantage, so what's Rhythm going to do about it? Only 3 players. What kind of an execute are they going to call for? Pretty low on util if you have a look at overall a couple of flashes. But while it does say 2 smokes in the top left, they're on the ace who's dead, so not going to use them. A couple flashes here on Ghoul. Still 2 breaching rounds from Supremacist, but overall not fantastic. Supremacist, though, going to push in through blue, and it does look like this is a rear push here for ROFL. Going to collapse very shortly, but Boydie's in a power position.
Sitting behind Harry Potter here, Ghoul, of course, has to make noise here. They're going to look to try to change things
They
up.
don't know.
Supremacists, they've got absolutely no clue how close they truly are. Boydie, he'll at least take down another pillar of this attack. And my word, ROFLCOPTERGG, they make up for their earlier mistake, and they shut down Rhythm in the second round.
Big numbers put up on the board there from Boydie. 2K on the roam, really clawed things back. Drex from Rhythm actually found the opener for his squad, so it was really important for Rhythm to get that numbers back on their side. That was really where Boydie came into it, and sometimes it is just about that mechanical skill and the confidence to commit to that roam, even perhaps past your use-by date. And I think that's what Boydie did there. He got the second one in. You're okay, perfect. Goes downstairs and hides in Harry Potter, and well, ROFL aren't checking every single angle. They just assumed it was clear, and Boydie punished them for that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I mean, just imagine Boydie doesn't find the second kill, or even doesn't find the first kill there, and it all falls to pieces. So that's a bit of individual brilliance, considering backs up against the wall. There's no support. The rest of your team have pretty much left you for dead in that scenario. Unbelievable from, realistically, one of the, well, actually, from what I'm aware of, the only player on ROFLCOPTERGG that hasn't played at this level, or at least for some time. So big start his OCN season, and up into dorms now for ROFLCOPTERGG. Not going to go ahead and be bold one more time. But Campo has extended into Big Tower.
A little bit of pressure coming down on the Big Tower side. Nice split here from Rhythm, dedicating 3 players over to take Tower. Leb and Drex to support Ghoul, getting that wall open. Then, of course, on the other side, Master will simultaneously be taken by the remaining Rhythm players. Campo just teasing out the idea of some kind of pressure. Nice early breach there on the game's wall, but the impact comes through from Boydie, prevents that from being a vaultable hole. Still plenty of Selmas remaining, though, and not enough impacts to stop them. So good position for Rhythm in terms of the utility game, and good time management while they're at it.
Campo still has that rotate from meeting down the stairs. I don't know how much the drone spotted there. At the very least, they know that Campo's in meeting. Obviously, alarm bells would generally start to ring, and knowing full well there is that flank drone keeping its eye firmly pierced. Ghoul just needs to be careful not to fall in this scenario. Holding at bay, still being cautious of Campo. This is a very awkward situation to be in. Now they've got to pay all their attention, and he legs it. He's gone. Rhythm are none the wiser just yet.
What a good progress, though, from the Rhythm guys. There's that second and final impact. Don't believe there's a proper breach on the wall yet. No, Novakes actually took a lot of damage there from that impact. Has he got another Selma in the pocket he can use to breach that? If not, oh, he's... Okay, this is kind of odd. He's using that breach instead on Attic, and so there's not actually an entry hole here for games, which is where teams would usually push. But Rhythm have a lot of control of Attic, and that does put them in a lot better position. Leb's breaching, or rather destroying those ADSs, clearing more utility off the site. Rhythm 50 seconds. Leb's got a lot of info here as well with the Twitch drone. He could even disable that Banshee as he's done. The question is, will Rhythm activate on this?
Linchpin being pulled. There goes Drex. First kill of the round at the 40-second mark. Leb now going to get through that smoke. Look for the early plant. Don't know how many C4s are left at this point.
Oh,
Boydie being able to take him down through the smoke. Oh, Boydie doubles up. But for his teammate, a huge flank from OJ. And ROFLCOPTERGG absolutely collapse. I think at the end there, that's a 4K for Boydie, including the team kills. So he is going off.
Nasty. He just sees heads and he can't help himself. I don't care whether you're on my team or not. I'm going to spray you down with that MPX. Boydie has certainly been on fire.
That's a very, very intriguing round from ROFLCOPTERGG, or rather from Rhythm, I should say. Had the option of obviously opening up closet into games like you were saying, and at the very least making a vaultable hole, maybe a crouch, a prone hole if the very least. They look to put pressure on Attic. Kind of felt a little bit isolated, and in my opinion, they got absolutely crunched on. OJ with a really nice read. Now that's something new, a cheeky little clash being brought.
Yeah, a couple of cheeky little things here from Roffle. Not only have you got the clash, but also that FO12 on Boydie on the Ella. That's that automatic shotgun. Dum dum dum. Has a lovely sound. Dum dum dum. It's like the Cookie Monster from Sesame Street. Just gobbles you up.
I thought it was more like Xenox. Dum dum dum.
Oh wow, go hard, Rob. But this is proving to be quite an enjoyable game. Funny though that Boydie is the one playing that auto shotty, which is typically a gun that you don't need a lot of mechanical skill for, because it's not, you don't have to go for headshots. So Boydie is definitely a very mechanically talented player. Funny that you would stick him on it, but we'll see what he can achieve.
Especially after what we've seen so early on. A lot of pew-pew, big brain plays. Johnson looking for a pre-prepped, not pre-placed. If Supremacist makes it a little bit more uncomfortable, gets a little bit too close, they will be there and waiting. On the back of this now, Rhythm have a fair bit to do. I don't know if OJ's been spotted yet. We did hear that audio cue, so Rhythm just trying to get a good read at the moment, not rushing things, and taking their time. But this is excellent from ROFLCOPTERGG.
Well, we've got a moment. I'll just go through some of the names that might seem a little bit different. Leb is Lebanon now, apparently. Drex is DRX. I like Ghoul Leb Mao. So a bit of a little cheeky dig at his teammate. Warm OJ is now just Orange Jassi, I guess. And Hotshot is now hot and sexy. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Oceania.
And of course, Novakes. Can't forget Novakes there. Nova 9. Absolute legend. This is honestly kind of what we want to see from Oceanic Nationals, enjoying it while still taking it competitively, seriously, however you want to kind of adjust to it. so far, it has been a decent game. Boydie really taking the front in a lot of ROFLCOPTERGG's work. Nice early pick from Gould there. Well, I say early, it's a minute through the round. I just don't see a lot of work being done just yet.
Definitely a slow start here for Rhythm. Quite a contrast to the pace they've demonstrated thus far, but I like it. This is an unusual site. They need to figure out how Roffle are defending it and make the best decision. Now, definitely an opportunity there for Gould to use his ex-Kairos to open up another avenue. Oh, and there you go. You actually get the Selmas to do just that. Kitchen getting breached open. With that pressure above from multiple Rhythm players, they are completely encircling this Kitchen objective, but time is ticking away. They have that man advantage, and now they need to convert it.
Vertical line being held by Supremacists. This is going to be incredibly hard to make their way in. They use Clash as somewhat of cover.
What?
Boydie again with 2 massive kills. And all of a sudden it's on. There's a second left for that defuser to go down.
What?
And my word, how have ROFLCOPTERGG brought that one back? It looked immeasurable, but my word, they're here to play.
And it looked like everything was finally panning out for Rhythm. They took some time to figure out where to push, but eventually they realized, look guys, we've got the top floor. We can take dining. Kitchen is ours. And they started that plant. They had a great position, a 5v3, and they didn't get a single kill from then on. I don't know where that slippery snake came from, but Boydie with the Ella shotgun somehow just appeared as if from thin air in the middle of the objective and took down 2 or 3 players, completely pulling Rhythm apart. And, well, I'm starting to feel like there's a bit of momentum developing here, Rob. Rhythm might have found that first attack, but ever since then, it's been ROFLCOPTERGG all day.
Couldn't agree more with you. And Boydie just seems to be a very easy pick to talk about at this point. Now, we are going to see that same extension from ROFLCOPTERGG that we saw in the second round. Was successful for them then. I would play devil's advocate here and say Boydie was a massive reason as to the success of that round. Pushed into Kitchen, found an early trade, dropped back to meeting, found another kill. So whether they're going to be able to replicate any sort of success like they had before, that is definitely the big one for me. And Rhythm, they're wasting no time in approaching, and that's massive. Okay, so they've already droned out that western side of the building, and that's the kill we're looking for from Drex. Huge start again for Rhythm.
Really excellent use of those pre-placed drones from the Rhythm guys, but once again, it's these roamers who are fighting back. Second time in a row, we've seen Drex find an early pick attacking this site, but Roffle definitely fought back there, and Supremacist going down. He has been a fairly instrumental player with some of these entries. I like the adaptation from Roffle as well. Instead of the Valkyrie bounces on the Mozzie to just stall out those drones a little bit more. And despite that, we saw how good Rhythm were with the pre-placed drones, getting control really early of the entire west side of the map. But from this point forward, this mid-round droning, this is where the massive challenge comes in. And of course, that incredibly deadly Viper in meeting that is Boydie.
They're still so hesitant to approach that position. Looks like it's going to be a crunch here. This may be exactly what they need. 1 or 2 from Kitchen, 1 or 2 from Split. They still have absolutely no intel. He's just thrown his drone directly into it. Nova as well. We're going to be able to take down Boydie. That's the one we're after. That is the big player in meeting that has caused so much controversy for Rhythm. And now they can look to approach that site with a little more confidence. It's a knife from OJ right now, though.
It was such an impactful kill, but we've seen ROFLCOPTERGG come back from a 3v5, 3v4. Shouldn't be too much different. A lot of drones taken out as well for the attack. You can see there's only 4 left in total. 1 in the pocket, 3 in the field. And that does potentially mean Roffle have a chance to make a bit of an aggressive play if there aren't as many flank watch drones.
Oh, geez, how aggressive are you going to go, Bouncing? Nova managing to find yet another in the round. OJ on a very deep line there as, well, Big man Hot finds at least one back here, James. 30 seconds left. They need to make it work.
This is totally on Rhythm. They have everything going for them. Great spray down from Novax. And he gets the second as well. Finally, Rhythm break that curse. And they take down ROFLCOPTERGG on a second attack.
I believe that was a 4K from Novax in the round. So, absolutely massive. That's the kind of player you expect to be stepping up on Rhythm. Does so at an extremely important time as well. 2-3 now. We are going to head and reattempt basement. There's no castle this time. So, there we go. Campo's gone for the Valk. And initial thoughts. No Kaid for the meeting hatch either. There we go. Campo's figured it out.
Yeah, last minute decision. I do wonder whether this is ROFLCOPTERGG on the fly coming up with any strategy, or whether this is, I mean, it's pretty typical for teams to say, all right, we have our roam strat for basement, and then we have our anchor strat, or, you know, strat A, strat B. You have a couple of different setups, and this is very clearly going to be an anchor-centric setup. A lot of presence around pillar with the Goyo shield there. And if anything, I'm Rhythm, and I look at that reveal phase before the 6th pick comes through, and I'm thinking, hey, this is probably dining. You've got the Aruni, you've got the Goyo. It's almost exactly like that dining defense we saw from ROFLCOPTERGG in the very first round. But it's a little bit of a debate. They come through and they go for that basement. They go reinforce that hatch. They 6-pick the Kaid. So even that is hidden. And Campo's doing God's work right here, hunting these pre-placed drones. We've seen every single time Rhythm gets so much early map control thanks to those early drones on the west side of the map. Fortunately, Nova did manage to hide his in dining and it didn't get spotted. And they also would know by this point, it's got to be downstairs. They've droned out kitchen. They know it's not there. You pretty easily tell that it's not top floor. And now Rhythm have to figure out, okay, how do we deal with this turtle setup?
One thing I really like is the tempo from them at the very start of these rounds. When they have that information, they are not shy in pushing forward and trying to take these opening engagements. And just like that, they've pretty much eliminated that entire west side of Oregon. Now, granted, you really only have to worry about Freezer Stairs from there on out, because it looks like Drex is, or was, oh my word, okay, was in kitchen, already across a big tower, and catches the rotate from OJ. Unrelenting right now.
It's the third opener we've seen from Drex, but every single time it's been traded back within the last few seconds. You can see how cautious Drex is. On the 90-degree angle, Boydie has been hot fire in this game so far, but even he's not going to contest that.
Just waiting for any kind of information, anyone to peek that. Boydie would be hearing the footsteps around him at the same time, but Rhythm, they are already down half the rounds, neither hatch being affected. They haven't been able to take freezer control. They haven't been able to get through blue yet. They don't even know if there's anyone at elbow. It looks like Nova's making it work. How have they found that, Dev?
They used the Twitch drone. Leb threw it down and managed to somehow just sneak it into sight and take out that electric law. That is huge here from Rhythm. One of the massive benefits of this defense objective is not letting that hatch open, and Rhythm have figured out how to counter that.
Now Boydie with his back up against the wall. He's got all sorts of trouble right now. 2 players from blue and 2 from Big Tower Stairs. He needs to hit this first shot, and that he does. Back into the fire and flames. Can he find a second? No. Leb's quick to shut him down, and Supremacists, they're going to continue to push in here on the back of him. An absolute beast, an animal dash. He could make room. Only 20 seconds left, Dev.
Oh, here's Ghoul coming in from Freezer. He goes massive for 2 kills. And now it's all on Campo. In a 1 versus 4, there is plenty of time for this plan to go down, but a C4 could throw a spanner in the works. Nova goes deep and goes simply for the replant. Supremacists to lock Campo back in his cage. And out of nowhere, Rhythm come back for a 3-3 half.
Absolutely massive. Just what Rhythm needed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, it's going to be the second half. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for that short little break. It gave us time to just have a quick breather, and of course, all of you at home to have that breather too. It's myself, Manic, and Dev Marta joining me for what is the first play day of Oceanic Nationals. Started off with an absolute belter. It was 3-1 ROFLCOPTERGG's way. All the momentum seemed to be with them. You said it yourself, Dev. Very quickly did Rhythm turn that one around.
Yep, and now we're actually in attack timeout. We haven't rehosted the game or anything. This is a team taking a tack timeout. I'm just going to confirm who it was. But in the meanwhile, you guys can enjoy these replays. Boydie has been hot fire, but a great job from Ghoul. This was really the instrumental element for Rhythm in that final round. And just to really send home the emphasis of that play in that round, it was the fact that Rhythm came back from, what, 3-1 down to even a 3-3 half. That is massive.
So, seems as though ROFLCOPTERGG have called that tack pause, which makes perfect sense, James, after what we've seen from them in the last 2 rounds. You know, it would have been very uncomfortable after they started to kind of have that clawed back. And to be honest, you know, on the back of Noveix with a couple of really massive kills, and like you said, Ghoulbear absolutely dismissing ROFLCOPTERGG's defense, especially on that laundry side. We know it can be difficult for an attacking side to just have that one prone attack. They managed to adapt, and I would be very happy if I'm Rhythm at this point. What could have been a 5-1 or 4-2 half, they've given themselves so much room to breathe on this defensive side, and by all means, it looks like a little bit more of a traditional setup from them on this basement defense.
Very much similar to what we saw from Roffle when they had that turtle-centric setup leading into that Kaid. But as for the attack, the way that Rhythm dealt with that Kaid and really started to put pressure on those anchors was with the Twitch, that cheeky little pick from Leb. Get that drone into sight, you can dismantle that Electroclaw without the need for a Thatcher or a Maverick, which are both banned. And we don't see that Twitch pick here from ROFLCOPTERGG, which means they're a little bit more vulnerable when it comes to dealing with those Electroclaws, and they're going to have to brute force this a little bit more, but that's step 2. Step 1 is clearing this roam, and at the moment, Noveix is here. Drex just below on the stairs, also ready to contest. Noveix not peeking too wide there.
I love the buddy system. Always seems to work quite well, and with Noveix backing away, keep his life for now. Drex has also decided to retreat. Ghoul playing very close on the angle here, looking for the early contact with that SMG-11. Bullets are limited, damage is limited, so he needs to be cautious that he gets one and out, or at least continues to press pause, on what this push is about to be.
What is that?
Decision. Oh my word, how is that from ROFLCOPTERGG? What a response, Dev.
If you've got no idea what to do, just send it. And sometimes that'll work out for you. What a play from Roffle, and it absolutely returns for them. A great double kill from Bouncin. Nice C4 from Noveix will also detonate the Vulcan shield. Just Supremacist and Noveix left, but so much time on the clock for Roffle to work with, and they're using that to drone. Find these last players. Great punishment there from OJ. All on Supremacist. He doesn't have info. A blind C4 goes out. He's put under the pump. There's no way he's winning this one.
Not at all. Not at all. Just a tap for good luck. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we see you now, Supremacist. You're going to have to do a lot more to even bring this back into the realms of something that we would consider to be possible. And with so much time here for ROFLCOPTERGG, they literally can just sit back, hold the crossfires, wait for him to press. Well, Campo on the long line from Pillar, easy peasy. Tell you what I love about that, and it was the push that we saw around elbow from Blue. It was the Capitao smoke that hit that Pillar murder hole and just completely isolated the smoke or the mute that was in the corner. And like you said, when you send it in, you look for those trades. It can be a powerful force to be reckoned with.
There's certainly a lot of talent on the ROFLCOPTERGG roster, absolutely no point denying it. You look at players like Bouncin, Boydie, and Campo, they are really stepping up together as a bit of a unit. And it was absolutely that made the difference there for ROFL. These guys are like, okay guys, let's refrag this. We don't necessarily have full map control. We're not going to be able to do this in a methodical fashion, so let's just commit to... I don't want to say a bad plan, but you know, there's a saying, right? You can have 5 different people commit to 5 different good plans, or you can have 5 people commit to 1 bad plan, and the latter is always better. And, you know, for lack of a better word, a bad plan, that is what ROFLCOPTERGG did just then. They had some of their best fraggers go forth and just try and brute force blue. It absolutely worked, despite Boydie being the first casualty, and he's the player we were talking about so much when ROFL were on the defense with those massive roam plays. It's fine because Bounce is right behind him with the R4C. He can find the double, and ROFL just continue to steam forward.
This is, you know, the early parts of this round, both from ROFLCOPTERGG and Rhythm, they have not been shy in gaining that early control. And obviously it allows you to do so from the west so easily when you don't have to worry about too much of the verticality. Gouldo just letting Bouncin know, be cautious. Tread with caution, for we may be looking for something a little bit cheeky here. And this is nice from ROFLCOPTERGG. 2 minutes in, and they're starting to gain the control they need. Drex could be huge here.
Very cheeky position all the way in tier 3, but he's exploded on that drone. Great information from OJ. He doesn't commit to that peak because he doesn't want to give Drex a chance here. Pre-firing some corners that will also have revealed his position. How hard are ROFL going to press this? OJ is just checking the top floor, so they don't know he's rotated out as of yet. Campo's chucking some utility in. That nade destroys OJ's drone. Now things are getting a little bit more difficult. Meanwhile, Drex has been able to rotate all the way back. They still think he's in the top floor. The only saving grace here is the fact that Noveix was dispatched with thanks to Bouncin.
Feel like Noveix had to have either tried to come from meeting or from kitchen there to have lost his life, and maybe looking to, you know, play on the back of Drex, but it's not going to give them the chance that they're looking for. Bouncin with some nice vertical lines now. It'll just ensure that Rhythm aren't as comfortable on site. A 4 versus 5. A minute left. ROFLCOPTERGG continue to just poke and prod around the site. Drex just needs to be careful not to fall here. Could really spell disaster for the defense.
Great use of the Capital, locking that player down in the objective. Drex falls. 5 versus 3. This is the kind of man advantage that wins rounds for ROFLCOPTERGG. With that play style, they like to just send it multiple players, but Leb is in a perfect position. No info on him. Could flank up Y stairs. He even has vertical angles. He has to not miss this player. Leb sees him. He gets that flick 25 seconds. And it's all on him and the rest of them to hold down. But there's the refrag. What's ROFL gonna do?
If Leb had been able to survive for a little bit longer there, it would have been a lot more uncomfortable, and that has fallen to pieces. Supremacist now, this could be massive. Needs to deal with the player on white as one in games as well. There's also a player at the back of dorms. Can he find the kill? They're going to be watching tightly. OJ just around the corner. There's 1 down and only 2 to go. That may have been a little bit too close to call.
But in the end, ROFLCOPTERGG just claw themselves over that line once again. What a massive play from Leb to come and flank up the white stairs, but he only found 1, immediately traded. I think there was a bit of confusion there from Rhythm. They thought ROFLCOPTERGG were going to commit to that really early push. As soon as they had that 5 versus 3 man advantage, ROFLCOPTERGG were essentially ready to execute. They could have just started pushing in. They used that utility, they had some smokes in the pocket, but the thing is, they played it kind of slowly. They droned it out, they were doing their due diligence and just preparing. They weren't going to execute without the util. I think Rhythm were expecting that ROFL were already going to make that push, and that's why Rhythm started to overextend a little bit too much. ROFLCOPTERGG punished them for it, so I'm really liking that. And that's quite a significant lead developing here for the newest team to enter OCN.
And actually, the only new team to be entering, not just the newest, because how long has it been since we've had a new team at all?
Oh, I feel
Jeez,
like...
it would back in Pro League last year.
Yeah, because it was the 8 Pro League teams that ended up... No, we had a new team for 6 Masters. Who was that?
We had LFO, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
So
yes.
LFO is the newest team aside from ROFLCOPTERGG.
Yeah, gotcha.
And we even saw LFO make a splash in 6 Masters and OCN.
Yep.
Their OCN run was really strong. They knocked out Elevate from the playoffs, and their 6 Masters run, they were the only team to take a map off Wildcard in the whole season. So we've definitely seen these Zero to Heroes stories for new teams. They come in, they've got some maybe a bit green players, but they certainly bring the fire, and that's absolutely what we see from ROFLCOPTERGG. Man, there is some talent on this roster. There
certainly is. And I actually think that's the perfect, like, it is almost the perfect analogy to bring forth here is how LFO started, and also the fact that their last season, they played incredibly well. They were just very unfortunate in some of the results. A lot of the times it was 7-4, 7-5. So are we going to see something quite similar from the newcomers here? A similar storyline, and this would be a great way for them to kickstart their season. Although we are jumping the gun, it's 5-3, and anything can happen for Rhythm. Definitely needing to tighten things up here if they're going to make this work.
This has certainly been an attacker's game. We've seen some great attacks from Rhythm the latter half of their attack half. And, well, for here, ROFLCOPTERGG have kept that momentum going, or rather flipped it back on Rhythm and kept it going when they've been attacking their attacks. It's got so much teeth, and I think a lot of it comes down to this team is really well in sync, and they also have really strong players individually. They're not afraid to go for these plays. In fact, Drex, so keen for this jump out. Is OJ even slightly aware of it?
I don't think so. I completely unaware in that position, or although it would seem. And Drex may just have to fall back here. It's going to be an awkward rotate if he tries to go through the big window. Too much information. Leb as well needs to be careful. His feet are getting hot and sweaty. And that's a big one from Boydie. The C4 as well. That could have been huge. Really well done from Hotshot.
The elevation standing on top of this little step meant that he could shoot over the shield even though Ghoul was crouched. And look at the bodies hit the floor in Attic. Hot now has a great position, 24 seconds left. What's the execute gonna be?
2-for-1 trade. Novix is looking close on the line. Finds one, can't get around the corner. The game's in time, but Supremacist finds a trade. Campo goes deep and bouncing backs up. An excellent round from ROFLCOPTERGG once again. These attacks are looking devastating.
They just haven't stopped moving, ROFLCOPTERGG. Ever since they hit their attacks, those propellers have been spinning in full force, carrying them all the way towards match point 6-3 against Rhythm. Let's get a replay here and have a look at that. Bouncin has just had such a good game here as well. The refrag on his teammate and cleaning up the final one. And once again, these people on Ruffle, these players are walking highlight reels.
Could not agree with you more. Could not agree with you more. You could almost point to every single player so far for ROFLCOPTERGG, and there's 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments that they have stepped up massively. Starting to definitely look like an MLG highlight reel for a lot of them in this matchup. The compilation, so this is maybe for some a little bit more unexpected than others, and it's such a beautiful story for ROFLCOPTERGG for it to kind of be complete, right? There's many of these players. I think, James, you said there were 3 ex-Rhythm players that have kind of made together the ROFLCOPTERGG. It's a merry band of misfits that have come together, and they are getting some sweet, sweet revenge.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there were a lot of people out there who, after the relegation, said, man, Rhythm was so close in that final game, and they'd already beat ROFLCOPTERGG. Like, did Rhythm really deserve to get relegated? Did ROFLCOPTERGG really put them in their place? And, well, if they didn't do it then, they certainly are now. Rhythm haven't even been able to get a look in on this half. Not a single defense win on Oregon across 3 rounds. This is their chance to change that and push for that overtime. They can still get the 2 points at the end of the day if they can push hard enough. But ROFLCOPTERGG, I don't think they're going to stop. This momentum, it just keeps on building.
All very quickly just rotating out as Kaid, Supremacist, just sits there for a second, watching that elbow, ensuring that the timing did not catch them off. Now, this is a huge point to make. Ghoul's being forced to use 2 smoke blades already in blue and is shortly going to be forced to back away if he's not cautious. There's the 3rd and final. So when push comes to shove, they don't really have a lot of that denial that potentially they could look to play with. However, they have bought nearly 1 minute and 20 seconds from ROFLCOPTERGG's attacking side.
Full turtle strategy. Here comes the execute. Bouncing and Boydie once again go in together. But it's only Hotshot who falls. That is, however, the ace. And that makes things very difficult. Elbow's been completely reinforced off. And the Hibana's not going to work over there either because of the fact that we have that Kaid in play. OJ trying to cook something up here on the single wall, but things are looking difficult now. ROFLCOPTERGG might have the ground they want, but they've got a player down, and they don't have the utility to open up more avenues into their site.
And their time is slowly dwindling away. 3 players so close to each other there for Rhythm. 1 grenade could have caused all sorts of problems, and they are starting to open things up now. They have control of Electric. As they start to inch their way in, they are going to go for the planter at the very least. They're going to try to bait it out, James.
And so he tries, but he falls back. Boydie goes down and out now. Nova, what's he doing? He goes for the swing, but he just whiffs. Goes again with the pistol for more. What on earth are we watching? It's all on Cambo. And Rhythm finally get back in the game thanks to Novaix and that disgusting play with the RG-15.
What a frustrating position to be in for ROFLCOPTERGG there. You think you've got everything, you've got time to work with, you can try to bait out C4s. I think it was Boydie who swung, who was taken down close to pillar there. But this from Novaix, when are you ever going to expect this, Dev? When on earth are you going to expect him so close and willing to take those engagements? Still staying alive, mind you. A very unfortunate round, but some heroic plays from Rhythm.
It really is funny because ROFLCOPTERGG actually did a lot of things right. You know, I was critical early on. I said, oh, there's no way they can clear that electric claw. They also lost the first player. It was actually Novaix who tossed that C4 out blue and took down Hotshot, the ace player. But the great thing is ROFLCOPTERGG just got straight back on that horse. They retook control of blue. They got themselves electrical and pillar as well. And then they used a grenade from the Yana to clear off that electric claw from the supply wall, and rotated their Hibana over to use at least some pellets. Maybe not as large a hole as they would have liked had the ace still been alive, but at least it's a line of sight to utilize. Unfortunately for ROFLCOPTERGG, Rhythm were a bit uncontainable, and plays like that from Novaix just make it so much more difficult as an attacking squad to keep going and get back on that horse. But here we are now. Rhythm started their trek back towards overtime, but let's see if ROFLCOPTERGG lets them into it.
Oh, that is a perfect way of putting it, Dev. For me, it does come down to ROFLCOPTERGG allowing Rhythm back into the game. Because although you may have been critical early in the round, there was still so much that they had to do to get to really claw that back into a more comfortable matchup. In 4v4, starting to push into electric, and now we're going to see the exact same thing here. ROFLCOPTERGG cannot allow Rhythm to get comfortable. They can't allow them to find their own rhythm on their defense and really take that momentum, swing it back into their direction, because there are so many players there. Novaix, Leb, Drex, if they start to get on a roll, there's no stopping.
A lot of risk here taken by Rhythm to go this less favored objective dining, but they just had no success on dorms. Good progress now for ROFLCOPTERGG, but still no control of showers as of yet. I really like that they love this Capitao. Not an operator you see every day, but they've used the fire really well to displace defenders, anchors, and also the smokes for execute. Plus he's got the hard breach charge, which is not to be underestimated. Let's see, what's the communication going on here for ROFLCOPTERGG? They're trying to figure out the best way to deal with this. Finally, is that the final breaching round gets rid of that shield, but Nova does lose his life for it as he pushes on back.
And now you're going to see so many open lines. OJ, be careful of your feet. There are sharks in the water, my friend. And look at Leb right now. That drone gives his position away. Had he have continued to push up, there are 2 or 3 players that may have been in his crosshair. For now, they're just going to have to continue to find and isolate him. There we go. Leb gets taken down. OJ is playing out of his mind.
Might have been troublesome, but ROFLCOPTERGG have, again, a man advantage. They have a strong position, time ticking away, plenty of it left. The execute once again comes in, and here's Hotshot going in deep. Thanks to the smoke from the Capitao, what a beautiful use of utility. Bordu follows it up with another, and now it's all on Drex. What a difficult task ahead. In the 1 versus 5 on match point, staring right down it. With the Jaeger, this is going to have to be massive, and I don't think it's going to happen.
You could add any kind of context that you wanted here. Drex, there's absolutely no chance. What a way for ROFLCOPTERGG to take the first map of their OCN debut. My goodness, that's what we're after. An explosive start here for stage 1 and a 7-4 victory in the pocket.
A warm welcome to ROFLCOPTERGG to the Oceanic Nationals 2021. What a stellar performance and what a showcase of raw talent on this roster. That is a team that plays together. They look like they've been playing as a squad for so long, despite having a fairly new roster coming in. That experience is shining through, and man, what a pleasure to watch that aggressive Gusto playstyle.
And what a perfect way to summarize it. There was just so much going on there for ROFLCOPTERGG. And it's something that we're going to love to keep an eye on, especially as we get a little bit deeper, especially as they start to play better teams. Are they going to keep that kind of play style? You saw Boydie with so many rounds of huge heroics. OJ in the end there, kind of clawing them across the line. I think it was 2 opening kills in that final round. So this is really, really great signs from ROFLCOPTERGG. But let's look to the Rhythm camp for a second here, Dev. What are our initial thoughts?
Honestly, I really loved some of their attacks. Yeah, Rhythm had struggles when they were attacking the roam game of ROFLCOPTERGG, but there were some really great moments from them. Really strong early entries. Drex in particular had some good luck on those. But yeah, definitely the path ahead is fairly grim for them. Only managing 1 defense across 4 or rather 5 rounds on Oregon, that is incredibly challenging and something that Rhythm are definitely going to have to look to.
They were the issue for me now is, you know, that was ROFLCOPTERGG coming in, I would say, was probably around 6th to 8th place. You know, I think, well, I know you don't have them there, and especially after this performance, I think a lot of people will be putting them a bit higher. But, you know, when you put all the stats out and you have a look at it, the fact that they are stepping in with this new roster, I think there was a lot to go on to kind of force them down the lower half of the ladder. So that is a game that for Rhythm, they need to be taking away. You know, things like games against like Bliss and LFO, those are the games that they need to be winning, or at least pushing to, as we were saying, overtime. We didn't really get to talk about overtime, and thankfully we didn't need to go to it there. But overtime is now 2 points for an overtime win and 1 point for an overtime loss, which for me changes the whole game. I think Rhythm was one of the teams last year that had 3 or 4 overtime losses, and even those points would have been enough for them to not even be in relegation. So the implications are quite massive.
Absolutely, and for ROFLCOPTERGG here to start so strong, it's super impressive. And it's not just that they cheesed it and have really strong players, like individually, mechanical skill. Yes, that is totally a large part of it. Players like Boydie and Bounson can really hold their own, and they had some good multi-kill rounds. But you look at some of those attacks where they had a 5v3 man advantage, and you look at the way that they took that extra time to drone out. You look at the way they brought Capitz out every single round, and just that beautiful execute. Fire in the mid-round to try and gain ground, and then smokes for the execute. I mean, that is some old-style Siege, and you don't see many teams that play like that anymore. So I, for one, welcome ROFLCOPTERGG. They are an absolute pleasure to watch. They've got the brains and the brawn.
You're welcoming our new overlords for Oceanic Nationals. Well, I'll tell you who we will be welcoming. It's Boydie, the man, the myth, the legend that had an incredible debut in the Oceanic Nationals. Boydie, welcome and hello. Let me ask you this. That's your very first game in the Oceanic Nationals. What is it like for you guys to be able to take 3 points away so early?
We weren't really expecting anything else, to be honest, out of the game. We relegated with them late last year, and then we pinched their best player. So it wasn't really much a question for us. Just whatever our difference would be, to be honest.
Oh, James.
Listen to him. Just listen to him. Boydie, now you mentioned Bouncing, that player you pitched over from Rhythm. Now you and him are on the entry together. So many times I'm seeing you guys arm in arm go forth. What's it like? Tell me a bit about what the team comms are like when you guys just like, yeah, let's just go kill him.
To be honest, we just got a lot of confidence in itself, just simple call-outs, whatnot, or individually better than the other team in this case. So it's like not much to be said. Just go out where they are, and then they're usually dead.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I love this confidence from you, Boydie, and I think that it's a really great hallmark for a season ahead. I think. But let's have a look at the overall season for you. What are your thoughts? Where are you looking ahead? We had you pinched around, the 5th to 8th mark, but these kind of signs, we never know. They could be looking at the top 4. Where are you looking to go?
Yeah, we're pretty confident we can make top 4. Question after that is whether or not we can break into the top 3. Like we don't see much competition coming from what we saw with them tonight, and then Bliss and LFO. Wildcard, unfortunately, is in pretty poor form right now as well. We couldn't take their spot in the top 4.
I'd love to see it. James, do you have any final questions?
I just want to know how it feels to play on the big channel, Rainbow Six Bravo, and are you feeling excited? Is there any nerves there whatsoever, or are you just keen?
Just keen. Not really any nerves. Just confidence. Nothing much to say.
You show it in the server. I love to see it.
You certainly did. The server can speak for its own results, mate. 12 kills, I think, was on the board for you. They're incredibly impactful rounds, and I think I'm really looking forward to seeing what you can do. Any final words before you let you go? Friends, family, fans out there?
No, not so much. Just keen to see what will come.
I mean, to be honest, so are we. We're extremely... I think you've got our attention. I'll say that, Boydie. You have our attention.
Yeah,
so best of luck, and we will see you tomorrow for your matchup.
Yes. Cheers.
Bang, bang, bang. What a way to start. Dev. Woo! Big game.
Yeah. I think Specca's got some competition for the biggest ego in the league as of now, which is something I'm very excited to see. I really want to see these players with big personalities start to clash. I mean, we got to get something going there.
100% we do, and I would love to see Specca and Boydie go at it. I think that matchup, Order and ROFLCOPTERGG, I think we're going to have to get both of them on the interview to hear the trash talk that will come out from both ends, because Specca, we all know what he's like, but we've just been given a snippet, just a tiny little sneak peek into what Boydie's like, and of course ROFLCOPTERGG, I think he would speak almost for the whole team there. They did seem to be extremely confident in the server. You were talking many times there. I think it was Bouncing and Boydie just shoulder to shoulder, running directly at the entire team, and so much damage being done. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring. One thing that I was really worried about heading into this, I don't know how you were feeling, but Deptra, who obviously had an incredible relegations playoff with ROFLCOPTERGG, left the roster. I thought that was going to leave them wide open.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Deptra was aside from Nazgul, the highest player for rating and KD, he was also the second highest entry player, the second highest cost player. Yeah, no doubt, Detra was a massive highlight player for this team.
Yeah.
But they don't seem to be doing so badly without him. This roster looks really good. And the thing that stands out to me about Ruffle is, yeah, we know Bouncin and Boydie are nuts, right? They're going to go swinging. They're going to be winning their ones. They're going to be getting multi-kills. But there's a strong backbone to ROFLCOPTERGG. We saw OJ on that support, also hot as well, doing really well on the support. And I think that having that backbone to the team is the key. You can't just have those strong fraggers. That's like the icing on top of the cake. You got to have the cake as well.
That's a you do have to have the cake. You need the foundation. You need the skeleton of the team. And by all means, their makeup is looking pretty dangerous. Pretty dangerous. What are we thinking? I mean, I actually, from that game alone, I'd be pretty keen to see them go against Knights on Oregon, or I was going to say Akami, but Order on Oregon, because both of those teams, Order and my goodness, Order and Knights. There we go. I got it out finally. Those two teams, for me, are kind of like the benchmark in terms of how you play Oregon and how you kind of dictate the tempo and the pace. Is what we saw enough from them to warrant, you know, excitement when we head to that kind of matchup?
Yeah, well, Ruffle are definitely a strong team on Oregon. They've shown that tonight. It was Order, right? Back when they were Akami, they self-proclaimed best team in OS on Oregon. That'd be a great game to watch. That would be a great game to watch, Ruffle versus Order. Because, you know, Boydie's got a lot of confidence, but so does Specker. So I want to see that one. And I think on Oregon, it'd be really tight. Yeah, I think that Ruffle probably won't get to play Oregon against teams like Wildcard that maybe are feeling a bit more shaky on it. They'll try and take them somewhere else. Yeah. But yeah, maybe Order or Knights. I think that would be a really good game. And there is just such a large part of me that thinks that the more experienced team will take that, but I'm totally open to being surprised by ROFLCOPTERGG.
Well, that's exactly what's kind of happened to us. We've been surprised by ROFLCOPTERGG, an incredible result for their debut in the Oceanic Nationals. We're only just getting started tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That is 1 of 4 games. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, Elevate and Knights.
My name is Rain Wright, and I'm the Flex Vert player for Team Elevate. But what you don't know about me is that I love Ultimate Frisbee. Ultimate Frisbee it's a weird sport. You gotta get to the other side of the field and score basically like a touchdown. Yeah, it's heaps of fun. The reason why I chose Ultimate Frisbee was because I didn't play for my high school football team. So then Ultimate Frisbee was just like that sort of abnormal sport that I just got into. It can definitely get physical when you're just like leaping and taking marks with the Frisbee. I mean, some people's elbows may have been bent backwards by myself, but that's just all part of the fun, I guess. I don't want to float my own boat, but no one in the Rainbow Six Siege scene would have me covered in Ultimate Frisbee. I've definitely got that trophy covered. No one's playing Ultimate Frisbee. I've got that covered, I reckon, easily. Greatest moment in Ultimate Frisbee would definitely have to be my last 2 periods of sport during year 12. We were smashing the other opponent, which we'd been competing against all year. It was pretty close, but I threw the last, Hail Mary, and my mate caught it in amongst the pack. And yeah, I think that was just the cherry on top to a great year. If I had to pick one operator to play Ultimate Frisbee as, it'd probably be Wamai, just because it makes sense. He's throwing a disc. Key thing in Ultimate Frisbee is accuracy, and I feel like Wamai definitely has that covered. So yeah, we share that trait of accuracy.
My name is Mark Angelo. I'm a flex player and I play for Pittsburgh Knights. But what you don't know about me is I love to cook, but I suck at it. I learned cooking from my mom. My mom used to cook more dessert type of stuff, so pancakes, waffles, cakes, whatever. If I want to impress someone, I make sushi. It takes a long time to make it, with the sushi rice, the salmon or tuna. It shows that you're caring about the person. You just put love in the food. But if they don't like sushi, it's not gonna work out. My worst cooking disaster that I've ever had is I was trying to make Italian sausages and I was keeping them warm for the family. I put a glass plate on the grill itself. I went to grab the plate to serve it to them and it just popped everywhere and my hands were all full of blood. My parents ended up getting fast food, but I got stitches. If I had to pick one Siege operator to be a cook, it would be Maestro because he's Italian and he would make the best Italian food. My best cooking tip is patience. When I'm trying to impress someone or go quick, I cut myself, literally, with a knife. So that's why slow down, take your time. And also don't put a glass plate on the stove.
This could be huge. Manages to fight them.
Well, some excellent player content there, getting to see a different side of some of the key icons of our scene, Dino and Elevate. I would not trust Dino to cook me anything, I can tell you that much, Dev. But I will tell you what I would trust him in, cooking up some strats. That man, he's got a book that's deep, and I think that this one may be in the books already with Elevate.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, on the Elevate side, I really hope that Digital doesn't throw his Siege games as good as he throws the Ultimate Frisbee.
Oh, the worst part is, you know he does. You know he does.
Ah!
We saw it.
Poor
We've seen
Ditch.
it. We've seen it Digital. You can't be throwing like you do
Poor
in
man.
Frisbee. That's of everything as well. Of everything. Ultimate Frisbee. What an absolute legend. But we get to move on and isolate this game a little bit more. We, of course, just saw ROFLCOPTERGG and Rhythm finish up. And now we move on. Elevate taking on the Knights. A game that we've seen actually a couple of times now. I think there's been 6 maps from these two teams played in the last 5 or 6 months. With not varying results per se. It's been Knights through and through, but it has been decently close from Elevate. Is this the day that we see them crack the egg? Is this the day that the omelette is cooked?
It's absolutely possible here for Elevate. The big story for this roster is the fact that they've had a massive, significant merger, and it is with, of course, Meloncat disbanding, unfortunately, the former Noble roster, and we've had Fisho Guy, that star support player from that squad, come and join the Elevate roster. And, of course, we also have Miloska from previously Meloncat also helping as part of the support staff. And I mean, I've spoken to them recently, and it's totally, you can tell that they're totally putting in their all to help elevate this team to the next level. No pun intended.
Oh, God, we all do it.
It's just there, man. It's right there. But the players that I'm going to be watching out for tonight are Worthy and God Legion. God Legion always been an absolute nutter, but Worthy is just cracked, man. He is so on form right now. We saw him play in the Rectum and Gauntlet. He was so hot there. Yeah. And I'm hoping that he can continue that form into the season.
One thing as well, you know, mentioning Milo and Fisho Guy on Molosca, for those of you that would know him under that alias, Fisho Guy has always consistently had that one big play in a game for me. He's always good for one clutch or one massive performance, whether it's a 3K or a 4K in a round. And sometimes it comes at a pivotal moment. So really, really curious to see how he fares in what is I think we've seen 3 maps from them in the last 4 weeks. So this lineup we've seen a fair bit of them playing against Knights. But of course, Digital, the ultimate frisbee god. Oh, I just can't believe that. Let's hope he doesn't throw, Dev, as you were mentioning. Let's hope he stays consistent. The Knights on the other side of the coin. I mean, this team has just continued to improve game after game, season after season, to where we are at now, which is, I think we can confidently say, with what's going on with Wildcard at the moment, they are the best team in Oceania.
Isn't that just insane to think of? What a 2020 the Knights have had, coming from at the start of the year being almost nobodies in the Pro League. They were one of those kind of bottom 4 teams that you wouldn't really see crack into the top. And we saw Pro League go away. We had 6 Masters, still didn't really perform to their potential. And then it came to that Oceanic Nationals, those majors, and these guys stepped it up massively. They actually won the 2020 season for Oceanic Finals, which was held in January. And it's just been insane, which is funny because you think they lost some of their most experienced players. Stiggs was poached over to Fnatic, and Strider hung up the mouse and keyboard and retired. And so now it's really just Dino and Hayward from that original roster that remain. But one of the big changes that I always want to talk about is Sage.
Yes.
Sagen was he hadn't had a lot of experience in T1. He was kind of brought on. I know Knights had a keen eye for young talent, and he's come in as the in-game leader for this squad, and he is just so good at that role while also fragging out.
It's just something that we were all sitting there kind of guessing what was going to happen with Sage coming in. I think it was last season, so OCN Stage 2 of 2020. We were all looking, going, okay, what does this guy have? What can he bring to the table? And he has impressed through and through. So crucial to this roster now. Another one as well, just Hayward. Hayward in general has been incredible for Knights and continues to impress every single time that we see him on a map. So that is definitely one of the key factors for me. Hayward turns up, the game's pretty much over. But just with the trend, with the direction that Knights are headed, I do see them taking over the status that Wildcard have held for so long. The status I'm talking about is winning pretty much everything. Wildcard won everything, man.
That's it. And that's the crazy thing for Wildcard, is that this year was, or rather last year was so good for them that they won absolutely everything. They had the most dominant 12-month period they've ever had.
Yep.
And then right at the end of it, they have 2 massive blows. They lose the 2020 finals to the Pittsburgh Knights, and then just a week ago, they lose Diesel, who's unfortunately had to step back from the game for some time, and they bring in their coach to substitute for him. It also happened outside of the transfer period, which is super tragic for Wildcard, but it's left this wide open opportunity now for Knights, who'd already showed that they could beat Wildcard at their strength back in the finals, and now Wildcard is weaker. It's Knights is there to take that trophy. We'll see whether they can do so.
That's the thing. We're putting the pressure on them. The target's on their back. Now let's hone it back in. Let's make it a little bit more specific. Elevate and Knights, of course. We've already seen them play 3 times in the last 4 weeks. Where are we headed? What are your thoughts in terms of what maps we may see, James? You're the spreadsheet god, and so I'm going to leave this one up to you.
So best map for Elevate is Clubhouse. They ban it quite a bit though. It's funnily enough, according to my stats, their second, or they were tied most banned map, but also I haven't seen them lose it in a single game. They even beat Wildcard on it in the Wrecked Omen Gauntlet. They've beaten Noble on it in the past, so some strong performances there. Knight's not too bad on it, but we've seen them play a really good Oregon in the past, so they might try and steer us towards that. Feel like Elevate's going to ban it though because it's one of their less preferred maps. I think that if in terms of looking for common ground and maps that both of these teams like, you're probably looking at your Coastline, your Cafe, or that Clubhouse that I already mentioned.
Or let me throw a spanner in the works here. Chalet. I keep hoping it's going to come back out.
Well, we saw them play Chalet against each other on Thursday in APAC South, which was a 7-4 to the Knights. If I'm Elevate, you're probably going to end up banning it tonight.
You wouldn't want to let that one slip in. Let's have a look. Let's bring these vetoes up right now in front of us, and we can determine where we're going. Clubhouse, you're a god. You're a spreadsheet god, Deb. You've called it, and that is where we lie. This, I mean, like, statistically speaking, this has to be Elevate's map, right? Is this a win for them?
Well, the funny thing is it came down to Knights, right? So Elevate gave Knights the choice of Oregon or Clubhouse. Oregon is a terrible map for Elevate statistically. Haven't seen them win it once. Whereas for Knights, it's a good map for them. But Clubhouse is a good map for Elevate. So I think Elevate are expecting to go to Oregon here. Maybe they've been working on it in the meanwhile. Knights subverted that by picking one of Elevate's strong maps. Knights would rather go to a known quantity that they know Elevate are good at, rather than taking it to potentially uncharted territory. This is quite a bold move from the Knights, in my opinion, to pick Clubhouse. But what's great about it is it means it's a map both of these teams have good results on. Both of these teams will avoid each other, and I think it's going to make a good show.
I think that's a really good point that you've mentioned there. The fact that, you know, like we know Knights to be an incredible team on Oregon. Also, Chalet being banned out in the last step. There has to be thought process behind this for Elevate. They would not have just left Oregon in like that, especially after what we've seen from Chalet so far. It tends to lean into some aggression, to some of those roam-heavy plays. And I think that Elevate could have adapted to that a little bit better than maybe Knights have, especially after them playing. So the fact that we go to Clubhouse, I am bamboozled. You know, if I'm looking at that from pure stats, that bamboozles me that we've decided to go there. And I think that you've summarized it perfectly. Elevate may actually be the team that's caught out here.
Yeah, which is funny because it's got to be that this stuff happened behind the scenes for Knights on Clubhouse, because their most recent time they played the map, they lost it 7-0 to Q Confirm in the 6 Invitational Quals.
Yikes.
And earlier in the same tournament, they lost it to a Japanese team, Yoshimoto. And that was a close one, 6-8, but it's still a loss, right? And not to like an APAC North team. We'll see which way this goes, but I can't predict it at this point, Rob.
No.
It's a tight game for these teams.
It certainly will be, and it has shown to be anything but a barn burner in some of these occasions. 3 of 6 maps have gone the full distance in regulation. We've seen 1 or 2 overtimes. So you know full well, and there's Dino with that weird ass smiley face, man. Brings it out on all occasions.
You know, I'm just going to have one extra little fun fact that we haven't talked about. These are the 2 teams from OCE that have items you can go and buy in the game.
Yeah.
The Knights. You can go and you can get their gun skin for the G36C and their charm. And for Elevate, you can go and get their gun skin for the Commando Mozzie's assault rifle. That's super cool. And funny that you mentioned Dino's little winky face, because there is a little bit of a hidden little feature on the gun skin for Knights on that G36C, and it may or not be on under the rifle. If you have a look on the bottom, see if you can find it next time you're in game.
Little spoiler, hey, little cheeky
Little
Easter egg. It's more of an Easter egg, isn't it, than it is a spoiler. That's for sure. Yeah. We just saw the ban phase. Of course, we've seen Habana and Thatcher banned out, so not as common for the Habana ban as we see for the Maverick ban, but of course it's still as effectful, especially when you're looking down in basement with Church and Arsenal. You know, so many of those hatches, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the backside, but Maverick is left wide open here, so you'd expect to see it to be a little bit easier.
That's completely true, but the bang-on thing about Hibana there, and the reason why you would ban that is since the Hibana change has come through, you can shoot 2 pellets at a time instead of 6. It completely nullifies the validity of the impact trick on the basement. So it used to be you would bring 2 or 3 operators with impact tricks, and you would just continue to impact that kitchen hatch. But when Hibana's wide open, that's just not viable. She can keep putting 2 pellets on at a time. She do that 9 times. And there's almost no way that you're bringing all 5 operators with impacts to try and counter that Hibana. And so that's why you ban it out, and then you lean into that. You continue to impact trick that kitchen hatch, because in this case, the only ops that can open that hatch are Maverick and Ace. Maverick's never going to do it because he'll just be vulnerable to a C4 when he's up there in close range. So you've got to do it with Ace, who needs 2 canisters to detonate on the hatch. So as long as you use impacts to destroy 2 out of his 3 canisters, that hatch isn't getting opened. We see 4 impacts brought to the table by Elevate, 1 already used, but 3 in the pocket, thanks to Digital and God Legion. So I think that's going to be a strong part of the strategy here for Elevate, denying that kitchen hatch.
Early on, taking a lot of the early fights. Vast somehow catching Josh out there. Don't know whether that hasn't been droned correctly, whether Vast has just had information that potentially Knights weren't ready for. That's a massive start, Dev. That's what you want if you're sitting on Elevate.
No doubt about it. Nice little black eye from the Valkyrie as well. Helps enable that. The thing is here, it's not so much, I wouldn't call this a hard roam or a heavy roam from Elevate. It's not like it's your full SSG strat. Oh, I mean, maybe it is some. Oh yeah, okay. I take back everything I just said. While they haven't reinforced a lot off-site, they do have the castle barricades, and they're utilizing that to enable this roam a little bit. While they have, I believe, almost completely fallen back, given Knights the rest of the map to deal with.
And obviously with pre-placed drones, Dino's being given that information. There's no chance he goes there with that kind of information, well, without that kind of information. So they pretty much nullify that CCTV roam. As you said, they're backing away, and it enables Knights to now start to fight, not fight, sorry, start to open up vertically and put the pressure back onto the side of Elevate. Really good time in terms of wasting here, Dev. But Knights aren't holding back.
The 4v5, I still wouldn't count them out. Does start to look like they're going to go for this kitchen push, though. Does Dino still have many ace charges left? Are they just going to ignore kitchen? They're going for a church push, actually. Sage does so much damage, and Haywood finishes off the downed player. Here it is. It's not a kitchen push after all. Fully focusing here on Church. We'll play a bottom. What? The plant's going down. They're wasting no time. Bisho's on for the flank, though, but he loses that fight. And now God Legion upstairs. Does he have what it takes to retake this? Lovely headshot there. And about to find a second. The player pre-fires, and Dino wins it out. Finally, Vast goes down. And what a comeback from the Knights.
There is something succinct about how Knights attack, and you can just see it in the way that they make their moves. Just the second they drop into Moto, looking for those initial fights and enabling that first kill, or at least for Digital to be injured there, it just gave them so much more confidence to continue to push. And the big thing for me there, the big talking point, is Fisho Guy on that flank. Had he have found that kill onto Haywood, who I assume was the sledge, that would have completely ripped Knights apart. They would have lost that control at Moto Hatch, and they would have been able to collapse like they were about to. So at the end of the day, Knights do an incredible job at clawing that back from a 4 versus 5 with everything that they'd lost.
Very impressive. This is Knights at their peak, and they're just continuing to show how strong a team that they are. Even from losing that initial player, like you said, just so good at that flank watch. And a really nice, simple execute strategy from Knights onto Church. I really like it. Sometimes you just simplify things, and that gets the job done at the end of the day. Pretty early plant going down as well with 45 seconds still on the clock. As we turn our attention to the future, it's a Cash and CCTV next up on the chopping block, and we're going to have a little bit of a rehost.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's early days, right, for Elevate.
Yeah, very early. Wouldn't be stressing at all. I mean, good signs to begin with. Slowly dwindled away toward the end there, but definitely for me, there's nothing to worry about if you're Elevate. I mean, I'm an optimistic person, so maybe I'm not the best person to talk to. I think if we were to talk to Digital though, knowing, I mean, let's not talk to Digital. He was the first player to go down as well. I feel like there's just a trend being set for Digital here. The poor guy is just getting absolutely blitzed from the commentators every single time he's on the map, but
we have fun doing it.
We do, and it's all in good heart. You know, none of this is sour toward him. He's an absolute legend.
We wouldn't do it if we knew he couldn't take it.
No, exactly. And hey, he gives it back. He gives it back just as well. So I do enjoy the personalities of this scene. You know, Dino, who you would definitely say is a little bit drier in his approach to the banter. Even he can get around it. You saw him before with his cooking. It's good to see that side of them, and I think Oceanic Nationals is a great opportunity for them to show that. Not that I want to bat on personalities too much, but it does really feel like the scene's been coming together for, I would say, the past, at least since I've been in the past 2 years, the progress of this scene, and not just in terms of their play style, but also in terms of who they are. It's just continued to inflate. And we're now at a point where I think everyone's proud of what we're putting together. So I think
For
Dino,
sure.
Digital, all of these guys, they make this product what it is.
Yeah, one of the things I love about where Oceania is at the moment is it's amazing seeing the development of these players, not only professionally in terms of their their brands, and they're really working on themselves as professional players. In game, they're just getting better and better, but also we're getting to see the more human side of these players. Like Digital, for example, man, his personality seeps out from him, and it's the same case for Dino. I remember the first time I met him would have been when the Australian operation came out. We had a little bit of a party for the Burnt Horizon season.
Remember that?
And Dino seemed like such a shy guy, and here he is telling us all about his cooking adventures and having a grand old time. The winks come through in chat. He has completely come out of his shell.
You know what
I love
I'd
it.
even say? I don't even think they were adventures. His cooking is not an adventure. It's a disaster, Dev. He's talking about glass plates just cracking everywhere.
I like how he said, and there was blood all over me. I'm like, oh my god, that really went places fast, man. That's not what I was expecting.
And then he's talking at the end about, you know, cutting up food, and don't go too quick because you cut yourself. And he's talking blatantly about, like, what's going on? What is going on? It is so much fun to be able to see these people continue to push the boundaries a little bit in terms of their personalities and come out of their shells. And I think that it's, you know, that content that we're going to continue to see throughout tonight, and I'm sure throughout the entirety of Oceanic Nationals, it just bats home really what is being done behind the scenes, because I know for a fact how much effort the ANZ Rainbow Six team have really put together for this. And I don't think they get enough credit, Dev. I don't think they do.
Yeah, they're good people. Good people. And if you want to talk about exciting stuff coming out of the players, next up we do have Wildcard versus Order, which is going to be bundles of fun. And if Order win, we'll get Specker on for the interview. So if anyone wants to see Specker, I think you've got to be rooting for Order. That said, Vinny's also a lovely chap, and we'll see him if Wildcard win as well. So I'm excited. Like, I'm almost equally excited for all of the interviews for today's matches as I am for the games, because there's some really eloquent players and some just absolutely hilarious guys who come through as well. So I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I think majority interesting characters. That's for sure. It's one way to put it. I think you've got Vinny and Dino, who I would say a little bit more clear cut in there. You know, Vinny's got. Yeah, no, Vinny's got a bit of character. I will say this, like I was about to say vanilla, but Vinny has definitely got a lot of character about him.
Yeah.
And I think what we need to do is we need to squeeze him like a lemon to get that salt out of him, you know, to get the juices flowing for him, because I know that he is an absolute meme lord when we need him to be.
He certainly has the potential. I think he just tries to keep it professional, and we're going to strip that down. We're going to get rid of that. And we're We're gonna show the raw, unfiltered Vinny to you guys.
Good fun, actually. You know what?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
that lad. I tell you what. After a while, I think that if we just batter and bruise him down to the point where he has to show his true nature, we'll have bundles of fun with that. Now we have just been given confirmation. Of course, the rehost is almost complete or near to. That's all right. But we are going to be starting from 0-0. So that's a big revelation for us. Starting 0-0. However, the mindset for Elevate, he still lost the round, you know, regardless of whether it's on the board or not. It is something that can affect you. But like we were saying, I mean, Digital is pretty optimistic as well. Even in losses, he is very gracious about it. So I do feel as though if there's one team that's going to be on the receiving end of a bad mentality, it is absolutely not going to be Elevate.
For sure, yeah. They're lovely people, and they are very... You know, Digital's the kind of guy that's just always gonna get you laughing in the Discord channel or in the TeamSpeak. He's a hilarious dude, and yeah, starting from 0-0, I think that's great. Obviously, great for Elevate because they lost the first round and they get it back now. But it's a good warm-up round for both teams. In particular, if I'm Knights right now, like, you can't just say, "Oh, well, this is really good for Elevate because now Knights are put on the back foot." No, I mean Knights. The only thing that really stopped Knights that round at all was that early aggression from Vast, and that's completely red now. Knights are going to be a little bit more careful. They'll expect that from Vast. So I think that in this second round, it's even more likely that Knights will win it compared to the last round. That round was so solid from the only mishap is something that I think they can predict and counter pretty easily.
Yeah, right. I think the biggest, well, the most blaringly obvious issue was Vast just finding that early pick, like you're mentioning. I think so. That can only happen once or twice, unless, of course, we see what ROFLCOPTERGG did. I thought, okay, I'll be completely honest, in that last matchup, I thought that Boydie going off was going to be a 1 or 2 round thing that didn't continue to affect kind of the rounds as they played out, but I was really wrong. I will definitely put my hand up and say I am wrong there for that. So maybe it is something that Elevate can lean into, is a little bit more of the aggressive play style, trying to find those early engagements. Just with the way that Knights play and their tendencies, they're just so methodical, Dev. They do their due diligence on nearly every approach. So we will be going back down into the basement, and that will surely give us a little bit more of an indication now whether that was the one-off for Knights or whether this is going to be a reoccurring issue for Elevate.
So we get in here, we can see same kind of strategy taken by Elevate once again. People like to call it the SSG roam. I don't even know if SSG do it anymore, but a lot of teams have normalized this extended information denial and time wasting strategy. There's our Snap Fitness community vote, Rob.
Yeah, that's the one. And make sure when you get a chance, if you want to be a part of that vote, you know what, I'm not even going to give you a chance. You want to be a part of this vote. To do so, make sure you head over to R6 Esports OCE on Twitter, as well as Snap Fitness AU on Twitter. That's where we're going to be doing these community votes. Make sure you go ahead, chuck them a follow. That way you can stay up to date with all of those votes. And it gives us a good indication as to what you think. And I would have to say that the community is bang on there, Dev.
So, Rob, are you going to be getting ripped when we get these Snap Fitness memberships? Because I'm thinking of doing it. I just want to be like Raven, you know?
You know what? I've been trying to, you know, get ripped and lose the gamer bod for so many years now, and Snap Fitness, I think that's what's going to enable me. Maybe we're going to take it to the next level. You know what?
Don't you work for a soccer team?
Yeah, but I'm lazy. That's just what it is. I'm lazy. But I know that with Snap Fitness, I'm going to be on the path soon enough. And me and you, we're going to go on a fitness journey together.
Oh, yes.
And we are going to get jacked. You watch. Raven will have nothing on us by the end of it.
I'm so keen for that. Just about as how keen Knights are on this roam clear so far. Look at that progress they have made. Dino already in con. Risky position to put your ace player, your hard breach, especially with how instrumental those Selmas were in the last round. But of course, step one, before you can even think about using those Selmas, is the roam clear, and 3 roamers currently are in abundance on the map. Actually, I think Digital's gone downstairs, but still 2. Sage Watching this rotation here from inside strip. Worthy teasing this idea, just barely missing the player. Is the peek gonna come through from Hayward? Oh, the drone spots him. Oh, Hayward misses, what's that?
He almost gets a haircut in return, but that was so close there. Hayward just a whisker wide of finding a couple of kills. Potentially just the beams giving... Maybe it was Worthy looking for that contact. No, he was on the first floor. Never mind me. Look at this. Dino again just taking main stairs. The second they know that they've pushed them back and they have that space, bada bim, bada boom, Knights capitalize. They've got Moto hatch open, and it looks like the this attack is looking eerily close to what we saw in that last round, Dev.
Well, this is the pivotal moment for Knights. Ooh, using the Electric Claw to deny that wall. Vast makes a play. That nade may well have cleared the claw. There's still a mute jammer though as well. Worthy, my god. Elevator picking Knights to pieces. 24 seconds to go. This is certainly not what the Knights were expecting.
Well, whether they're expecting it or not, they have to readapt, and well, Hayward finding a kill, that starts to make it look a little bit more doable. Hello and goodbye. Only one player left, 5 seconds. He is running out of time. Fisho guy finishing him off, and now it is Elevate that turn the tides.
A good start here for Elevate, and already between that round and the rehosted round, we did see a little bit of an adaptation, if you can call it that. Those Electric Claws and Mute Jammers placed on that church wall. We saw Hayward struggling a little bit to try and nade that off from above. There was a breach though. I wonder whether it was the Maverick who breached it open. I have a feeling that was what we saw. Maybe it was a shot from Dino, or maybe Elevate had the church wall pre-opened. It didn't quite catch, but it certainly did not pan out for Knights. Completely fell apart there in the mid-round. Players just dropping piece by piece, and now Elevate taking that advantage as they move into their second defense.
All our umming and ahhing has led us to here, Dev. We theory crafted as we were in the rehost. And I think the big thing for us, obviously going back to the 0-all mark, kind of, it has definitely given Elevate an opportunity to
yeah, for sure.
tidy things up, and it's exactly what they've been able to do. And as we head into it now, that gym defense extension into CCTV. But I just don't for a second discount Knights. Now, one thing I want to keep my eye on is their drone economy, because it always feels like they just have so much intel with the Knights. And I'm cast a curse. Just never mind me. Don't even worry about me, Dev.
Well, Knights now have a chance at redemption, and this gym bedroom's attack always starts over here on CCTV. Juicy making short work of the wall over here. Nice little line across. Should be unreinforced in just a moment. There you go. Nice and easy does it. If Elevator going to try and play aggressively here, doesn't look like it. They're just going to bide their time. Wall finished off by Josh. Nice use there. Drone goes immediately in, pings out the deployable shield at top red. Very heavy hold here from Elevate. A lot of utility invested, and it's on Knights to start to pick it apart.
How many times have we seen this position absolutely dismantle that push into garage? Has he gone undetected? That's the big question for me. Seems as though there's no real intel of it just yet, and it kind of depends on how long he decides to stay here as to the engagement. Josh more worried about red stairs than he is behind him. Worthy doesn't have the information, so he backs away, and God Legion fast, my goodness, just like that, you blink and you'll miss it. A bit of a crunch in cash there, Dev.
Don't quite know how that came about, but it ends us in a 3v3. Vast escapes with his life just barely. Knights very much separated. A player on the balcony, a player in cash, and Josh below. Very difficult now for the Knights to rest and recuperate, but it's on Elevate now to hold firm. Great usage of the nade there, perfectly dismantles the Vulcan shield. A lot less cover now in the objective, and this is going to all be determined by a pick. Josh and Sage can start to push on forward. Cautious of that logistic angle. They know there's no one close thanks to the lifeline. Those two players paired with Hayward on the windows. This is the push for Knights. They have to start finding these picks, and that's one for Knights. A great job there from Hayward to punish that likely called out on a drone. 30 seconds left, and this 3v2 also has the health advantage.
Digital, it's your time to shine. But Fisho, guys, good for one. They double down on the second. Sage, though, this is what we were talking about. Don't give him an inch. He will take a mile every single time. The 2v1. He'll secure the Knights' second round. My word. Way too close. It's one apiece now. And it's back on Elevate.
Another massive round and a big clutch there for Sage. We highlighted him in the pre-show as that IGL player, but also the player to step forward and push on the Ash and win those situations where the team is looking dire. It certainly should have been a win for Knights in that 3 versus 2, but big step-ups from Digital and Fisho, only to be met with the R4C on Sage. Massive clutch to get Knights back into this. They certainly lost the momentum after that rehost, but they firmly grasped it now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's too close to call, though. Way too close. And highlighted at the beginning, we'll continue to talk about it throughout the day. It's individual plays that can really turn the tide there, and Sage just stepping up I mean, you can't even call him the newest member anymore. He's been there for so long, but just such a pivotal role for Knights. Someone to lean on, a shoulder to cry on in some instances. And they will be very happy with the performance that he's put in there. Now, on the flip side, coming so close to a second round on the defensive half so early on. You know, Elevate, that may come back to haunt them, and it'll be something that they look at. So definitely mentality would have to be a little bit frustrated, but I think I'm playing a little bit more into the mental side of the game than I am the physical.
It's moved over to Cash CCTV now for Elevate. Jim was close, but too close. And we'll see if they can do a little bit better here on Gym Bedroom. Knights have shaped up a lot of different locations. Usually you'll see most of the players just focus on that main wall. It's really on Juicy here. He's got to do the hard work. With that cheese grater effect done by Elevate, it makes it so difficult to get this clean line from the Maverick. So Juicy's going to be patient, take his time. He gets the job done, and Josh is here when he thinks it's safe. He'll bring out the lifeline to remove the soft part. He does so, Juicy falls off, and you can just tell Knights have dry run this 1,000 times.
So effective. And it's something we always highlight with Knights, is just how together they look. Worthy, main stairs, the flank could be on, but again, a team like Knights, it's extremely hard to try to capitalize on that. They're generally so well versed. They've only lost two drones, a minute 30 in. Now Worthy's going to look to make his mark. They haven't been notified yet. He can get in.
Watch?
He knows. Oh, they know. God, they're good. They do not miss a beat, Dev.
Wasn't that just beautiful? As soon as he got to the top of the stairs, two players lock onto him. He's caught in that crossfire. Worthy, he was a hot player coming into this season, but certainly not looking too hot right now. God Legion wants to make that same flank. We don't know where that drone is, but 100% there is a drone here, and Knights have someone on it watching and ready, but is this a tease for the execute or the execute itself? They're just so close to making their move here. 45 seconds to go, and Knights just encircling this bomb site.
Again, Sage, just the information there. God Legion never going to win that fight out. The swing's too strong. Juicy adds to the damage. And with only 2 left, it's Fisho and Digital left to anchor on the site. It's an onslaught from Knights in round number 3.
Doesn't get much better than that from the Knights. They have stepped up. And they are playing out of their brains right now. So coherent as a team, so perfect. Honestly, I know people kind of say that as something a bit toxic, but I don't mean it toxic. They look like they're dry running right now. It looks like they're just doing a drill. All right, step 1, let's practice how well Juicy and Josh can open the Kennel's wall despite it being minced up. Really well, full marks, 10 out of 10. Let's see how well the players can take control of construction and master with only 3 of them over there. And really well. Let's see if they can hold their flanks. They do. And then the execute, almost unnecessary at that point. Knights seem to know everything that was happening all at once. And the only thing I regret is the fact that we couldn't see all of those drones and which player was on those drones. I'm going to have to watch back the replays later. Because massive credit to Knights. They are just a team functioning like clockwork.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
We're going to be hitting those all season long, baby. All season long.
I just love that North Lane song so much, man.
It is so good. If you haven't checked it out, folks, you need to go and listen to it. The theme song for Oceanic Nationals, Clockwork by North Lane. An absolute banger. You know what? I will be completely honest here. A step away from this game for 2 seconds. The tone that it sets for this broadcast is beautiful. It really encapsulates what we've tried to do and what these teams are trying to do as well. So, honestly, we were sitting here within that first little minute right before we came on cameras, and I was jamming out. Absolutely jamming out to that video.
Yeah, I was just singing it full pelt, man. Just getting so
hear.
hyped up.
What are you telling me? I could hear. I could hear all of it.
There's nothing quite like a pre-broadcast sing. But just to get back into it, we were talking about the drones, and that's exactly what Knights are doing. Once again, that beautiful drone in blue on top of that giant utility machine. And Josh uses that information to find that kill as Elevate get a little bit too aggressive. Speaking of, Digital starts to push up the main stairs. Thinks better of it after taking out a drone and being spotted. Now this is the objective that we saw Elevate win last time, very convincingly, but it's not looking to be the same.
No, it really isn't. And, you know, just to bat on with how incredible Knights have really shown and proven to be. Just a simple thing, you know, they've lost 3 drones and they have so much intel. You have no doubt that all of their flanks are being watched. But this is I feel like this is a little bit better for Elevate. They haven't completely opened up those hatches. It does look like a very different approach from Knights. We're not seeing them as heavy in kitchen as what we saw the previous time, nor toward main stairs. But that can all change in a heartbeat. Haywood! Oh, trying to trim the hair of Worthy there. Doesn't turn out to be all that fruitful, but now they've got that verticality.
Funnily enough, if I'm not wrong, Elevate aren't bringing the impacts on Digital. They've got that bulletproof camera instead, and as we can see in the top right-hand corner. So they're not actually looking to deny the kitchen hatch. I was going to say that, you know, with the Habana ban and the way that Elevate had 4 impacts last time, I thought they would play to deny the kitchen hatch. Don't worry about denying the kitchen hatch, deny the kitchen door. Haywood shut down by the newest member of Elevate. And he's also going to go rotate his shield as well.
Huge.
This is a big play late in the round. Let's see if Fisho can get it down.
Oh, I love that from Fisho. Risks one of the smoke babes. Okay, I don't love that as much, but at the very least, it gives him the room now. What's Fisho going to look to do? Juicy, aware of what is going on, pinched between a rock and a hard place. There's got the feet holes, sorry, that he needs to be cautious of. And Fisho with the shotgun in the close corner. Can't finish him off just yet. It pushes him back. He continues to progress, and they're not going to be able to stop it. It's shotgun mania here for Elevate. And that's the round that they will be clawing for. 2-2, back and forth we go.
What a final part of the round there for Elevate. They just pushed the aggression right back onto the Knights. Knights had that early advantage. They had that opening pick from Josh over at blue, and then they rotated, not really sure what the plan was. It looked like they were just going for the same attack that they've tried the previous 2 attacks onto that bomb site, but it did not work. Elevate found their pick back again through the floor. This one right here, Bisha says hello and goodbye, and then right at the end of it as well, Knights, the oversight not to watch for this aggression. Not enough players to do so either. Elevate step up and step in to punish them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
And they just have to ride this wave. They have to ride this wave. They have to continue to use this momentum and use this pacing. Because right now, I'm not going to say Knights are on the back foot necessarily, but a round like that would 100% give you that motivation, give you that hype to continue to take it to the next level. And this defense has to be a lot better. It came down to a 2 versus 3 in favor of Knights. Elevate managed to claw it back into a 2 versus 1, and Sage just did what Sage does. He turns it on, and away he goes.
Certainly was a 1v2.
Attackers objective.
Sealed the deal, but it was definitely a back and forth round. Earlier in that, I had thought that Knights had the advantage. Then, as you say, Elevate clawed it back. Knights, or rather Sage, locked it in. Well, see, one of the things I love about Knights is just they've changed so much as a team. In fact, they look completely different to the team we were talking about a year ago. This aggressive team that we knew them for their good gunplay. That was the thing that made Knights special. They liked that early aggression, but now Knights are honestly one of the most methodical teams in OCN.
Yeah.
But with some incredibly talented individual players, and the way that they work together is just exemplary and no doubt the best in the Oceanic region at this point.
And that's the thing, now that they have that title, and I think we can all agree they have that title, they 100% need to prove it and continue to prove it, just as we've seen Wildcard do for the better part of 12 months now. So let's just wait and see. Very early days, but this would be the tone to set. This would be the benchmark. And with how many games Knights and Elevate have been able to play recently, and how really dominant Knights have continued to be, this one is kind of the cherry on top. Well, hang on. Juicy, nice and early in, and still one player. I don't know whether they're still... Oh,
the aggression?
Wow, did you see that? No.
Oh,
Okay.
that was so damn close. God Legion swings it, and he gets a second as well. What is that?
Oh.
Peeking out when put under the pump, he says, "Nup, this is my room."
God. God Legion. That is just... Okay. Wrap her up. Put a fork in it. We are done for this round. Sage looking to take a peek here at this point. Do you just play aggressive and see what you're given? Because my word, he hasn't even noticed that Vast is still in the corner. God Legion on a quad kill now. The ace is on. And it's just Haywood to deny him.
Surely he goes for it. He's going for it. God Legion ready to swing it. And he's going to peek the ace from God Legion to get Elevate back into it.
That is what we... Oh, listen to them. Nom, nom, noms. Oh, my word. That is what we love to see. God Legion chewing every single piece. Not once did he play with his food, and he swallowed it whole. That is a sign of confidence.
Massive round from God Legion. Not a lot you can say about it. He stepped up hugely. And I really like the way he tempted with Fate on that early peek out of cash into CCTV. He just checked, little peek at a time. Is anyone contesting me here? Is anyone watching this? And as soon as he realized that Juicy didn't have adequate cover, he committed. Not only did he commit for the peek onto Juicy, but he also had the gusto to go for the player out on the balcony as well. And, well, smart play for that. When the third kill, right, he was using Vast in a crossfire, so he wasn't even greedy. It was just that last one when you could just palpably feel God Legion is calling for the ace. And he got it. Well deserved.
Goodness me, Knights. This is where they need to shine. Not very often have we seen teams be,
10 seconds remaining.
I'm going to say this, showing this much pressure so early on, but
5 seconds.
this is where we know that they tend to come alive, and come alive they must. For
Locate a bomb and defuse
OCN, your very first Playday, you are going to want to make sure that you convert this. Just as we've seen ROFLCOPTERGG off to a good start. Set the tone early, set the pace early. You'll always be clear and on the run here. But great signs for Elevate here on the defensive half. And that, I think, is the key, Dev. Defensive half.
That's it. Now Knights fighting from behind to hopefully even this up. Concussion comes through. The nade. Oh, the concussion missed the drone hole. Won't have burned that ADS. The nade is the idea to follow on through, I believe. Juicy has to work once again on this wall. We commended his effort in the past at doing this. Josh really concerned about that aggression coming out from Garage. Juicy fighting for dear life to deal with this wall, and he still hasn't done it. Where's he missing? Is it at the top? Someone's pinging the top. Josh seems to think so. Juicy convinced it's at the bottom. This is a bit of a desperate battle, and Juicy so scared. He thinks it's fruitless. He's checking the top. He knows if he goes for it, his feet will be exposed for so long. Gets up on the rappel, hopefully trying to finish off that wall. This is, I think he was trying to go for a Michelangelo and ended up with the Picasso. Not the intention behind it, but he finally gets the job done.
It's taken long enough, and the very least, we can now move forward. In the meantime, though, Knights have been taking a lot of the pressure across into logistics, into con, which is good. You can see God Legion on main stairs still looking for that flank. Last time he went for this, he got absolutely clapped. Not even a chance at doing the damage, but that intel could have been huge had he been able to spot that one out. Haywood again opening the bank account. Such a phenomenal player. Just batting home how good individually the Knights are.
But all of these rounds that Elevate have stolen away have been on the back of big plays from individuals. We saw the massive round from Fisher in Moto, and then, of course, God Legion stepping it up hugely on the round just prior. Fisher guy in a rock and a hard place, feeling the pressure from all sides, and the Knights just collapse for another flawless round.
That is typical Knights. They do their due diligence and they absolutely slap them around. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. We'll have the second half for you on the other side. Great signs for Elevate early on here. However, Knights, they're not giving up without a fight. And that last round, Dev, I think that just really shows how good Knights are and how consistently they play. No matter what you throw at them, they will find a way to adapt. And it just brings home why we consider them to be the best team in OCE.
Have two flawless rounds as well in the half. Knights are certainly fulfilling the expectation, the massive burden that we have put on their shoulders to storm through the OCN. But of course, it is a 3-3, Rob, and Elevate did take that lead at one point. They've looked pretty strong, despite this being a fairly new rework to their roster, adding Fisher guy. We saw Hotshot depart the roster. He actually was playing just earlier tonight in the first game. But for Elevate, it's not just having a new player come on through. It's, I think, a larger structural change to the team and a bit of a reinvigoration. Elevate were very much in a rut, and they bring in 2 players from being Fisher Guy and Molosca, who's now support staff, from a team that was at their peak, really. Meloncat was doing amazing things. They had the best run of any Oceanic team in the 6 Invitational qualifiers. But unfortunately, they did disband, and now their skill has joined forces with Elevate, and I think that that is the key, the secret to them getting in. And while Elevate did lose to the Knights on Thursday, they're looking decent here. Yes, 3-3 half is not terrible, but I think that Elevate have a serious shot here still.
I agree, and I think just to kind of hone in on that, there's been a lot of pressure on Elevate's back for the last 2 seasons. You know, Pro League, before we changed to the new format that we have, they came second when they were fighting, I believe, against, if I'm not mistaken, Fnatic, Okami back then, and Wildcard, who were all arguably at their peaks, really. They were all firing on all cylinders. So there's definitely been a lot of pressure that they would be feeling to have backed that result up. And as a result, it's definitely been I would say, a rough road for them. Now with this, it's a completely new year, completely new season. They get to start all over again, and this is what we wanted to see from them. Just making sure that they back up what we know they can do.
There's the Knights charm as well on Josh. Lovely to see. Job here for Digital is to open this floor, put pressure downstairs. Very ambitious of Elevate to look to take Kitchen, especially as, well, Hibana is banned. It makes it so difficult to open up that hatch, but they are committing. Bringing the buck is very much a sign of that. He's safer than the Sledge when it comes to the threat from C4s. And here comes that first Selma from the Ace. I believe Josh is the player with the impacts, and he's nowhere nearby. Not even going to try and impact trick that hatch. So Elevate are setting up very well for a kitchen take.
C4 off the board unless previously used, so that's a good way to start with 20 seconds. And now you will see God Legion tempt fate a little bit here. Start to push in a little bit deeper. Sage now, he is stuck. He's going to have to go for an aggressive play. Worthy's starting to get the diffuser down. God Legion's taken all of the attention away. They have not been able to deny it, but that's what we needed to see from Knights. How quick are these trades coming in? Digital now, he needs to be controlled. He needs to be calm and composed. He has the high ground advantage. Absolutely no need for him to try and play aggressive here. Just take your time. There's a 7-second defuse being stuck.
The gas!
He needs to take the engagement. He'll be able to find the one. Got to be careful as he backs up into it. And Josh, he has no choice but to try and stick it here. Oh no, Digital! What's happened? Digital! No! How? Has he done that? Everything he could have wanted, everything he could have needed, Dev. What?
And he takes it like a champ. What a clutch from Josh. The 2 versus 1 did not pan out how Knights had hoped for. Digital played it so well, but it just was not enough. He ran out of bullets. He didn't have the holes, couldn't get the angle. And that's the problem. He was standing right above the holes. You can't aim directly downwards. He couldn't hit him. And just look at the shots pummeling into Josh's hand. 25 HP, takes it like a champ, and clutches the round.
Oh my word. Talking about Digital. Such an unlucky set of circumstances there. And now, that was the round for me. That was the round that Elevate needed to start things off in the right motion, in the right way. But they don't have a choice. This is it. They just have to move on. They have to focus on what will be a CCTV and cash attack. But by all means, Dev, it was pretty impressive. The way they were able to take that fight to Knights, open things up, get that diffuser down, just didn't tidy up.
A lot of things went right there for Elevate, for sure. I think Digital was really good in that early round. He scared off Knights from contesting, and Elevate managed to open that hatch, but yeah, all in the retake there for Knights. Really good job to bring it back to that even man count and manage to clutch it at the end from the 1v1. But we go, we move, we continue on. Elevate, can't dwell too much on the past. And in the past, it was teams like Meloncat, where Fisher Guy used to call his home, that did somewhat struggle from, people called it, you know, the throwing curse, or the curse of getting a little bit tilted. And I think that Elevate, or rather Meloncat, did start to really reinvent themselves and figure out how to get past that curse. And hopefully that's something that Molosca and Fisho have brought to the team to help them get past from moments like that, which would otherwise be incredibly confronting and incredibly detrimental to the performance of the team for the remaining rounds.
Hard agree. Hard agree. It's taken a minute. They have finally been able to let loose and open up CCTV wall. Got a lot more to do, though. I don't know where they're... Okay, so they have no control of logistics or con yet. For me, that's a bit of an issue. If that's where they're going to try to add a little bit more pressure, they haven't been able to force out Haywood either. Time is running pretty thin here.
That's one big difference between these two teams. We commended Juicy and Josh together when they were attacking this objective, the way that they pushed and dealt with the Kennels Wall themselves very early on, while the other three players on the squad took control of Master, Logistic, etc. It saved a lot of time. Now, fortunately for Elevate, there's no one contesting this side of the map, so they take it for free and make up for that lost time without wasting too many seconds.
There we are at the minute mark. Finally got control.
Oh, okay. That smoke was just to waste any ADS there, and the nade was to follow through and clear that electric claw, but it did miss. Went far too deep. You can see the explosion on the right-hand side of your screen for where it hit. Fisho Guy's now just looking for that electric claw so he can ping it out. I think he spotted it. I think it's actually on the south side of that wall in CCTV itself. Perhaps it's below. You can see it pinged out now. Can't quite see exactly where it landed. They're going to be looking for it and hopefully to clear that one so they can breach this wall. 25 seconds, finally they do, and this is going to have to be a rushed execute, but the impact!
This is massive. This is huge from Knights. Look how much time they have delayed. Nothing left for Elevate. They have to funnel through the choke points, and they have no choice but to try and take fights that are not in their favor. Knights. That is how you defend CCTV and cash. Elevate struggled from the first minute to the last second.
There are so many different layers of that from Knights, and the moral of the story, or not so much the moral, but the key element of that story was all about the hard breach. We saw it at the start. We talked about how long it took for Elevate to breach open Kennel's Wall. In partial, thanks to Knights not only cheese gratering up the wall with the shotgun to make it hard to Maverick, but also the gases came out as well, meaning that Maverick had to lay on back for a minute and let that smoke dissipate before giving it another go. And you add to that the other layer of once Elevate finally did open Kennels, they rotate over and try and breach Con into Cash. Not only have they got to deal with that electric claw, which took the better part of a minute, but after that, there's another layer. There's still those impact grenades. Knights just completely outdid Elevate, and it just left no time left for that execute.
Really hammering that nail in for Knights now. Perfect position for them to be in. We may well see another 7-3 victory for Knights, 7-4, but it just... After so many close rounds for Elevate, you know, it should realistically be 5-3 now. We're talking about a 2-on-1 in the first half where Sage was able to bring that back. We're then talking about the 2-on-1 for the first round of their attacking half where Digital just couldn't find that kill. It's just small margins. It's the 1%ers that continue to do the damage. It is really what has been at the forefront for Elevate. Just converting the 1%ers, those big rounds when you need to.
That's turned this seemingly very closely matched game into one that Knights has begun to run away with on their defense. That's the thing, newer teams and teams that have made significant roster changes and revamps to how they play the game, such as Elevate, they do tend to be a little bit slower because there are more words that have to come through in the communication, because you don't quite have that natural chemistry that builds up over a long period of time of playing with the same people where things can be unsaid. You just know that that player is going to do that because they always do. Instead, you have to communicate it. You have to spend more time. You have to communicate more things on the fly, not as much as pre-prepared. And that time, it starts to sink away. And Elevate have been running out of time.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And this is much better. Like clockwork from Fisho Guy this round. Both reinforcements have been open by the minute 15 mark. Just what you love to see. Sage will more than likely just sit, bide his time. Oh, God. See you later, alligator. God Legion, what a haircut.
Dino certainly cooked up a storm right there. And, well, man, Knights are firmly in control of this one. The pressure from Elevate to place on the east side of the map, on kennels, on construction, it's just gone. And so much control still for the Knights. Elevate desperately trying to see what they can do. Now Fisho cautious of the presence of Dino here in CCTV. 57 seconds and there just aren't enough options open for Elevate. So Digital decides to make some. And Fisho gets it on at 2, but 2 players down. It's suddenly a 2 versus 2. Hayward desperately coming back to sight.
They have to be so careful here now. Elevate, they have what they need, and all it is Dino in a 1 versus 3 to bring it back. And that's a nice way to start. My God, don't give Dino the inch. He's looking for everything right now. They pull off the diffuser. Both players low at this point. Still continuing to bait him out. He slows down. Look at the patience from him. He is on point. He knows full well that if he can find the kill, he isolates a 1v1. But what a decision from Elevate.
What a great way to just pump up and fire on all cylinders. We said they had no control after losing God Legion of cash, kennels, etc. That entire side of the map, which is always your secondary point of ingress. Elevate decided to just commit. Knights were spread too thin. Elevate found that weakest link in the chain and sent it in through the Jacuzzi breach. It worked so well. They read it so well. They played patiently when they needed to. And they reeled it back in. Took out the Knights. Excellent work from Elevate. And it's moments like that, Rob, that really start to see the potential of this roster.
Yep.
And this reinvigoration that they've had merging with Meloncat.
You just hope, you kind of sit there and hope that this is the turning point for Elevate, that this is the point where we look at them and, you know, because what we have to do is we have to look at the bigger picture, right? And the biggest picture for me, Elevate, they're in APAC South. They have an incredible opportunity to show what they can do at a much higher level. And it comes from the national leagues, which is OCN, which is what we are watching right now, what we are witnessing. Elevate, how they adapt, how they continue to improve as a team, because we know it's a long year ahead. And they need to get the small things right. They need to understand what the dynamics are in the team. And so far, I would say that this has looked like a much different and much better Elevate than what we've seen for the past 12 months.
No doubt about it. Elevate have taken themselves and had a good hard look at the ugly bits and started to touch them up. And while it hasn't been a long time, they are absolutely on the right track. And while there are some moments of woe, you know, we're looking at Digital right now. He had a great last round, very impactful, but he did lose that 1 versus 1 clutch that we thought was so winnable for him. And no doubt that weighs on his mind. We like to rag on him, have a bit of fun with him because he's such a larrikin, such a funny character. But also, you've got to make sure that if you're Digital, you don't let that kind of banter and get to you.
Well, somewhat of a cast of curse, not talking about Vast himself, but Digital of the teammate of, and Vast, after winning a couple of 1v1s early on, hasn't had the full impact that we would have liked. That's once again a big opening for Knights. That's the sledge off the board. Obviously not all the soft breach potential, so no harm, no foul, but still a fair bit that kind of is ripped away with a player like Vast falling so early. Josh as well in such a... Oh my...
Oh, perfect!
Oh, Dev, how dangerous was that?
They must have known. It looked like from our side, Josh was in a power position and they had no idea. He had so much utility in his pocket. 2 impacts and 4 were my discs. And I thought, look, it's worth it if they don't get to use that utility, if he still makes a play here. But clearly, Elevate, they had the info, they had a hidden drone. And God Legion sends in the concussion. Immediately, the peek comes through from Fisho. Josh didn't know what hit him.
I'll tell you what hit him. It was the hard brick wall from Fisho. Just absolute boink on the head. And now, maybe a little bit more uncomfortable. They're going to start to push into dirt a little bit more. That was not reinforced, sorry, I should say, which is a layup. A deep push here from Elevate, Dev.
Look at this commitment. 2 players from Elevate sending it deep. That's the kill! The double from God Legion, looking for another. He gets traded, but this is everything Elevate needed. They drop the kitchen hatch, and they're ready to make a play, but the C4 stops them dead in their tracks. It's all on Haywood now in the 1v2.
Well, they don't have the ash wall open. The rotates too hard. Fisho's watching down the line. How good is that from Elevate? What a call, Dev. What a play. And the commitment is second to none.
After looking like this, it slipped right through their fingers. Elevate bring themselves back into it. We're even 5-5. The next team to get around confirms themselves at least 1 point from tonight's game, as they have guaranteed at least overtime. Look at that nasty shot from God Legion. We've already seen him cop an ace in the game earlier today, and he's still bringing that fire. Great shot at the end from Fisho as well, holding the long angle to make sure there was no chance Haywood was clutching that. Elevate certainly came back in that.
Bringing it back full circle as well, Dev. You highlighted God Legion as one of those impactful players for Elevate in the lineups, and you know, we were talking about what would happen if he was able to kind of hit his performance tonight, and that's it. That's what you're after from a player like God Legion. I think, you know, 12-7 aside, an incredible game so far, but it is really in those moments, in those power play moments. They lose that there at 6-4. If he can't find the kills there, that dirt, that tunnel push gets nullified really quickly. And it's just the confidence. This is what we saw from God Legion. I want to say this time last year was that confidence, was that ability. And he's shown signs of it throughout Six Masters, throughout OCN Stage 2 in 2020. And this is setting a precedence that I absolutely love.
God's definitely one of those big players, always been big name in the Oceanic scene. Incredibly talented player, and I'm really glad to see he's overcoming his demons and getting straight back into it, which is what Knights are going to need to do right here, right now. Cash is the objective. Now, they've won this once and they haven't lost it a single time. Only that one round we've seen it played, and it was a very convincing one. Elevate just too slow. They couldn't deal with the wall denial at all, especially when it came to that construction side. Too many layers from Knights, but I think it's a different story this round. Elevate already looking much stronger.
I would definitely agree with that. I mean, we were looking at the 2-minute mark and they still had an open CCTV wall. This time they're going to look to put a little bit more pressure into Garage, which is something that we kind of missed in that last round. They put a lot of focus and attention across to Con once they had CCTV open, and this way they'll be able to kind of best. Oh, that's going to be nice from Sage. Didn't make it in time. No, doesn't look like it did, and that is going to be both Selma charges, or the one Selma charge, but 2 charges being blown off.
Interesting. Usually you see the hard hold from the Wamai playing on the rafters itself, but Sage now falling back to red, abandons that position at bottom garage, leaving Hayward to his own devices to hold. Knights looking to shape up for this garage take. Worthy sends forth the drone. Fisho going to the garage door. He's going to take this gunfight with Hayward. Hopefully some utility to support. Hayward safe and toasty behind this ADS for now.
Key word there, for now. Starting to get those shots just coming in a little bit closer. He's going to have pressure from about 3 different angles, but we've seen so many highlight plays from here. Hayward, he just needs to stay alive. Look at that. That's what you love to see, Dev. An absolute funnel of utility and dealt with not even peeking, not even showing a body.
That was textbook from Elevate. So good. And Hayward goes down. 30 seconds left. And once again, time is the enemy. 5 versus 4. And Worthy preparing for this execute. He goes in. 20 seconds remaining. Fast wasting time. Pushing up red for the double. And he goes straight on into cash. The 3K from the captain. And it's all on Dino in the 1 versus 3. Diffuser knocked down. Vast is hungry for more. Digital closes it down, and Elevate push to match points.
Fast is an animal. Elevate hitting new heights here in the first Playday of Oceanic Nationals. That is another level. We are seeing something completely different, a new beast altogether. This is promising. A triple kill on the entry. I thought Josh had made that possible with that double C4 kill. But given absolutely no room to move whatsoever. And Knights, they have to go to the basement. And that vigil, this is going to be interesting.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Massive
defused by
moment
attackers.
for the Knights. For all that we have hyped them up this game, they now have the onus on them to push overtime. This game would already be over had we seen that round from Digital go his favor in that 1v1 when Josh pulled off that cheeky defuse. If that had gone to Elevate, this game would already be over, and Elevate would have locked in their revenge for their match against Knights from last Thursday in APAC South. But Knights, they are certainly on the back foot, and I can guarantee they are taking this match seriously. They're going to push hard to get those 2 points that are still on the line for them.
The signs that are being shown excite me beyond belief. For so long, Elevate have remained dormant in terms of really the impactful games, the impactful rounds. And now coming to a head. And this is something we saw Knights do very early on when they know they've got the room to move. You can see Vast's pre-placed drone there. They waste no time in getting in. At the very least, cutting off some of these lines. Quite a heavy roam here from Knights at the moment with 3 players up in and around Con.
Very much an intel denial focused roam with the Mute and the Mozzie and the Vigil, but no castle. So does mean that Elevate can open up those long lines of sight with relative ease, cut off the rotations from these Knights players, potentially leaving the opportunity for Elevate to try and focus their push onto site and prevent the retreat from these Knights players.
They have to identify that though. Worthy, huge pick onto Dino. That's the leader. That's the figurehead of Knights gone. And with this now, they have the man advantage. They just need to ensure they don't crumble.
Dancing with death is Josh as he takes out another drone. Hayward finally gets one back for the Knights. Josh still upstairs. It's a waiting game, and Elevate are so patient.
Sage just making it around the corner in time. Josh's rotate is still not caught. A great trade from God Legions. It's left, right, and center. 2 players fall for Elevate. They had it in their grasp. And it's all on to Worthy and Digital to make up for his previous mistake. Josh goes low. Digital cannot fall here. Worthy doubles down with him. And now with 50 seconds, Dev, they have all the time in the world.
But it will start to slip away gradually. One player on each team low HP. Worthy full. Being live droned in by Digital, sees the stray bullets from one player and starts to try to breach onto the site, but the mute jammer impedes his path. Juicy's so low, but starts to get those gas canisters out. 25 seconds. This is going to have to be massive from Elevate to win the game outright.
Match point, and they head to the kitchen hatch to make this work. There is a flash that's caught Worthy, and Hayward's going to go aggressive here. He gets caught. Now it's into a 1 versus 2. Juicy with the SMG-11. They've got no clue where he is. He hides in the smoke. He finds the first. Ringer, roll. Even Worthy manages to catch him. Elevate for the first time in over 6 games defeat the Knights.
A stellar performance from Elevate. This fresh roster, this amalgamation, it works. And they catch up to the Knights with plenty of time. What a game and what a rivalry is developing. The most anticipated team in Oceania of 2021 has gone down to Elevates.
My word. What a game. What a tone that has been set here in the first Playday. Knights crumble and Elevate. They climb and continue to climb that mountain. Dev, so many key factors, so many pivotal rounds there for Elevate to bring that back. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say that that is one of the best games I've seen played from Elevate. They had 2 extra chances at grabbing a 2v1 and that 1v1 from Digital that weren't confirmed. That could have been a 7-4, 7-3 kind of match in Elevate's favor. What a performance.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. That was a fantastic game. One of the most exciting ones that I've casted in a very long time. Elevate gave it their all. And I can't believe, Rob, that this is only Playday 1 of OCN. We have so much more to come. I am just out of my mind excited right now.
I believe there's 7 more or 6 more play days to go for Elevate. And like we were just saying, the tone's been set. We have now hit a new height for Elevate. And I think that from Knights' perspective, obviously that is a huge loss for them. When we're looking at the grand scheme of things, we have been saying this entire broadcast and beforehand as well that really Knights are who we are looking to be the #1 team in Oceania. Have they just been challenged? That's the real question.
It's going to be hugely difficult now for the Knights to stay on the top, at least out of the regular season, keeping in mind that you've got teams like Order, now Elevate clearly posing a prominent threat, and Wildcard. These are the main teams that we've talked about, but Knights have just missed out on 3 whole points. They didn't even push overtime and get the 1 consolation point. Elevate have run away with all 3, and now honestly, if Elevate can deal with Wildcard like they did at the Wrecked Omen Gauntlet, then it's just Order that is standing between Elevate and finishing the season as #1. That is insane.
That is absolutely insane. And I think overall, Elevate have played out of their minds. And you know what we love to do when we see something like this happen? We love to hear it from the horse's mouth. Let's bring in the horse himself, Digital.
Boys,
Horsey
boys.
What
Lads, how
a
are we?
victory, my friend. I'm going to give you the floor right now. What I honestly, from our side, from Dev and I's side, we're almost speechless. What a game, mate.
Yeah, what a game. Individually, my heart's beating, my heart's beating so fast because I felt like I was in like 8 of those clutches, 2 of which I lost, and what a game. Like I'm glad that we won. Like that's pretty much, yeah, I'm just glad we won. Credit to the boys. It's really easy, like two rounds down to like just, lose the mental game, especially after like that clutch that I lost. It's like really easy, but you just got to rally the boys and say it is what it is, and it's exactly what we did. We went on to win the next 4. So, credit to the boys. We all played really well.
That was so insane, dude. I'm no doubt there were some mean comments in chat when you missed that clutch, but I know you can take it. You're such a lad. But to come back and win 4 attacks in a row, dude, that is insane. What has happened with Elevate, this roster? You've been through it thick and thin. You bring on Fisher, you bring on Milo, you bring on the Melon Cat guys, and you start to reinvent the squad. What's it like? What's happening down in the trenches?
What's changed? I don't know. We've always aimed to like what we're working towards now, of like creating like a roster that's capable of calling and working together really well. Not having these premeditated pushes, but then also being able to adapt. Pretty much what any team wants to become. That's what we've always wanted to become, and I feel like getting Fish Show sort of fast track that progress. And yeah, within the short amount of time that we've had with him, we've really confident, and we're loving the results, and the potential's it's unmatched to anything we've had before. So just really excited, just for the future.
And I'm going to hone it in a little bit more specific for this. 6 games plus it's been since you've been able to take any kind of result away from the Knights. There's been some close ones, but this is the big one. Tell me what it means. What does it feel like to take down Knights, especially after, realistically playing them on 2 different occasions in the last 4 weeks?
It feels good. Like, wins always feel good, and that's exactly what it feels like. I can't really elaborate on that. Yeah, I don't know. Just
no salt in the wounds for me.
Nah. Yeah, that's all I've got to say.
All right.
Well, what I'm gonna say, dude, is that was so amazing. That was such a pleasure to watch. You guys really put on a show, and I just can't wait to see what you guys are doing next week.
And I'll let you have the floor for one final time, mate. Anything you got to say?
Yeah, look. Cheers for watching, guys. You're probably on the spot there, Rob. Cheers for watching, boys. Appreciate it. Catch us whenever our next game is. I actually don't know. It's soon though. Our schedule's it's tomorrow. What am I saying? It's tomorrow.
Yes, it's tomorrow night, mate. You're cool. You know what? We're gonna.
It's Bliss, so you just forget the university.
We're gonna cut you off there. We're gonna cut you off. We've obviously thrown you on the spot, mate. I thought you were a character.
Thanks.
Go play some ultimate frisbee, and we'll see you tomorrow, mate.
Oh, I'm still throwing, aren't I, boys? I'm still throwing. I'm keeping that meanwhile. So managed to win and keep up the idea of me throwing. So there we go.
You're a legend, mate. You're a legend. All right, mate. We'll catch you tomorrow. My goodness, what an absolute character! You gotta love him.
What a content machine he is.
Oh my God, so many good results from that game. Honestly, it really excites me to see what's coming up, especially for all of the matches that we're going to kind of get to develop all the storylines. But this storyline in itself is utterly incredible. God Legion, 13-8, really put the team on the shoulders for a lot of those big impactful plays, Dev.
100%. 5 of those kills were in the ace. He was very hot on the entries as well. Digital might be at the bottom of the scoreboard, but credit to him, he still had a great performance. There were some really impactful plays from him, and of course, a lot of the results don't always line up in the statistics. Now, just keep in mind that it's the Elevate roster who's next to the Knights logo, and vice versa. So it's the Elevate boys on the top there.
Yeah.
Great game. Just really, really can't get over it, honestly. So good.
That one's gonna sit in my memory for a very long time. I think Juicy, Juicy's someone we can highlight for Knights that I think we may have expected a little bit more from there. Not even just necessarily the entries. Going -3, just felt like there were a couple of issues, which I think will be tidied up really quickly.
Well. You want to add to that the fact that Knights had actually 2 flawless rounds across their attack and some other really, really strong defenses as well. Some rounds that were almost flawless. So despite falling here to Elevate, Knights have so much positive feedback to take away from that match, which is no doubt harder for them because they look at a lot of those rounds and they're like, no, we did everything right here and it was perfect. But there are some crucial moments there that cost Knights the game and that Elevate took with both hands.
They certainly did. They took with both hands and they ran away, which is what we're going to do right now. We're going to run away to a short break, but on the other side, we've got Order taking on Wildcard. We'll see you then.
Disable the diffuser. Drop the bomb. Bomb located by attack.
How many are there? 6?
6. I think I should ace this. I should, yeah. 5's reasonable, I think.
I think I'll do okay. I'd be happy with getting at least half.
2.
My name is Digital.
Hello, my name's Dino.
I am Vincia.
And this is the 6 Sounds Audio Challenge. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a Rooney's Gate, I think.
What the hell?
Okay, so it's reloading. That's an Rooney gate going up, I think.
I think it's 0. 0 is Gadget. Dino shoots into the wall.
Yeah, that's definitely her placing it on the door frame and then that's it activating for sure.
Yes, get in. Get in. I was rightfully confident.
That has a sound? I wasn't gonna get that. This is one of 3 sounds. It's either operator pick, you just lost the round, or you just won the round.
That is the sound of the map starting just before ban phase.
The intro noise? Yeah. Wait. Oh, wait, no, that's a... Oh.
You're loading into just a map. You're loading into the map.
Which map?
Just a map. I don't know a map. I don't know.
I feel like it's definitely a map I've played a lot. I think Clubhouse. I'm gonna say Clubhouse. I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna say Clubhouse.
Consulate. Consulate, I'm just gonna guess it. Locking in Consulate.
Hereford base.
I should have got that.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So there's different sounds to different maps. Interesting. I normally alt tab out when we're loading into it.
It's a gun shooting. I think the gun sounds sound different on different sound profiles.
Okay, so it's a gun. Duh. And
Oh yeah. Wait, like maybe the reload sound will give it off.
I think it's Dutch's AR. I think it's called AR-13 or AR-33 or something.
It's a new attack. I feel like it's a new attacker.
That's like a lever pulling back, so maybe Buck. You're gonna have to say Buck, but I don't think that's right.
I'm gonna go Gridlock's gun. AR-33. Play that again. No, you have done some editing to that.
Did someone get that right? It was Ditch, wasn't it?
When sounds actually mean something to me, like when it's actually useful, then yeah, I know what it is. Loading into a map, that's not gonna help me in comp. I'm not gonna remember that.
That is ridiculous, man.
That's just changing the gun firing mode.
Wait. One.
That's easy. That's when you're changing a gun from single burst in order, changing fire mode.
It's like three modes. You like hear it. I'm gonna go lock in bullet rate of fire mode. Oh, I reckon 4 from 6 here is credible.
2 out of 6. Woo! You're punching something. Oh, you're punching Castle's Barricade.
Castle's Barricade, don't know the name of them, but the Castle Barricade being, yeah, destroyed by meleeing.
Punching a castle barricade till it opens, I think.
So it starts off hard and it's going easier, I think. Alright.
Alright, last one, come on.
Okay, what's this? It's not in-game. Oh, it's an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack, that's, yeah. Come on, mates, come on. That's alpha pack.
Did I beat digital? That's all I care.
Not happy, but then also happy, because I sort of came back there, so...
You win!
What do I get, though?
Pride?
Yeah, that's alright. I'll take that.
I'm happy that I got 4 out of 6, but because he got 4 out of 6, no.
I guess I'm just playing more than you guys, and I mean, it shows. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll just have to beat him in game, which should be easy.
Woo.
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
Quote unquote, I just have to beat him in game, which will be easy. That's from Dino, aimed at digital. Dev, I'm gonna give you the floor for a second. That's salt.
Well, he's going to have to make playoffs to prove it. That'll be his next chance because he certainly did not tonight.
Oh, man, that just set that up perfectly. Final thoughts on that matchup that we just saw Elevate and the Knights 7-5 victory to Elevate.
Excellent, excellent game. What a rematch and revenge. Best served hot by Elevate for their game in the Rex Omen Gauntlet Grand Final and for the APAC South just the other day. So fantastic stuff from Elevate. They're looking to get back into it.
They certainly are. And of course, we are back into it, back into all of the action now. I want to take a quick second to say thank you very much to Snap Fitness. You can see them right here. Cheeky little Snap Fitness. And of course, the lower third that we have First 4 weeks, only $4. I don't know if you know much about gyms, but that is pretty damn cheap. So make sure you hit the exclamation mark snap in Twitch chat. You'll see a little bit more information. And of course, as always, thank you very much for sponsoring this. This kind of stuff doesn't happen without the sponsors. And well, Snap is the perfect one to have on board. My little weak arms will get gains one day. So we'll try and work on that, Dev.
Mate, we have a get jacked pact, don't we?
We do.
We're gonna get jacked. Yeah.
We are 100%. Don't you worry. We're gonna
and
get.
You guys are gonna hold us accountable to that.
Chances.
You can see the week-to-week progress. You can see I'm not starting with much. All right.
Oh goodness me! I love you, mate. We're gonna.
When you start from the
jacked.
bottom, it's easy to go somewhere.
You've got nowhere to go but up. Nowhere to
Exactly,
go but up,
exactly.
mate. It's okay. It's okay. Oh god. Well, that's a good segue into our next game. Nowhere but up for Wildcard and of course Okami, which we have facing each other now. This roster is what seems as old as time. It is one of our main El Clasicos here in the Oceanic region. And let's bring it down to a very serious note right now. We have a wounded Wildcard and an Akami, an ex-Akami, that have now turned into one of the most, I would say, profound rosters that we have. And this is them, Jack Daddy, Joker, Cutie, Specker, and Itby Style. The big addition here, Nico. What a pickup.
Yeah, huge pickup. Former player for Meloncat or Noble. We've seen that team kind of disperse amongst the other OCN teams. Nico getting picked up by Order alongside the rest of the roster. A big Australian org with beautiful swag. Love their merch, love their style. And these guys have been on a tear in the past. However, hit a bit of a hiccup just on Thursday against 7th Heaven in the APAC South Division. 7th Heaven were the lowest rated team in the whole league, and they managed to defeat Order in an incredibly convincing game. Definitely not the start that this roster wanted under their new banner. So this is their chance to redeem themselves and also their chance to face up against an old foe in Wildcard.
Yeah, honestly, it's a really great kind of arc for Order right now. And like you're saying, there does come a point where you have to prove your worth. And this is it. Oceanic Nationals, you're up against what has been considered to be the best team in the region up until now. And that is, of course, Wildcard. A wounded Wildcard at that, unfortunately. We need to take a little step aside here and just talk about this for a second. Diesel has unfortunately stepped away for the game indefinitely, or from the game indefinitely, which has meant that Silex has had to step into the roster. They couldn't get a transfer in time. So it is without a doubt a weaker roster than what we would have expected with Diesel. However, there's nothing taking away from what Silex knows about the game or how he can perform, Dev.
Absolutely. Silex is the OG, in fact, the only remaining OG of this roster. He played way back when Pro League first began in the region. This team at the time was called Atletico. It's been under very many names. Silex was a great support player, and something that's really convenient for him stepping into Diesel's shoes is that he effectively played the same role as Diesel. And when Diesel was brought on, it was actually when Silex moved to coach. So Diesel was Silex's replacement, and now Silex is returning the favor back again, but he has been out of the game for a little while.
Yeah, and it's, very unfortunate circumstances, but I think for Order, there's no better time to strike. This is when you need to make your mark. A team like Wildcard, they won't remain down and out for long. You know the names, you know how good they've been for so long. Players like Gio and Vinny, and of course, I'm not even going to dismiss Pat, especially Emo Rin, who has just been such a staple member of that roster for so long and has produced some of the best highlights in Oceanic esports, period. They will not be down for long.
That's it. We're talking a lot about this whole Diesel Silex situation, but the chapter before that is Wildcard's most successful and dominant run ever in Oceanic history. 12 months where they were the best team in the region, undisputed. Players like Pat and Gio, like you said, Emorin, these were all the MVPs. They brought on Vinny to replace Ethan, who was another star player, and Vinny stepped into those shoes and made that role his own. He outdid himself. He was a solid MVP during the Oceanic Nationals as well. So this roster has hit a massive peak, and this is just the next hurdle that they have encountered. And it's a question, can they mount it?
And that's a really good question to ask. Speed bumps and hurdles are all the same. You have to hit them on the run and keep moving. Otherwise, fortunately, we look at a situation like Meloncat. That is just what happens sometimes. But we know that this roster has so much heart in it. And I think the big point here for us to talk about in this game in particular is going to be the map. I think that that could decide a lot of what happens here. We saw Order, I think, like a couple of days ago, get absolutely clapped, and Raven and I were talking about it. We thought it was because of the map veto. So where are we expecting to go, and where does Wildcard need to go to make this work, Dev?
Well, to answer the first part of that question, Order, they lost to 7th Heaven on Clubhouse, a convincing 7-3, and you look at Clubhouse, it is a map that they play a lot, but they have a really poor record. Over the last 8 times they've played it, they've only won 6. But their most banned map is something like Cafe, which is pretty comfortable territory for Wildcard. It's pretty well known that Order love the Oregon. I think that's a pretty safe ban from Wildcard's side. It's hard to say exactly where we're going to end up, but I don't know. Wherever it is, I think it's going to be a difficult challenge for Wildcard to really just make sure that they band together and match Order's pace. But at the same time, we've seen Order slip behind as well. I can't really call where it will go. I know Order will want it to go to Oregon. I know Wildcard won't let it go there.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see in the veto. Maybe Chalet. I would love to see some Chalet.
Oh, please. I would love to see Okami on Chalet. Let's have a look at it. Let's bring it up and see exactly where we're going to be heading. We go to Clubhouse again. Okay,
Right.
so this was a big talking point for us little less than 3 days ago now. If Order can't get the result on Clubhouse that they're looking for, Dev, I think we've got to start questioning certain decisions that are being made there. But that is a very long way away. I want to make sure that I emphasize that.
Absolutely. It's somewhat grim now for Order. Looking at Clubhouse, I really hope they've got something to show for it, because just on Thursday they lost 7-3 in embarrassment to 7th Heaven. Before that, in the Rectome and Gauntlet, they lost the map tonight. And if you look a little bit further back in history, during Oceanic Nationals last year, Wildcard beat Order on Clubhouse, a convincing 7-3. This isn't a map where historically Order have had a lot of success, even locally within our region, even against teams like Elevate and Wildcard. It's just not been their go-to.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen Coastline played, honestly. And Coastline would have made for a very heavy fire kind of map, but that's okay. You know what? Don't worry about me. Let's just worry about in the game. And in the game, we go to Clubhouse. That is where we will determine how these teams kickstart Oceanic Nationals, how they start Stage 1. This is where it is, the first step. It has to be in the right direction. Both teams coming off the back of a loss in APAC South. It's time for them to step up, and it's time for them to show us what they're worth here. Let's get it on.
These are also rosters, continuation of rosters that are OG to the Oceanic scene. Wildcard have gone under the names like Auglis, Atletico, even Tactical Potatoes. Back in the day, Order have gone under names like Okami, Darksided, Mindfreak, Corvidae, and Maelstrom even back in the day as well. This is a historical match between two massive teams which still have some of the OG members present.
And that is crazy to think. Through all of the, what we call the ANZ roster shuffle, and through all of the trials and tribulations, the fact that we still have core members to this day from how many years now, Dev?
Oh, 4 or 5 years at this point.
My God, it runs deep. And I'm sure it will run even deeper here on Clubhouse. Anything really blaringly obvious here as we head to the banning phase?
Well, for the most part, this has been an incredibly similar operator veto to what we saw in the Elevate Knights game. The only difference is that Wamai, instead of the Malusi we saw, leaves Malusi on the table, but that Wamai is very impactful operator on this map. I'm thinking of positions like rafters on the cash defense. You can use those discs to protect yourself from the projectiles. We saw, I can't remember which player it was, eat about 2 or 3 nades and flashbangs simultaneously trying to play on those rafters last game. And well, the Wamai is the exact reason you ban that, so you can do that kind of abusive util dump into the enemy players and clear out those power positions. But just to briefly touch on what we'd already mentioned in game 1, that Hibana is a really impactful ban ever since the change came through where she can select how many pellets she does use at one time. Because now it's really not possible to impact trick with a Hibana on the board as for the kitchen hatch. You really need to ban it out, and so I think that's the idea here. It keeps impact tricking as a possibility in the game.
Well, let's see how impactful it's all going to be. It obviously leaves the Maverick in. And the Snap Fitness community vote, ladies and gentlemen, 50-50. It is split right down the middle. I feel like that is a fair assessment from the community and definitely a fair assessment from us as casters. This really could be a tit-for-tat kind of game. But if you do want to have your say, be sure to head over to Twitter. Look at Rainbow Six or R6 Esports OCE, and of course Snap Fitness AU. Go hit them up with a cheeky little follow. Get involved in that vote, because it's only the more numbers we have, the better it is. Gives us a good indication. And a 50-50 split, I think it's going to make for a very, very interesting matchup.
Certainly an exciting prospect, and we'll see. Have Wildcard started to pick up the pieces from their loss in an APAC? South to Q confirmed. Silex had an incredibly difficult game. His return to comp after being out of the game for, how long? Year and a half?
A very long time.
Actually, it's been more like 2 years, potentially even longer.
Yep.
It's been a very long time since Silex has had to do anything other than carry me in ranks. And we'll see if he's up to the task. Aspeka getting a bit ambitious here on the angle. He takes off Gio's head without too much trouble. And the man himself opens up this historic game.
Jeez, that is going to be frustrating to say the very least. With that, though, Gio's going to have to put that one in the back pocket and move on. They've been able to flush out what was the roamers. And I think there's still one more up there, actually. Still, okay, so Jack Daddy and, sorry, it's actually Jack Daddy and Joker that are holding strong right now. As Jack Daddy inverts and falls back, sound cues have been made, and Joker's still up there. So a lot of damage can still be done from this roam, from this position. And Jack Daddy's so close to being able to support that. Look at the time, though. The time is dwindling so fast here for Wildcard.
Wildcard, always known as a team that takes their time. But ever since losing Diesel, things have definitely been slower and less efficient, less effective. Vinny, what happened there? Who was meant to be covering him? Pat desperately staring up that staircase, knowing that Jack Daddy is long gone. 3 versus 5. Messy and desperate now for Wildcard. 2 roamers still upstairs, full control. This is nothing but desperate.
Wildcard are having to go for a Hail Mary here, which might have been caught by Pat and Silex. Before you blink, it is a 2 versus 2 retake from Mainstairs and Modo. How on earth have they even made this close? Pat now holding the line. This could well be the round for Wildcard, Dev.
And if so, it would be an insane 2v5, but Jack Daddy steps up. Silex, the coach, filling in for Diesel, has to find 2 players. Caught in the crossfire, it is not enough. Order don't know it yet, but they've already got the down. It's only a matter of time before they finish him off and get that defuse. A valiant effort in the 2 versus 5. But Joker and Jack Daddy come back from the roam and seal the deal.
It was always going to be the case of no matter what they were able to do on site, they still had to deal with 2 players And if they'd gone slow and methodical, the two players in the roam would have been able to flank them so quickly. And it would have completely disrupted anything they look to do. And instead, they go fast, they find the picks, they trade efficiently. They just can't get past that final hurdle. A really unfortunate circumstance for Silex with that Banshee so close to him. Just enables Order to get into position to take that easy fight. But that all came down to time management. We were looking at Jack Daddy, and I believe it was Joker up on the second floor, still with a minute left, and it didn't look like Wildcard had made their final decision on whether they were going to deal with them or not. So,
Defenders, protect your bombs from
just reiterating what you said, Dev, there are issues that need to be addressed with timing and pacing, even though that has been their strong suit for so long.
Wildcard's always been a thorough and methodical team. They do all the steps required, and they do take a long time doing it, but they get the job done, and that's unfortunately not quite been the case since this roster change. They've struggled just completing the steps. They've taken just as much time, if not more, trying to complete them, but they haven't quite been as successful. And aggressive players tend to punish them. We saw that. Vinny completely uncovered, whether it's communication breakdowns. Perhaps Diesel was a primary force behind the communication, but the most vocal player on this roster, we don't know for sure. I will say that Silex is an excellent player individually. He has an incredible knowledge of the game, and he's an incredibly supportive player. He's always ready to help his teammates, but losing Diesel is a significant blow that the entire of this team is going to have to shoulder.
It's a great point you make about realistically everyone having to come together for it, because that's just, it is the unfortunate side of this right now. You can't have any players hiding. Look at this from Cutie right now. They pre-prepped that run out. They tempting fate here. Emo ring with some pre-fire, nearly catches Ippy style, and Cutie walked away just in time, so that's just the warning shots.
For now, at least, Wildcard very spread out, looking to put some pressure on the bottom garage wall as Pat. Silex gets to work on this main wall. Cutie, a successful jump out, takes down Emo. Silex looks for the refrag for a moment before knowing that the situation is fraught. Much more difficult now. Silex is going to have to get one of the other players, ideally Geo, to rotate over and help remove the soft part of that wall. But Geo's off looking for this roamer. He knows he's been called over and he has to rotate. Vinny's actually going to do it for him. Goes to show how Wildcard are dealing with these player losses. Doesn't waste too much time. That's only step one of this attack.
I was going to say, Geo rotating all the way around. It was going to take him, I mean, at the very least, it would have taken him 20 seconds. No, not like this, Silex. Ippy style finds the free kill. From bad to worse here for Wildcard. The run out, then to the cheeky little peek from Ippy style. There's no one there to try and affect that trade. There's nothing that they can do. Warning shots from Jack Daddy. This is looking improbable to say the least for Wildcard.
45 seconds left. Two players low on the Order side, but where's the teeth to this attack? Vinny desperate, as is Pat, leaving just Geo left, and a flawless round at the end of it for Order. It's exactly what the doctor ordered, and they found two back-to-back looking uncontested.
Definitely not the greatest of signs, but from Order's point of view, you know that Specker and co, they're going to be loud on those comms tonight. This is a must-win game for Order. It's one of those points so early in the season, 3 points on the board against what was the best team in Oceania. And it just sets you in the right stead from the get-go. Ippy style 6-picking onto the Goyo. We see Gym and Bedroom picked. Unless he's playing with our hearts here and he's got a 6-pick back to the clash. Go on, you wouldn't.
He sticks the 6-pick in the end. No clash today, but Order has been known to run the Clash from time to time. I think it's usually Joker that plays it, if I recall. So I like that, just keeping Wildcard on their toes, not letting them get too comfortable at this point. And 2 rounds on the attack down. I think this is really going to come down to how many attacks can Wildcard get. I think 2 is manageable. If they move over to their defense, they could have a really strong defense showing. The lack of Diesel, I think, is really going to hurt them on their attacks. That's when the team has to be so coordinated.
Yeah.
And it is the coordination that Wildcard is suffering from at the moment. We saw that round number 1 and round number 2. Not having a clear call for their plan as well. I mean, I don't know what the strat is going into these rounds necessarily, and it may well be planned. But in terms of changing things on the fly, it's just not hitting the nail quite dead on.
No. And it's it's something that we were talking about. Just the defense is always going to look somewhat more comfortable for Wildcard in this situation, and so they just need to stay within arm's length of Order here on this defensive side. Now, Silex, this is where he died in the previous round. Obviously, you're not going to be peaking that aggressively from Order's point of view on this kind of hold, but he'll be cautious nonetheless. As Geo now opens up nice and quickly. Wildcard all on one side of the map for now.
Taking this map control, but still Joker to deal with. Vinny punished downstairs. Cutie finds that opening pick that he was looking for. 2nd round in a row, he's done so as well. Then he goes down on that signature IQ, but it's still not enough to save him here. Water looking so comfortable, so free, and Jack Daddy just retreats back to site. Cutie as well. So much info for Order at this point. Wildcard looking desperate.
Desperation will make anyone do some pretty absurd things, so you're back up against the corner. Some people love it, some people hate it. Right now, it does not look all that comfortable for Wildcard. It's not a good look for them. But we are still very, very early days, especially when it's been so fresh that these changes have been made. It's going to take a little bit of time to make this right, but Pat and the rest of this roster, you know, if you do give them a little bit to work with, they're going to be able to make it work just like that. Emo Rin somewhat evens out the odd. Still have a lot more to be doing here. So much control that's still left in the hands of Order with Cutie.
But Gio's found one as well. Joker fighting back. Silex goes down and he gets a 2nd as well. Pat shut down. Is the trade on? Emo Rin needs to find this, but the shotgun is too good. Joker holds down the floor, all in his lonesome, and cleaned up at the end by Specker. Order a very strong round once again. But it looked like Wildcard had a way back in. Joker stepped up.
That's the thing for Order. When things are rolling for them, they are so good individually. They are so sharp. And Joker highlighting that kind of presence right there. Wildcard somewhat looking to get back in that round, somewhat looking to affect Order's play style. Joker just standing so strong, so firm. Shotgun playing a pivotal role on that close angle against Emo Rin as he made his way through to bedroom door. And now that's the full sweep. Wildcard have seen all 3 sites and failed on every step. Now they'll be feeling a little bit more pressured, if you will, to ensure they can claw back at least 1 or 2 of these rounds, give themselves room to breathe when it heads to that second half.
If I'm Wildcard, the more time this game goes on, the more confidence I'm going to build. Keeping in mind that Silex hasn't had a great deal of time with this roster, and he wasn't actively scrimming or really playing a lot before getting introduced back in. It's fairly sudden here, so every single round that this team gets as experience together is going to improve them. Keeping in mind as well that a lot of the things that are winning these rounds for Order are capitalization on mistakes from Wildcard and simple mistakes at that. Things that Wildcard can fix from round to round. Starting to realize, okay, you know, we just didn't deal with that roam game. We didn't cover each other. And now Wildcard can start to hopefully tighten up these little tiny problems that are turning into avalanches.
That's something that we see so often. Just one mistake that's repeated round after round will really do some damage to that mental state. And so it's something that we look to them for. That's a nice long line for Emo Rin there. Doesn't really need to hold it though. Love to see a shot from that distance, I'll tell you what. They still have one to deal with on this close angle. Vinny opening up the bank account onto Jack Daddy. That's a big kill, but Mike just so quickly traded. Ordered are not giving Wildcard a second's rest. And that from Geo catches Specker on the swing. Much better now. A little bit more comfort for them, no doubt about it.
Order are giving as good as they're getting. Wildcard might, for the first time, have that man advantage, and for the first time, have found the opening kill, but Order ready to bite back. Cutie here unaddressed on the roam. There doesn't seem to be info for Wildcard. He's been so potent these last 2 rounds, finding the opening pick. Reveals his position, though, to Emo Rin on the other side. Immediately backs on off. Itby Style is taking the ground that was forfeited. Joker's found his second as well. Wildcard, they can't deal with this far and wide roam from Order. There's nothing that they can do. Every time they start to close their grasp, Order slips through it.
Slipping through the fingers for Joker there, literally being able to get away on main stairs when they had that vertical line as well. And now Wildcard are going to look to try and press from main stairs, give them something a little bit extra here. Really nice long line from Pat from main stairs. Catches at least one. Brings it back into a 3 versus 2. And Itby Style getting antsy there. That may be the round for Wildcard, and one that is very much needed.
It's on Cutie. The spray comes through. He sees the player. Bit of a wall bang. Finds Silex. It's a 1v2. Pat going for that plant. The player to cover. And Emo finally locks in the first round for Wildcard.
Excellent work from Emo there. Knew what his job was to a T. Sits back. No need to take that fight until he has to save a life. And that is the round that they will need moving forward. We go straight back to Church and Arsenal here for Order. Worked so well so early on. Comes down to that push and shove. Itby Style gets aggressive, falls down. They lose a player on site. And for now, I think you'd be pretty happy if you're Wildcard. That's the room they need. Now they can work on the back of it and take their time, which we know they do so damn well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Definitely seeing some of the players on Wildcard starting to warm up. Emo Rin definitely had a much better round that time around, and Gio and Pat as well stepping up. Though the presence is still always there from Order. They're always knocking on that door. Massive game from Joker so far. 7-1 across 4 rounds. That's pretty nasty. He didn't die in any of the rounds except the one that they lost. And even in that one, he found 2 kills.
It's crazy, right?
Just nuts, dude. That's very impressive, especially because as far as Order goes, like, Joker's a great player, but he's not the player we usually talk about, right?
No. No, it's funny actually. Now that you preface it with that, Joker has. I feel like Joker's been the quietest one on the roster. You know, like generally you're always going to look to someone like Specker, Cutie, who puts in the whole 9 yards. But Joker's always just been under the radar, but yet such an impactful and great player.
That kid at the back of the class that you never know he's there, but he's actually getting straight A's the whole time.
Yep. He's killing it. And this is just the fruition of it all. So this year may be the year of the Joker. And Specker was actually coming. Oh my word, that's just
That was scary, that was. Wildcard are back in this, though. One round, I think, is all they need to start to get that confidence and momentum back. You know, these are some of the best players in Oceania, and you look at the statistics from last year, some of the, well, it's by far and large Wildcard have the best performing, the best statistical players of 2020 as a whole in Oceania. It's not even debatable.
No.
And those highlight players, Vinny, Pat, Gio, Emo, they're still on this roster. Diesel was a great player, but he wasn't one of the ones racking up the kills. So it's not like Wildcard are lacking the firepower.
Yep.
It's just that they've had to completely deal with this change and get their momentum and get their confidence and motivation back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a killer as well, because you honestly, it just becomes so difficult, because at what point is a leader more important than a fragger? Well, I think we're going to see that this season. We're going to see how important it is to have that player on your team that you can lean on, that you can look to when times are tough.
The IQ?
And that's what he's going to be careful of, Dev. They've got so much intel gathering here on the side of Order. That's an early C4. Oh! See you later. Bye-bye. 3 players from Wildcard, just like that. And now Pat has to try and do something. Emo Rins come down blue. They are getting shut down every which way, Dev.
All on Pat now. The 1 versus 3 is not going to happen. Not when Cutie drops a nuke on Wildcard. What a play. The C4 that claimed 3 players from Wildcard. When there's a Buck and an IQ hunting him, he still gets away with a massacre. That is insane.
Here we go. The vision on it. Look at that. The timing. They all huddle up. Oh, Kobe. My goodness. And that's just something from Wildcard that you... What do? You throw your hands up in the air. That's absurd.
To get a little bit of insight onto how exactly that happened, if you might have noticed that usually the Pulse is C4ing the roof of Arsenal, that just goes into kitchen and into the kitchen hallway, right? But there was actually a tiny bit of the wall, the reinforced wall of Arsenal that leads to that long part of the 90 hallway, right under that default camp. The top of that wall was shot out. So Cutie, instead of throwing the C4 onto the roof of Arsenal and hence into kitchen, he threw it just over the top of that wall, which meant that it went into the hallway near where the default cam is. When he blew it, it landed, and basically it was like a nuke. If we can see, Rappel, I don't know if we can get a view of where that C4 detonated. You'll kind of be able to see it leads into the hallway. Thank you, Mandy. So this is the hallway right here, yeah? On the corner of the brick. And if you go into the floor below, you'll notice it's actually in the hallway, not in the kitchen. And so he threw over a tiny hole in this wall. Really clever play here from Cutie. I've not actually seen that exact usage of that hole before. But you just see, when you know little tricks like that, it can net massive rewards.
How's that 5-head going for you?
Yeah, I'm doing my best, mate.
Pretty wrinkly brain. Pretty wrinkly brain.
The wrinkliest.
The wrinkliest ever. Not a smooth brain. Not a smooth brain at all. But now we move forward, and this is where Order kind of crumbled in their previous attempts. Got run out by from Cutie. Hitby style got aggressive when Silex was looking to open up the garage line. This time things are looking a little bit more succinct, I would have to say. Wildcard getting in nice and early now and putting pressure from more than just one angle. And this is where the difference is going to come in from the game that we saw prior. You can see a handful of roamers from Order there. Well, at least one was moving back up. There we go. Specker back up from red. And Hitby style Cutie as well, sitting in and around, waiting for any kind of intel to be able to capitalize. Cutie now in bar, and slowly but surely will inch over to that main stairwell, I'm sure of it.
On the roam, we've seen Cutie, such a dangerous player. This is such an important round for Wildcard. Such an important round. To go down 1-5 on their attack would be likely the end of the game for them. I don't see them being so strong on defense that they could come back from that. They need to win it here.
Oh
Another
my
C4!
No way. No way. Pack it in, Dev. Pack it in. 5 kills with 2 C4s in 2 rounds. You're not even talking about 2 birds, 1 stone. This is absurdity. And Gio can't get past him. Nearly finds Pat as well. Oh, talk about digging a deep grave.
Have recovered their diffuser.
Holy moly.
Cutie has been the explosive force for Order, and Wildcard can't deal with it. 2 versus 4, and the rest of Order, they know they have the advantage. They've just got to wait, but suddenly Wildcard start to turn things around. 20 seconds left for Pat and Emorin to take this 2 versus 2. Just looking the wrong way. Pat loses it, and Order come away with 5 rounds on their defense.
A huge hit out in the first half. 1 more half to go in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back in just a jiffy. Well, an explosive end to the half, and I mean that in every which way. Cutie with 5 kills in 2 rounds with 2 C4s. It doesn't get much better than that. We head to the second half. Wildcard show us what they've got on their defensive half, but there is no doubt about it. There is no question. There are gaps in this wounded roster.
And Order is exploiting that weakness to its full extent. Cutie is having the game of his life right now. Those C4s are honestly some of the most crazy C4 plays I've ever seen. And now guess what, Rob? He's got a different kind of explosive in the pocket. He's got 2 nades on the signature sledge that Cutie loves to run. And I just, I can't wait to see what he's been cooking up.
Well, let's hope that he's nothing like Dino as a chef. That's all I've got to say. Because he's going to cook that
Dino
nade
did
too
make
damn long.
Dino did make something explode, right? When he was cooking.
Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. It's all fun and banter, but at the end of the day, I still am flabbergasted at what I've seen from Cutie. Unreal with that. And now we get to see what it's like for Order on the attack. More importantly, we get to see what it's like for Wildcard on the defense. And they've had no real kind of hesitance, no real presence on that second floor. And this could be very, very interesting with how much time Order have to play with.
Good info from Geo. C4 goes forth by Silex. Perhaps it was shot. No, he just waited to let it off, and there he goes. Specker and Cutie together to open this kitchen floor and hopefully enable Jack to open this kitchen hatch. It's looking promising at this point. Hibana Ban not seeming to impede Order whatsoever. And the kitchen hatch is open, and nade to follow. It's Cutie himself. Surely that gets dodged. There's no way that finds it. The ADS chews it up, thankfully for Wildcard.
Oh, I got baited so hard. I don't even care where the ADSs are. I just wanted to see it. Oh, I wanted to see it so badly. He's still got 1 more from what I believe, so I've got the belief. The Pokeball is still in the pocket, and we still have more to be done. Look at this information from that drone. This is unreal for Order right now. They've got so much to work on. And now...
Watch the first.
Yep, that's it.
I think the ADS, there were 2 ADSs there. They only threw
Correct.
1 smoke, so that's the second nade as well now chewed up.
Big.
Wildcard not in a terrible position, and they've got a camera black eye in sight as well for that retake, which may well be the difference maker when it comes to the end of it. This 5v5 execute is difficult, but it's no longer a 5v5.
This is not going way Wildcard would be hoping for it. Jack Daddy legs it through and is now planting at the back of Arsenal. That's gone too high. It's caught the wall, and Jack Daddy's got the cover of the reinforcement, but needs to be careful from the swing of Geo. Now in a safer position. There's absolutely nothing that Wildcard can do to stop the plant right now. Shots through the wall, and it's down. It's too dangerous. Wildcard are going to be looking at up to map point if they can't manage to claw this back. Dev, have they been able to do this? It is a 3v3 still.
They took down the player on site, though. That's Jack Dad. Now the retake is on like Donkey Kong. So many players from Akami upstairs. Joker holds his own, finds one and retreats. Two players from Wildcard to try to retake. It's a desperate attempt. And Gio doesn't know how many angles he's got to watch. Another cutoff, and there's no way that's going Wildcard's. Order has stormed all the way to match point.
Order up, baby. Order up. Well, I really don't know what else to say here for Wildcard's favor. Let's look at what Order have been able to do. Let's talk about how good they are looking. The decisions they're making, impeccable. Joker there fighting main stairs. The second he knows that he hasn't hit that first shot, he just backs away. Order are in perfect positions to, at the very least, trade if they don't have any crossfires set, which of course they do. You highlighted Joker in the previous half, and once again steps up. Match point 7-1 could be the scoreline for Order here, and this is what we wanted to see from them on Thursday night.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Certainly wasn't the debut they were hoping for in APAC South, but here in Oceanic Nationals, Order have stepped up hugely, and a 7-1 is on the cards and looking almost likely at this point. Order haven't slowed down whatsoever on their attack, looking incredibly confident. Cutie 13-4, that's a +9 KD. Same case for Joker, 11-2, +9. They're not even letting the rest of those players back into it. It is so nuts to see massive numbers put on the board by these Order players. And on the flip side of that, you look at a player like Vinny. Now, Vinny and Silex both on the breadstick.
Yeah.
Silex, you can kind of give him the excuse of being not only a support player, but also having been out of the game for about 2 years. Vinny, he's the star of Wildcard. He is one of their core fragger, flex fragger players, and we're just not seeing that from him.
Just whatever you do, don't tell Xenox that you just said that Vinny's the star and not Geo. I think he'll have something to say about that, but it's, you know, fully validated in that Vinny has always been, from my eyes, and I think a lot of viewers' eyes, just such an incredible pickup for Wildcard, and right now, just not being able to do what we wanted him to really achieve, and it is impeding quite deeply on Wildcard's success, especially in this game. We obviously, it's very early days, and I think that we 100% need to cut out a little second here to frame that this was always going to be an incredibly hard challenge for a team like Wildcard that have just lost such an instrumental player. I cannot go past without making that as obvious and as loud as I can. This isn't a game where it's easy to just trade a player out and you can play like normal. But alas, Order, they're flying.
And with Knights losing earlier today, this is Order's opportunity to shoot for the stars. Convincing win here over Wildcard would mean so much for them. Tied first place on the standings as well after today. See if Wildcard can hold on a little longer on this defense, though. A lot of deployable shields, with a lot of progress from Order. The Wamai ban coming out as well from Order means that taking control of Garage Rafters won't be too hard. Pat, though, doing his best to put the team on his shoulders, takes down that heavy hitter, Cutie, the player we're talking about. Emarin testing with the pistol. Not sure what's happening there.
He's a gamer. What can I say? He's an
Oh, he
absolute
might be-
gamer. Oh,
Pat!
no
Again!
way. No way. That, all he had in that was a whisker. How on earth did he find that kill?
And Emo, I think he's out of ammo with the TCSG. Oh, I thought that was Emo's kill for a second, but no, it's Silex. Joker, though, steps up, takes down Pat, the player who's already found 2. Jack Daddy is down. It's all on Joker as he picks up his teammate. 20 seconds left, and this could be Wildcard's way back into this match.
15 seconds left.
It has to be. They're going to funnel through garage, and there it is. Emo Rin. Secondary on the pistol. Whips it out. 1, 2. And it's all left up to Joker.
Oh, no.
No free kill for you.
You can't even confirm that one. I can't get over the fact that Emo ran out of bullets or slugs with the TCSG, so he's just contesting long angles against ACOGs with the pistol. Emo Rin has guts, if nothing else.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, I'm just having a look at the stats right now, Rob, and sorry to interrupt.
No, interrupt me.
Cutie, right? Like, he's nuts this game, and he's got 5 kills with explosives across 2 rounds. But you know what else? He's managed to get, what, 5 out of the 8 opening kills in this game so far. He has been the first player to get a kill in 5 rounds out of 8.
Jeez.
That is just nuts. And you know what? Wildcard won that round, and Cutie was the first to fall. Coincidence? I don't know, mate. Doesn't seem like one to me.
Honestly, this has probably been... I've been commentating Siege for the better part of nearly 2 years now. A year and a half, I think. This has it's not even close. This has been the most explosive start to a league that I've seen. And Order, I mean, like, this is such a great place for Order to be in, you know? If you were to tell me 2 weeks ago that Wildcard were ever going to have issues coming into OCN, would have told you you're mad. But with everything that's kind of fallen into place for Order, this is what we needed to see from them. I love that Wildcard aren't holding back. They're still fighting, and they're gonna fight down to the wire. That's just it. They're not gonna stop, and it's what we need to see from them now. Order approaching the building with pace, as they have a fair bit of information. First floor and second floor included.
And for Wildcard, right? Yeah, you're staring down the jaws of what looks like a very likely defeat, and Pat goes down thanks to Itby. But the thing is, for Wildcard, right, there's no losing here. You need to be working with this new roster. It's the hand you've been given. You need to deal with it. Even if you're to lose this game, you may as well get all the practice you possibly can out of it. Give it your all. Specker, though, in such an aggressive position. There's no one in church.
I'm shocked at this right now. Specker has allowed Jack Daddy as well to drop in. Cutie can stay above.
What is the play?
Well, I think they're in a little bit of a tight corner. Specker has been able to cross back.
They're just
to
going to
main
go.
Stairs. Are they really going to send it here? Surely they're not. Surely they're not going to be able to just fight this. It looks like they're exactly what they're going to be doing. There's the initial openings for Wildcard. And Order have put their backs up against the corner. This could still work here as they claw back in. But so low for Jack Daddy. So little time, Dev, as he really has no room to move.
And completely cut off at the end of it as well. A valiant effort there from Order. I really like the ambition. You're seeing, there's 2 unreinforced walls on site. One direct into Arsenal, one directed the church. We just pick which site we want to go for. Use a skeleton key to make a quick doorway and send it on through. But Wildcard were ready for it. And suddenly 3-6 isn't looking like such a shocking scoreline after all. This was looking to be a 7-1 in favor of Order, but Wildcard are starting to redeem their pride, starting to claw this back piece by piece, and it's the fact that they're just playing their game. They're just looking to take it round by round in a vacuum, not worrying about whatever the stakes are. They're just giving it everything that they've got and enjoying it at the same time. I think that's the key to this.
Yeah. That is 100% the key for Wildcard right now, is they have to sit here and they have to be able to enjoy realistically what will be the next 7 weeks, regardless of whether they replace Silex, which you would imagine they will at the end of this. They have to come together as a team and really just enjoy every second of playing together. And I think you're gonna, if that's the approach they take, I think you're gonna see a completely different Wildcard to what we've seen in the past. Slow and methodical, and very cautious in their approach. I think they're going to change it up completely, and I would love to see that. I would love to see them back into it a little bit more and lean into that side of Siege, because it could catch a lot of teams out. Now, one thing I want to make very clear is the fact that this is almost a replication of what happened at the end of OCN Stage 2 for Wildcard. Last Playday, they were up against Ferox, I believe it was, and it was a 5-1 first half of them. They went to defense, and they either pushed it to overtime and won, or they won flawlessly from there. So do not, I repeat this, do not count them out here.
I mean, that's our job, right, as casters. We always like to be over-optimistic. I like to be a bit of a realist sometimes. Order have been insane today, but hey, even if Wildcard can't take the dub, which they still can, technically it is very possible. Even if they can't do that, then they can certainly get some experience out of this, because that is very much what they need, experience and practice with this new roster. And we get to see more awesome Siege, which I'm not going to complain about.
Ever. You'll never hear me complain about more Siege. Right now, Ippy style, watching that hard line. We saw it in the previous round. Someone, I can't even remember, I think it was God Legion, swung and found 2 kills completely unaware. This time, that's not to be the case, and Wildcard are pretty happy to sit here firm, and now Order are going to start to put a little bit more pressure. Speckett out coming up the red stairs as 2 more players. Actually, Ippy Style is going to back him up here. Perfectly done. They've got to be cautious from behind.
Oh, no.
A flank on a flank on a flank on a flank, and Pat is left in a 1v4.
Out of nowhere, it comes to this. Match point for Order in a 4 versus 1 with Pat. Everything laid out in front of him. With the SMG-11, takes a lick of damage, can't find the seconds. Choker seals the deal for Order in their first game of the Oceanic Nationals. They take down Wildcard in a dominant 7-3.
That's what we need to see. That right there from Order, that's the promising sign. They step forth into stage 1 of Oceanic Nationals with a big 3 points. 15 kills on Cutie, 13 on Joker. Specker and Ippy Style not even called upon, not even required to peak in the game. What a top-heavy game that was. And now we move forth, Dev. We have to brush that off a wild card, because Order well and truly deserved that victory.
Certainly the start that org was looking for when they picked up Okami. They said, all right, let's bring the fire. It's what our team is known for. APAC South, just forget about that, right? Oceanic Nationals taking down the big hitters, Wildcard. As much as it is unfortunate their situation, this is still a massive win for Order, and it's putting them in Elevate as the premier teams to look out for this season. Knights and Wildcard, previously the top 2 teams in the region, have gone down, and now it's Order stepping up, it's Elevate stepping up, it's ROFLCOPTERGG stepping up.
Yep.
This has been an incredibly exciting day of Oceanic Nationals, subverting a lot of expectations.
It has, and I think that that's a really, it's a really blaringly obvious point right now, is it's wide open. Oceanic Nationals is not as open and shut as what maybe some people thought it to be, and this has really shown, as you mentioned, Elevate, now Order, and of course ROFLCOPTERGG. There's still one more match to go throughout all of that, but just to kind of claw back here into what was an incredible performance from Order, you know, it's very easy for us to sit here and to isolate the cuties and the jokers who just went absolutely mental. A combined kill count of 28.
I think. Yeah.
28 kills. That is insane for just 2 players in a 7-3 victory, mind you. This was not overtime. This was not full regulation. That's pretty mental, but you can't discredit what the whole team have accomplished, which we all know it takes everyone. You know, you're only as strong as the weakest link, and Order have shown today that realistically in a game like this, they don't have a weak link.
No, absolutely. It was Order's game from start to finish. Very few moments where it looked like Wildcard had a way in. Some very close clutch moments as well, but Order really, really showed their style, especially with those insane, massive plays. That's what we love to see from a team like Order, and it's what we expect. There are players on that roster who just really know how to bring a show.
And there's one person who knows how to put on a show, and that's none other than Specker. Let's hear from the man himself. Mate,
Gentlemen, how are we?
He's repping the Order. It's good
can
to
we just
see
say,
you in some
can we appreciate it, gentlemen? Hold on, let me just say a little model,
go.
mate. I don't know how it's going to be being 6'3" in front of the
please.
camera, but like, you can see, you know, hey, little feature on the back, just in case you're thinking the front was everything. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. It's about to get crazy. You can't really see it, but you got a nice little Order logo there with the old Puma. So we're official, boys.
Let's go. How good is that? Great to see you in some merch finally. This is the first time I think we've seen you, so that is, mate,
yeah.
I am so happy for you boys. But, I mean, that's a big win against Wildcard. They're obviously wounded right now. Did that feel like an easy victory for you guys?
I would say that we're definitely getting more comfortable with the Wildcard playstyle as of last season. In saying that, we did go for like a little bit of a hiatus period, so there is a bit of, you know, rust coming off us slowly but surely. We'll be getting back into the swing of things. I've only really been cracking for the past about like month, I would say, and then all this, you know, news with Order has allowed us to, of course, take it a lot more serious over the past week or two, which has been absolutely epic. But yeah, it did really feel like we're versing a bit of a weaker version of Wildcard, unfortunately. But that's to be expected, right? You've lost an integral piece of your whole puzzle, right? Not to say that if you take it out, it's going to fall on down like a Jenga tower. But you know, like this team, Dark-Sided, we went through some serious roster changes, you know. So we've gone through a lot of strife ourselves. I've personally experienced that with, you know, Fletch, Virtue, and then of course myself departing. So this lineup's had 3 pretty really serious departures, you know, so it's managed to live on, and here we are to win today, so pretty epic to see.
Yeah, and I just want to bring it back and talk about Order for a second. Man, this is such a big moment. You guys were orgless for such a long time, dude.
Yes.
What a journey. How long has it been?
Dude, I genuinely don't... It's been longer, I think. I mean, would you consider, like... I mean, to have a proper banner, right? To have an actual proper Australian organisation, not one that's like, here's your little Twitter banner, you know? It's a genuine, proper... It's so nice to be a part of. It's an institution. We have something to move forward to. We have potential opportunities for boot camps in the future, which are absolutely tremendous for player progression, which I cannot wait to do that. That's probably going to be post this season. We'll take all of our notes in from this season, use this as a bit of a demo run, so to speak, and kind of reevaluate and see how we're progressing at the tail end of it. But dude, it's awesome. Honestly, it's so sick. So very happy and very fortunate to be in this situation, and couldn't be happier representing Order.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome, dude.
Really, really happy for you. Just very quick, I just want to get to hear what you're about to say here.
Yeah.
Because Cutie's 3K and then a 2K with the C4, mate. Are you as hype as what we are in there?
Dude, he's gone from a man that literally used to have homing, like, guidance systems on himself for C4s to someone that can actually throw them. So I'm pretty flabbergasted myself, in a state of awe, some would say. But, man, honestly, as you guys were saying earlier, both Bailey and Joker, or Cutie, sorry, and Joker just absolutely popped off. But there were players to facilitate that, you know, one thing that we're really trying to stress on is not doing lone decisions. So I'm sorry to reference another league, but in that APAC South League, you know, I was playing myself really solo, kind of lost, wasn't really in the flow of the game, kind of same with the team, it was a bit dissociative, and then today we started to have a bit more of a actual pushing as a team, working as a unit, and I've said it always, I'll say it again, I believe that if you can have 5 players that are hyper flexible, hyper aggressive, because having aggressive play styles is having confidence. That doesn't mean you have to overpeak, that doesn't mean you have to be an idiot. It's just playing the game smart. Aggression's really good in this game. So I completely stand by that. If I can shape the 5 players in my team to be of that kind of caliber, I genuinely think would be a very scary lineup, because we have the talent to match it. It's just the whole thing of having, I guess, the brains and understanding of the game, which now we can, of course, thankfully do. Shout outs to Order.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think we're starting to see the full evolution of the roster.
Yeah,
so
totally.
it's incredible to see you back on the camera, mate, and we wish you
Thank
all
you.
the best of luck for tomorrow's game.
Awesome. Thanks for casting, lads. You're legends as always, and we'll speak to you next time. Stay lovely.
Stay lovely. We'll try. I mean, there's no guarantees, Specker, but we'll definitely try to stay lovely. I'm glad to hear that he was as hype as what we were for that play. That was ridiculous.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I'm just looking up how to get some of that Order merchandise because that so damn hot, man. That is sick.
It's
And-
hard. It's hard. Do you want to know what other merch is hot? Livin.
Oh yeah.
Livin. The Livin merch. It's solid. It's beautiful. Perfect fabric. Great fit. And a beautiful message to go along with it. But the message I think that we need to really have a look at is Order's message, which is they're here to play. They're feeling confident. They now have the backing of an incredible org that are clearly supporting them with everything they can. I think we may see a new Order altogether.
Yeah. I don't know if you were trying to make a Star Wars reference, but there you go.
Take it what you will. Take it as you will.
I will. Yeah, well, certainly has been a fantastic welcome to Order for Oceanic Rainbow Six. Those guys played out of their damn minds. They put on an insane show. Specker is always so eloquent and
He is.
lovely in his interview. I love what he was saying about, we play aggressive, but we play smart. And we just have 5 guys who are super confident and super flexible. And we just make magic happen. I love that from him.
And it's something that, I think the region definitely can start to play into a little bit more. You see the teams like ROFLCOPTERGG, I think that there's a play style to it where, let's be honest, James, Australians are pretty confident sometimes, and we are very momentum based. When we start getting fired up, we get really we get rev going, all right? So I think that is the key point for me from Specker's point of view, is we always knew them as a momentum-based teams, and sometimes what they were doing seemed uncalculated. But to hear that from them now, to hear that, they know that it's an aggressive style, but they know how to kind of rein the aggression back so it's not stupid, it's not uncalculated. You're actually making sure that the moves you're making, they have a point behind them. And for me, that terrifies me, knowing a team like Order could now skyrocket up to the top of OCN because they have been the bridesmaid for so long.
That's it. And all that they were able to accomplish, 2nd place in the region, 3rd place in the region, all those massive victories in 2020 for Akami, now with Order, now with that support behind that, they've been orgless for so long, and now they can take themselves to that next level. It is massive. We saw it happen with Wildcard. They were known as orgless for an incredibly long time. They won a championship under that banner. They got picked up by an organization, and suddenly they're off to Japan.
Yeah.
But they're suddenly performing in Asia Pacific level, and Order took a bit to warm up on Thursday, but now they're clearly here to stay. You can hear that confidence that Specker has now with that banner that he loves and that he respects, that is supporting him, that he wears proudly on his chest. That is the next step for Order, and now they're ready to step up in the ladder.
Honestly, the next step is OCN title. That's what it is, APAC South title, and they are not far off it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our 3rd matchup of the day. We have one more to go. Alifo and Bliss, they come up on the other side of this break.
Reloading.
Attackers bomb zero. Attackers bomb zero.
Changing mags.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
My name is Marty Koshnab, and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly two sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Captel because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
I'm Savasiris, and I'm the in-game leader and captain of LFO. But what you don't know about me is I beat Kevin Rudd in a game of handball. This happened when I was 8, 2007, so he was doing his political campaigning and he was trying to get popular amongst the young ones, and to get his name out, he was just playing handball with the boys at lunchtime, and I wasn't having it. I was the king of the court and I wasn't going to let Kevin Rudd take my title. I didn't really know who he was or what his role was. I just knew that I kept hearing Kevin 07 on the radio, so just had to, not let him take my thunder. Can't remember it exactly clearly. I mean, it's been, 13, 14 years now, but I just remember hitting him with, I think, one low power shot and he was out, had no chance. I think he laughed it off, but I remember he went red. He was very red in the face, yeah. A bit embarrassed, perhaps. His biggest weakness, definitely his flexibility. I'd say, game of handball, you got to be flexible, mobile, and, he was just lacking it, so his flexibility. I don't care how old he was, it's court rules. Was I popular amongst the kids? Well, it was definitely a very quick game. It's not really a 1v1, but, everyone definitely got a good laugh out of the power shot I hit, but I'd say life just went on as normal, really. I think Mozzie would make the greatest Australian Prime Minister out of all the operators just because he's resourceful, he's a larrikin, and he's just all around a good guy, so yeah. Big ups, Mozzie. Kevin Rudd, I'm still waiting for my signed handball. Messaged you, I think it was 2018. You were signing them, handing them out, still waiting, haven't received it in the mail, so if we can make that happen, that'd be much appreciated. True story.
This could be huge. That is the fight.
Big Kevin 07 was not someone to be messed with, and nor were Order. 7-3. They took down Wildcard. We will be moving on, but before we do so, Dev, I need to hear your final thoughts on that because this is a new day for Order.
Open and shut, cracking match. What an explosive game. Love to see it. Cutie. Insane. A Joker also pumping it real hard. That was just such a good game. Wildcard have fallen once again, and this time it's to the new Order.
Olympus has fallen, that is for damn sure, and may continue to fall. That's the unfortunate side of it all. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, it's a good chance to kind of stop and chat very quickly. We've got our beautiful sponsors, Livin, back on board again, currently wearing their merch, really comfortable. They have a beautiful message. I'm pretty sure you can see that there. It ain't weak to speak. We're looking to break the stigma of mental health. Be sure to get out and chat with everyone. Now, of course, if you want to be wearing sick-ass merch like I am right now, you can get 15% off. That's right, OCN 15. When you go to their store, you just need to do that on the promo code. And just for a little bit more information, you can type !Livin, L-I-V-I-N in chat. It'll take you to where you need to go. But honestly, they have been an excellent sponsor to have on board. We had them on board at the end of stage 2 last year, and to be honest, it's just such an incredible message, such a powerful way of getting it out. So I would recommend that from the bottom of my heart. And yeah, Dev, I'll let you say anything if you want to. I'll let the floor stay open there.
It's such a good message. I think especially in 2020 and 2021, it's been a very challenging year for everybody in the world, and it's really important to talk about mental health and really important to stay on top of your mental health. It is a serious problem that you need to look into, and you need to make sure that you have it under control. So talk to people. Livin has resources as well. So it's just such a great thing to be able to talk about here on broadcast.
It is a beautiful message, and it does hit close to home. So it's something that we will forever encourage and incorporate into this as much as we can. But we get to move on into our final matchup of the day. We leave behind the 3 that we've already seen, and we head to LFO and Bliss. This is an interesting one for me. I really don't know how I feel about this. I think this is the matchup that has split us the most in terms of predictions, Dev.
It's because there's 2 teams that we're kind of unsure about at this point. It's difficult to be able to peg one down or another. Both teams have had great heights and also some significant lows. LFO in particular really struggled in OCN after a very strong 6 Masters. Bliss have had a mixed season, but here we go with LFO. These guys have actually made some significant roster changes to the lineup that you might be aware of. Hills, Sogs, Nasty, Sushi, and Jigsaw with Enigma, Jose himself as the coach. Look, these boys really brought the fire. They came in through 6 Masters, through the open qualifiers. They were the only team that hadn't played Pro League in the Fast. But man, they brought the fire. They took down Wildcard, the only team to take off a map off of Wildcard throughout the entire of Stage 1 last year in the 6 Masters, and that's nothing to be scoffed at.
No, not at all. It's definitely... It's a nice little highlight point. And of course, you know, I'll be completely honest, this roster can do so much damage, and every single person I've talked to, you know, whether it be from Wildcard, I think Elevate Digital, last time I spoke to him, LFO is the team that they least like versing because of how their play style is. It is so fluid and free moving. It is incredibly hard to get a read on them, and that makes them extremely dangerous. Now, you look back at results from the end of last year, so many of their games go to 7-4, 7-5, but they just aren't able to get over that hurdle toward the end. I'm sure they're looking to break that this year, but they are a roster that will just push you to your limits time and time again. So this one tonight, I think this is a big starting point for LFO. They really can, they have that shock value. They have that wow, that wow factor that I think kind of can lack sometimes on early developing teams in terms of how long they've been in the scene. They are the second freshest team we have in Oceanic Nationals. So they have a fair bit to prove this season.
That's it, but they also had incredibly, an amazing performance through the OCN playoffs last year. They actually eliminated Elevate, who had managed to get a top 3 run throughout the regular season. LFO knocked them out, and even within 1 round of knocking out Order. So these guys have had some amazing performances.
We'll have a look at the player, or rather the team they're coming up against. That is the Ferox roster, Team Bliss. And to be honest, really excited to be welcoming Team Bliss, not just to the Oceanic Nationals, but to Rainbow Six in general. They are, I really like the whole vibe that they have going on, but this is the roster.
Yeah.
Shade, Todd, Nazgul, Oda, and Repix. I like close but no cigar. I think that this is like a lot of what the teams at the bottom end of the table that we always talk about. This roster right here, minus Sushi from last year, came so close to beating Wildcard on Clubhouse. They were up like 5-1 or 6-1 at one point. So just like LFO, you can't sleep on them. There's no team you can sleep on in Oceanic Nationals. Is there any particular player you're looking to for the impact here?
Well, the newest player on this team is Nazgul, and the big thing with Naz is that he was the MVP of the Oceanic 2020 relegation. So he had the top rating, the highest overall KD, and then we have Oda also coming in for the highest costs. These guys ended up coming first place through those relegations and ended up earning their spot way back in. You've also got Repix, who's a very well-known content creator here in our local region, and the Scourge of Ranked. So he is a massive player also you want to watch out for. I hear he's pretty good at soccer as well from those interviews.
You know
so
what?
You definitely want to watch out for his shots.
No, you know what? Try and put it past me. Try and score against me. I dare you. I dare you, son. Take your MVP and you can go and sit and cry in a corner, I reckon. No, I'm kidding. Okay, that's a bit aggressive.
No, mate. This is actually something we need to do for a piece of content.
Yes.
You coach and professionally as a keeper, and he likes to think he's pretty good at taking shots. So I want to see that happen.
We'll wait and see. We'll see who comes out on the better half of that one. So we can move forward now, and a little bit of salt for Epics there. You can think what you will, say what you will, but we'll move forward. Map vetoes. What are we thinking? Where are we going? Is there any particular map that may favor Bliss a little bit more? I feel like Bliss is coming in the underdog in this one.
Yeah, well, it's funny because Bliss did lose last time these teams played each other back at OCN. They played on Oregon. LFO won, but it was a close 7-5. If we go back to Oregon, it's possible that it could be an LFO game once again, but Bliss have started to make some improvements, and since then they've taken some pretty strong wins on Oregon, including taking down Rhythm, which was a big game for them and got them out of that relegation spot. So it could well be Oregon. If so, I'm thinking it's going to be pretty tight.
I hope it is Oregon, because it makes the most sense, right? So let's have a look. We'll bring it up, and we'll figure out where we're going for our final game of the night. We head to Clubhouse, which doesn't have the best track record for LFO, but I only say track record in terms of them losing. It was 6-8 last time they played Knights, and that was one of their most recent games. So this really can open the floodgates for results here. As for Bliss, though, they've got a pretty impressive record themselves, 6-3.
Absolutely, but if you start to dig a bit deeper into that, a lot of those games that Bliss has played on Clubhouse are part of the LPL Pro from last year, which is essentially equivalent to the Challenger League. And a lot of that was against teams that you would expect they win. PC419, Elemental, ShadowNet, Skyfire, or the old Skyfire. These are not teams that you would expect to challenge Bliss. So I don't want to read too much into those results. If you look a bit deeper, though, we do see both of these teams have a close result against a really strong team. Bliss went 7-8 on Clubhouse. You already mentioned that in OCN before. The incredibly close game where Bliss almost beat Wildcard. And also more recently, in fact, LFO's most recent official game at the end of last year was a 6-8 loss on Clubhouse to the Knights. So both teams have had very close games against very strong teams on this map.
And it's good that it's so fresh. It's so fresh in our minds. It allows us to have a good picture. But you can wipe that clean because it's 2021. It's stage 1 of the Oceanic Nationals. And guess what? It's day 1. This is where we can start to build for LFO and Bliss. We head to Clubhouse, a formidable map in the Oceanic region. We see it every night.
And here it is, LFO and Bliss to kick off their Oceanic Nationals 2021 campaign. As you say, on Oceania's favorite map, Clubhouse. Once again, that's 3 for 3 Thatcher Band 0 on Clubhouse tonight. Let's see if we're going to see the Hibana followed up, as we've seen both previous games. No, the Thermite. What? That is not the hard. That is the least likely hard breach I would expect to get banned out. But I mean, you're just going to see Maverick every round, so I don't see why that's a big deal. What, Bliss? What are you doing, mate? The mute ban? This is unprecedented. The last time they banned mute was in LPL Pro last year against Exto. I don't really see that being that relevant right now, but okay, I'm just bewildered and befuddled.
Yeah, Thermite. That's a see you later mute, and Kaid to finish it off. Those hatches are going to be free real estate. Unless, of course, they've got something whipped up the sleeve. Cheeky little, I don't know. You know what? I'm not even going to go ahead and try to predict this, because Sushi is on the Cav. Surely that's the 6th pick. Surely they're not sticking the Cav. It is CCTV. And I got a little bit. I was excited for a second there, but makes a little more sense. A bandit to come out to finish up, so all good.
Yeah, you're getting a bit debated there, but the bandit's a curious one. I guess, so you can't really bandit trick when Maverick's in, right? Because they'll just Mav open the wall. But your mute is also banned, so you can't mute up bottom garage. So I guess Sushi would usually be playing the mute here to mute up bottom garage. And so since it's banned, he's decided to go onto the bandit instead, I guess. But for now, let's have a look at that community vote. Bliss does edge out 64-36. Despite LFO winning the last time these two teams clashed, Bliss does have the upper hand.
10 seconds left.
Find that very interesting. Maybe the power of an org. If you're interested, maybe a cheeky little org out there could pick up LFO. They've been looking for a while. But if you do want to get involved in the community, in the Snap Fitness community vote, make sure you head over to Twitter, Rainbow 6 Oceanic Esports, and the old Snap Fitness AU. That's where you want to find them and get involved. We love to have a chat about it, and maybe it gives us a good indication. Oh, hello.
Oh my god.
What?
All right,
What?
LFO, I like it. This is, it's not every day you see a mirror on Clubhouse. She was actually banned earlier today as well, let through the ban phase here. And now Todd got the precarious job of mavericking open this wall. Now, for now, that mirror window is not a threat, but Sushi pops it. And now it's nigh impossible to maverick here, but of course that open mirror window works both ways. And the attackers have those high-powered weapons with those ACOGs. You can see Repix getting some good info here. Heels still has a mirror in pocket, gonna place that on the construction wall.
Well, that's really I mean, I'm intrigued to see how this works out now with such an open area. It doesn't look like they can really play for it just yet, but Todd, what's the decision here? Because it's going to be tricky, to say the very least, to try and open that up. What do you think, Dev? You cut your losses? Try to open something else? No, there we go. There we go.
How scuffed is that?
That is one of the. I think that is one of the most cursed images I've ever seen, Dev.
I mean, that's what LFO are leaning into, right? They chuck the mirror on there. They decide, look, guys, let's just absolutely throw a spanner in the works. Thermite and mute ban. Let's make this as scuffed as possible. But Bliss have taken some good control. They've got bottom garage. And here comes the barrage of flashbangs and utility. Nazgul clears the path for the barbed wire. Still that player upstairs, Todd. Picks off the first player, and Nazgul looking to find this. Jigsaw punishes him, looking for a second. Caught in the corner, but he finds another kill. What is that? Todd finally gets his second, but Jigsaw is not to be messed with. No. He finds another one, but Todd goes for 3. And now Bliss just begging to pick the pieces up.
Wow. What a response from Todd. Needed to happen. Jigsaw was picking them apart. We've seen a highlight like that before. Now they're going to go ahead and come up the garage door. Sogs with a nasty little bullet hole at least finds the one, can delay. The C4 is there as well. Where that has been prepped, you had better hope that he's going to be able to find Todd as he makes his way in.
Oh. Didn't find it. Todd going for plant. Repix to cover. Careful not to go too aggressive on the ankle. That's one all on heels. And Repix does the job. He covers perfectly. And Bliss take the round.
Well, may look back at that with a misplaced C4. Could be a determining factor in that round. The smoke unable to deny for long enough, and I mean that's what you need from Repix there, right? Like you want to be seeing a very firm hold, ensuring that no one gets that time of day. This from Jigsaw, just nasty. Nearly, I mean, like finds a third there, and you've more than done your job after the first. After the first kill, the second kill maybe. You love to see it though. Down to Church and Arsenal. They're not going to go and try to reattempt it.
Keep on moving and keep on bringing the mirror. LFO do seem to like that operator that we often see banned out. Don't get to see a lot of the limelight these days. He's very powerful, but the thing about the mirror is as soon as there's a mirror window, it's a problem for the attackers to solve. But it's a problem that you kind of know what you have to do a lot of the time, at least at this level. Perhaps at playing casual or ranked, you stare at that mirror window and you're like, well, now I can't move because if I peek it, I'm going to die. But at this level, right, a mirror window is a problem ready to be solved. Whether it's by smoke grenades, by vertical game, by grenades, or by a Twitch drone, there are so many different opportunities. And it's there are some teams that really like that. They see a problem and they're ready to work around it. And it's not a usual dump like trying to deal with the Wamai Jaeger. It's a lot more achievable often, especially as we can see there are smoke grenades on Oda, on the Ace. Definitely a good way to block those lines of sight of the mirrors.
"30 seconds gone, wasted into the round," and I think LFO really, I don't think they'll be happy with that kind of a round loss. Expected a little bit more in that circumstance. So now my question is, what does the bounce back look like? They threw a spanner. They tried to make some cheeky little plays. And as we head to basement, which is arguably one of the more comfortable sites, have to see them convert this and convincingly, because Bliss, well, they've got the community vote, and so far they've got a fair few votes from the commentators.
It's on them to take this attack. Bit of an old style strategy from LFO, choosing to forfeit blue with a mirror window at the green box, dummies. Looking in to hold blue. There's a lot of ways the attackers can deal with that. But for now, their focus lies on using the Hibana, who's managed to sneak through the ban phase and open up this hatch. Vulnerable to the impact trick. That's what Jigsaw's here for. Impact's in his pocket. Keen to go for it. He lands it again, so his time delay, really it's not gonna... Oh, actually, Shade's only got 4 left. But the ace charge goes off, also tricked. Still, we need 3 of those X-Kairos to detonate. That's the final ace charge. It does blow. So even just 2 more would do the trick. And it looks like that's uncontested for the final pellets, leaving the hatch open.
Nice opening from Hills there. Has cooled down. Fragger will go with it as well. So now you see LFO turtling on site, happy to play from much deeper lines. And with 30 seconds, Bliss have got to get a move on here. Todd gonna at least take Sushi. That's a good piece of the puzzle. That's the smoke down. A lot of delay. Sogs up close, manages to trade Shade, but it should never have been a trade in the first place. It's going to get tight. It's going to get awkward here, but Sogs will step up for another and ensure that there's no movement in. Wow. Too close to call. Todd can't get past Nasty, and LFO will walk away with the round.
Massacre at the end of it, a bloodbath. Players' bodies flung forward on both sides, but massive step up from Sogs on the Jaeger at that power position. The dummy's mirror window proving to be oh so effective, and he just holds down that fort. Let's get a good replay of that, using the mirror to its full extent. One player down, looks towards Dirt, finds the second, just so good. Even though he lost this fight, Hill's there to cover Todd. Hopeless at the end of the day. LFO, good way to get back and show that they can give as much as they receive.
Oh my goodness, it's exactly what we needed from LFO's perspective. That's the round that you really want to make your statement, right? Yeah, you pull some what I would consider to be cheese strats in the first round. That's fine. You play around with it a little bit, missed C4, a couple of chances gone begging. I mean, I would argue, I'd play devil's advocate and say that Jigsaw was a huge reason as to why they even had a shoe-in in that first round. Nearly a 3K just sitting on the rafters of Garage. But now, moving forward, we're going to see a little bit more of a normal play style from LFO. I'd say normal, but LFO or anything but normal.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
This time they are, as you said, changing things a little bit, but the Aruni, I don't know if I would call it normal as of yet. We haven't really seen enough of her, of course, outside of scrims, which unfortunately, I'm not often privy to. Sushi's the other one that's changed, the Valkyrie being brought out. Instead of that mirror window, Hills has moved on to the Bandit. And seeing where Bliss decided to push. Last time it was very much a garage-centric take, but as you mentioned, Jigsaw was such a force to be reckoned with on that. Where are these Aruni gates? Is there one on that exterior door? Can't quite tell, unfortunately.
Garage door, looks like
Yeah,
it.
I think so, yeah.
Yep, smack bang on the money. So there's one.
Just means that it burns an extra projectile, right? So, you know, you've got to sink all your projectiles into the ADSs and the Wamais, and Aruni just adds one extra on top of that.
There
And
you
if you
go.
can manage to reset the Aruni gate, it does even more.
Conda Cash. That's the other gate, and Bliss, I mean, look, I think that Bliss will have the playstyle to be able to do this. I think that they can adapt. Well, not even adapt. There's no need for adapting. But Shade, oh, wow. Shade looking for the early contact here. Nasty trying to take the fight. Has a little bit of cover, but also has a secondary player. That second nade's going to force him out of position. This has to be the kill. They've got to crunch him somehow. Oh, my God, Nasty. That is absolutely filthy. A double kill.
That's Shade and Nazgul both gone down. Nasty still has this position all to himself. Bliss need to start to recompose. Todd was a massive driving force behind Bliss's success in the first attack onto this bomb site, and he's downstairs. But Nasty's going huge. The Aruni punch, one hits that barricade. Sox finds nothing for it. Todd caught completely unregarded. Is Sushi downstairs, all on Repix, 1v5. Barely an inkle of a chance. And Zogs, I was wondering where that final gate was. It was in the pocket the whole time. Repix has got to hope this is one for the highlight reel.
And that's one more projectile done and dusted. Repix would have to hope for a pretty gnarly shot. Surely that wasn't Hills. Surely Hills was not the... No.
Oh,
not
no.
like this. Oh,
Of course.
Oh, damn it, Hills. That's gnarly. That is absolutely gnarly. Well, that's another round in the bag for LFO. The more comfortable they can make this first half, the better off they are going to be. We head to gym and bedroom after two successful defenses. That clash is continuing to be flashed. Generally 6 picked.
Will it be again? Is gym and bedroom. We haven't seen that as of yet. It might actually be stuck at the moment, not locked in, but neither is the Mirror. Now, Mirror is an operator that is actually super common on this objective. It is Sogs who takes that 6 pick, moves over to the Valkyrie, can enable some more of that aggression that we've seen from LFO. A little bit more of those ambitious plays, looking for something, looking for an opportunity to make a play. Heels on the Mirror. Looks like he's going to have some kind of util or mirror window over here on the cash side. Usually you'll see the bathroom position is the primary one, but you can use one top red. You could even use one somewhere else in cash, get a little bit creative. You see them sometimes in the little secret stash room, which is just over that little nook in logistics. Looks like Hills is just over here to make rotations and reinforce. Bit late on their setup, unfortunately. I wonder if they're maybe just starting to decide some changes of heart mid-round, because the way that Hills is over there for quite a long time. Still got to put down his mirror windows. We'll see how it goes.
And it looked like, as you said, around the logistics area for Hills, there's the bathroom mirror, so At the very least, the prep's being done, and where this secondary mirror goes, unless we've misplaced one that's been shut down, which it hasn't done, so that's all fine and dandy. Nazgul and Repix both together, going to be pushing in quite with a quite prone attack. Shade to just add an additional number, and that player across on red. They're going to try to make this a run through, so it makes it just that little bit easier to take this engagement with Jigsaw.
Seen Jigsaw play these heavy anchor positions very effectively so far at top rafters. What? The nade comes through. He dodges it. Gets out of dodge safely. Pushes further back. Sacrifice of the top red stairs. A lot of pressure now applied by Bliss. I like this hold. I like this push. They've done a good job to start to really put the pressure on these roamers, but there's still a player in cash, or did that player manage to get out? I think they're...
No, just made it out.
So, fortunately for LFO, they get 5 players away with their lives, but this is some very important ground taken.
Decent time management. Minute 15 to play. Hello?
All right.
I don't know. Surely that wasn't on a drone or anything like that. I don't know what's happened for Repix there, but Jigsaw just having the warning shots thrown his way from the bedroom, and you can see now looking to push. Oh my word, I thought for a second was looking to engage. It is Nazgul after all, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Hills there. Oh, you love it from Hills.
What is that?
Catches the aggression off. No one's watching the rotate, and he gets away absolutely scot-free.
Another blind nade from Todd. Doesn't know the player's already moved out of that position. May well have been an evil eye there. I didn't quite catch it. Todd now, don't believe Jacuzzi's open. He could rotate over there. Oda, though, keen on this push. Hills traded. Second on the round now. Jigsaw down. Hills likely to be able to pull off a revive here. It's just Todd and Shade to push this. Shade pushes on forward. He's ready. Keen on the angle, but the other Vector comes alive. And it's a full house for the Vectors. Nasty cleans up the final 2 kills, and LFO looking very comfortable.
It's a great way of putting it. Comfortability is almost key. They feel like they're kicking back, smoking cigars. Absolutely nothing to it. But of course, as we hit the full sweep of defensive sides, obviously eliminating Bar, head back down into the Church and Arsenal defense, which I would say had some heroics from Sogs that managed to pull them across the line in that kind of mid-engagement toward the latter part of the round. It gave them room to breathe, room to move. One thing LFO are not afraid of doing at all is having any individual fights. You see it all the time. If they see an opening and they see a 1v1, I think that's the key, is you do have to identify the 1v1 before you make that decision, but you do see the initiative of them moving straight into it.
LFO's had a lot of success doing that, right? Those aggressive players have frequently paid off.
Yeah.
That said, a couple of operator changes compared to the last time they defended this site. The main thing I'm looking at is that you've lost your Jaeger and your Amai for a Valkyrie and a Mozzie. Now, you're losing 2 operators that excel at protecting your defenders who are anchoring, defenders who are playing a position to hold. And you pick up 2 new operators that are gathering information, and of course, Mozzie's denying information, and since Mute is banned, he's the only information denial operator of his sort. And that really just tells me that LFO want to lean even more so into that aggression, so as to not get caught out by grenades, flashbangs, and whatever else the Jaeger devices and magnets may have defended them from. Instead, they're going to try and use this information to make plays.
And, oh, okay, I did not expect Repix to try and move in there. He has done, and it's forced Jigsaw a little bit further into blue. Issue's always going to be the second there's an opportunity, they will likely claw at it until they've ripped it to pieces. But a minute down, and they still have little to no control, and in fact, it's no control on that top floor. You can see slowly. Oh, that's an ambitious C4, and you'll love to see it. We saw the pre-placed cam from Sogs back in CCTV under the bracket, so plenty of information to go off there.
Just unfortunate that it didn't hit its mark at the end. And these hatches start to get worked on. Pretty sure every single play here from LFO's downstairs, so it's crazy to think that Bliss have spent so much time trying to clear the map when 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th one's in dirt. So yep, absolutely. All these LFO players safe and snug on the site with pretty good anchor positions behind the mirror windows. And Bliss, I mean, the onus is totally on them to speed up and start to get ready for an execute. They've got to deal with these positions, these mirror windows, and start to load up.
And you could see how well it worked for Sogs in that first defensive round on Church, just being able to sit in around the dummies and use that mirror window to just such great effect. Pix making the way down. Still needs to be cautious of any swing from behind the Jenny.
Ooh. An X-Kairos could destroy the mirror if it detonates. Sogs uses an impact to clear it. That is a massive play. Almost loses his life for it, but it was 100% worth it. And now Bliss have even more work to do to try and remove this position.
Oh, Jigsaw can get all the information in the world. He's going to be able to relay that to the rest of LFO. There's 2 players coming from blue. Where are the remaining players? They're going to tunnel in here, try to force the baiting of the shots. Repix with a great little shimmy. Bliss execute perfectly, and Sogs and Hills left to pick up the pieces. That would have been it. That would have been it. Sogs just missing the shots. And it gives Bliss the lifeline they needed.
What an execute. That was nuts. And you said it, the shoulder peak, that little shimmy from Repix, along with the explosion of Bliss players onto that Arsenal side. It was exactly what they needed. They definitely did not have an enviable position, and they executed to perfection. Overwhelming LFO like a crashing wave, and managing to force down that plant long enough to clean up the pieces. Suddenly gets them back into this game. A second attack round win on the half. One last chance for LFO to further their lead, or for Bliss to even things up.
On that note, straight back down, re-attempting the basement, and I like it. To be honest, you win your ones there, and that's a round win on the board, and you're headed back to CCTV. So I'm sure LFO know exactly what happened and how they're going to fix it. And we'll see as well the effectiveness of Sogs on that intel gatherer on the Valk, of course. That gave at least one chance for the C4 to find its mark, to hit the number. But it was very much an isolated C4, you'd have to say. It was all the way over at CCTV.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
But
defuse it.
it nearly hit, and that could have been detrimental for Bliss. It would have, you know what? It would have even further held them back from taking any kind of roam control, which was already lacking from the beginning.
See LFO playing a bit more aggressive this time. Here's Hills. Just waiting for someone to smack that window. Can Bliss punish this?
Oh, wow. Wow, Sogs. I take it that was over in garage and looking up through oil for that kill, and I feel like every time something's gone Bliss's way, it's been Repix that's been able to make that work and able to open up the game a little bit. So him being out, I think that's detrimental.
It's definitely a big one. Why the extra 2 pellets on there? You only need 3. I don't understand what happened there, but all right.
Rookie.
Anyhow, maybe he's not used to having Hibana unbanned on Clubhouse these days.
Must be taking lessons from Xenox.
Nice aggression on the main stairs here for Hills, taking out a drone now. Just need to not feed him. They need to punish him. Todd as well, watching blue. Still a lot of possibilities here for Bliss, and Hills is so stubborn. His rotate is cut off, but he's still committing to holding this angle. This is the aggression that we expect to see from LFO, and it may well work for him. A C4 rattles out, doesn't find anything. And there's the angle, just engaged by Hills as Shade breezes on past. Bit of a scratch, but nothing that constitutes a mortal wound. Nazgul starting to push on down, looking to take out that mirror window with his Selma, and it might have just done it. Oh no, it didn't!
Oh, what?
It's only breached underneath it. He didn't manage to take out the mirror window. This second one is surely gonna finish it off.
There we go.
And suddenly, this church wall is wide open.
There we go, drop into Moto. Oda looking for the initial engagement. There's a fair bit still here to do. Here for Bliss, Sogs finds the perfect timing, but Shade manages to retrieve the kill. The flash in now, and that may have been the initiation for Shade, but it's slowed down. Nazgul finds the perfect timing, the perfect angle, and that may well have toppled the defense for LFO. Hills has to swing with 2 players left, one holding the plant, looks to rotate across.
They don't know where he is.
Nazgul hasn't heard it. Oh, too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort.
Just barely stealing that back for Nazgul. That is, oh man, that is gut-wrenching. Hills.
Just. And just like that, we're gonna go to a break. We'll see you in a second. And just like that, we're back. It just happens like that, you know?
But we're not in game yet. There is a rehost.
No. However, there is a rehost. It's the funnest part of the night are our rehosts. It's the most joyous occasion. Maybe not for you guys, because you have to see our faces, but we turn it into a podcast. So, you know, it's 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Okay, when you see a puppy dog face like that, I don't know how you can ever think that it's not a good idea. Dev, that first half, I'm a little confused. I thought LFO had that in the bag, looking at a 4-2-5-1 kind of half.
Yeah, I very much agree with you, but back-to-back attacks from Bliss on the Church Arsenal was really, well, the doctor ordered. LFO couldn't keep up, despite continuing to try and change their strategy. I really liked it from them. You know, they tried that first time they defended it. They had a different operator lineup. They started to tweak some things. They moved the mirror around onto a different person. They bring the Jaeger, they bring the Mozzie, they try and play more aggressively. And it's a mixed bag, right? And I feel like that's the thing about aggression. It's not always an open and shut case, right? You can play a bit aggressively and sometimes you get punished. Sometimes you get a couple kills. And really, the mark of a great player is one that can just manage that perfectly and juggle that balance and find it where it needs to be.
So I guess that's a very, oh god, that shimmy is so nasty from Repix. Yeah. Like that was gnarly. I'm not gonna lie. So, but I would have to say that LFO, from last year's performances, is just one of those teams that are just so dangerous with how they play, and it's really hard to get a proper read on them. I will say that it felt like Bliss were almost running around sometimes like a headless chook. It sounds like a really bad analogy, and I understand that, and I apologize for any offense to Bliss, but it did feel like they were getting caught quite often trying to scramble to find something on the side of LFO. So I like the little cheese strat with the things like the mirror windows in the first round. Like, I'm all about that kind of stuff. But again, I do think that from LFO, I don't think the teams are going to allow that moving forward. I think there's a lot of teams that will be able to absolutely just punish you for any kind of little irregular. No. Oh,
Yeah,
God, I can't think of the word now.
Irregular totally fits, I reckon.
Yeah, okay, you get what I'm saying there. It's been a long night, okay, but it really. I cannot think of the word I was going to go for there, but regardless, there are teams that will make you pay for something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bliss is not a flawless team, but also they're very, very strong. And there are moments where Bliss starts to struggle to deal with that aggression. We've seen some really nice plays. In particular, I'm thinking at the rafters defending Cash. Great multi-kills from Jigsaw. I think Nasty managed one as well. And it's multi-kills like that, moments where Bliss just starts to fall apart. But once they start to get back on their horse and build that momentum, once they start to get the clear comms coming through, that's when Bliss looks really strong. And now they're moving onto their defense. And all they've got to do is win 4 out of the next 6 rounds, and they take this and the 3 points alongside it. But LFO certainly have a lot going for them as well. And you look at the last time these teams played each other, I already mentioned it. Bliss did fall to LFO on Oregon. LFO came victorious 7-4.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a chance here to see that same story repeat, but I do have a feeling that Bliss are going to make a stronger comeback in the second half.
I'm not going to lie, it's pretty crazy, you know? Bliss only have to win like 4 rounds, but, you know, like in a game, you only have to win 7 of 12. You know, it seems pretty simple when you put it like that. It's... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to use it. It was there. Right, it was wide open. You know I love you, so there's no questions there. It's all bro home love. So now we get to see LFO on their attacking side, which I would argue is when I find them at their most dangerous. I know that, you know, on defense, you dictate the tempo, you can dictate the pace. It's up to you whether you roam, whether you flank, whether you anchor. But I do feel like there's a certain pace to LFO that don't know if a lot of teams can match there. You can see Sogs playing with maybe a C4 that could have been pre-placed on the edge of kitchen. And nothing's been hit yet.
The barter on the table means that this impact trick game is going to be much less prevalent, and there you go. Not a minute off the clock, and Kitchen Hatch is already done and dusted, but LFO haven't dealt at all with this roam game, and we do see Todd up top cash stairs. Don't know whether there's anyone else. Okay, him and Repix, they're in a position where they could very quickly flank bar or even the top floor, go for a main stairs flank. Even some vert holes through kitchen if they have a C4 or an impact. Shade has one in the pocket. Todd actually has a rotate hole into bar. I didn't even realize, but LFO need to be really careful, and now he opens up this line of sight straight into kitchen and loses his head for it. Great pre-fire from Sogs, and the wall bang. What is that? All of a sudden, at the flick of a switch, the plant's going down, and it's Shade versus the world. Sogs picks up his third, and LFO shut out the round.
Said it literally a minute ago, and I will say it again. There is a tempo to LFO that scares me on their attack. You've seen it there, and you will see it again. That was... I did not even get to see how long was left on the timer, honestly, but you know what? I will put my hand up and say I absolutely love that from Shade, I believe it was, with that opening into kitchen. Just a little bit unfortunate with the timing and stuck around just too long to keep an opening there. But I thought Hills was going to stick that Carly. Shame.
Yeah, I don't really see the... I mean, the Carly can have its uses, but
yeah,
it's just not as versatile. And, you know, the Ash is just too good. You can't say no to an Ash, right?
There's not many times you can, hey.
It's funnily enough, though, Ash and Carly, right? You look at them and forget their guns and just look at their utility, right? They're both 2-speed. Sorry, Ash is 3-speed, but like they're both operators with 3 explosives. Carly's got the 3 lances. Ash has the 3 breaching rounds, and they both have a breaching charge or a claymore. So in a lot of ways, they are very much equivalent operators in terms of the capability of their utility. The difference is, of course, Carly's explosives go through walls. whereas Ash's explosives can make a rotate hole, whereas Kali will only make a line of sight.
Yeah.
But at at face value, very similar amount of utility, and it's just a question of, okay, do we need it to go through the wall, or do we want to pick someone with a bit more fragging potential? And that's the decision here for Hills.
Yeah. And I suppose a player like Hills, you would want the comfortability of the pick. You know, it's
for sure. At the same time, I've seen some players do really good work with that SMG that Kali has, SPS SMG. Really good 9. I think it's I think it's called SMG 9. Really good.
Yeah. I think realistically, outside of Sogs, you probably look to Hills to do most of the damage. And it's going to be, that's a really nice trick. Yeah, you could see it just on the edge of the screen then. And the impact as well, that's really well played to deny them of, I think that's 2 Selma charges, maybe even a 3rd. I didn't get to see or hear the sound cue, but that's massive. 1 left, okay.
One Selma left, still 6 X-Kairos pellets left as well, but they're going to have to be really, really careful how they use that. Usually you want a nice big opening on the kennels wall, plus you want a line of sight and an entry hole here in Garage. Now we have the entry hole, so the next priority for that hard breach utility is definitely going to be making sure that kennels is a strong breach for you to cover your eventual plan, and also hopefully entry. Jigsaw, what is that? Takes down Nazgul, and that is the Rafters player over peaking.
Wow.
Doesn't matter that you're Wamai, doesn't matter you've got your discs. If you fall like that, that is massive.
Opening that can definitely be capitalized on now. This is what I'm saying from Bliss. Where can they step up? Sogs now taking the front at the very least. Always being careful of Oil. You never know. You never know. But this is just massive. Look how much time is left on the clock. They have so much to play with here, Dev.
I realize now that the way Nazgul died is they used some hard breach on the single reinforced wall at top rafters. Really smart use of the util there. You can see that breach right there. That's what enabled that kill. Nazgul mustn't have realized he didn't keep his head down enough. And so he lost at 35 seconds now, and you said it, LFO has such a strong position. This is going to be the execute in just a matter of moments.
You can see, in comes the first initial bait. Do they have anything left? That's the C4, but it didn't get the diffuser. It went past. It caught one of them, but the trades are so good from LFO. It's a 2 versus 3 with a player down on Oda. And Repix, I mean, you've played pretty much out of your mind, but that is a huge order. And LFO, they take the round. And I would say in a convincing fashion.
Very impressive attack there from LFO. You said it. As soon as that C4 went too deep and killed the cover, not the planter, I think there was a bit of confusion in the Bliss camp. They're probably thinking, oh, okay, all good. We've got the planter. We just need to kind of hold on for a bit. But then LFO had every single angle covered. A player outside the lobby door covering, I think it was Oda or Nazgul. Yeah, no, it was Shade. Downstairs on the Malusi, running around and hoping to have, I believe, a C4 to jump in that Plantanile game. And from that point forward, LFO, like you said, trade game, just cover and get that plant down. That's really the recipe for a round win.
Attackers need to locate.
Guess also a recipe for disaster if the C4 hits, so.
Exactly, yeah. gotta be extra careful. LFO incredibly lucky that C4 killed the cover and not the planter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I imagine how confusing it would be as well. You see the kill come in and you think you've thrown it in the perfect place. That would, I could imagine how much that would tilt me. But so now, as we look into this, there's only one C4, and it's on Repix. So that Plantanile that we've seen previously, a little bit minimal. But I already know what you're going to say. I'm going to let you go for glory here.
Is that 4 operators bringing impact grenades?
That's 4 operators bringing impact grenades. There is some serious denial here.
Yeah, this is, I think Bliss are the ones in denial of the fact that it's too hard to impact trick the kitchen hatch when Ibana's on the board. Because, man, if Nasty plays his cards right, he just puts 2 pellets on every single time onto that hatch. And he can do that 9 times, and there are only 6 impact grenades left because 2 were clearly used for rotations. They didn't get Nazgul to make it with the bailiff. They used the impact. So 6 impact grenades. Oh, 5 impact grenades. I don't know whether that was that to deny an X-Karis? I didn't see an X-Karis on there.
No, I didn't hear any either.
I definitely do not think that this impact trick is going to be effective.
Hang on, where's Oda?
So,
give me a second. Where's Oda? There's where Oda is!
Oh, no!
No! You hate to see it!
Oh, no. Well, today's Seeing Into the Future award goes to Mr. Manic Monday. And today's Being a Cheeky Little Rat award goes to Oda. And it looks like the bar has been contaminated.
Oh, wow. And like, look at Bliss's roam still. It is gorgeous. It is blooming right now. You have 3 players off site. LFO still haven't dealt with 2, but I like this from LFO. Change your decision and make it firm. This is the dirt push. This is what we love to see.
The full commitment. That hose sprays on down the older, but Nazgul's got to reload now. Can he hold on against 4 players pushing dirt? He sees the first and the second. The trade comes through, but another back again. Now Jigsaw needs to hold his own. He's got a massive amount of ammo in that gun. Sushi as well. Holds down. That's it, Jigsaw. Only 2 players left now on the LFO side against 2 from Bliss. Shade has to find 4. It's a 1v1. Sushi versus Shade.
Absolutely massive from LFO. Shade manages to rotate through Moto. I don't know how much information they have right now. It looks like it's getting a ping. Sushi getting cornered now. Shade with all of the information. This is so uncomfortable for Sushi. All he has to do is sit, bide time, wait for the player to peek, and Shade. That is just outplayed with that intel. But what a call from LFO. The decision to just send it through dirt. I have nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
It almost worked as well if it wasn't for that evil eye at the back of Armory, right next to the AK rack, which you just saw on your screens. Man, that would have been a round for LFO had we not had Shade getting that info from his teammates thanks to that evil eye. Massive credit to Nazgul, who placed the evil eye there. I'm sure it was part of the strat. He did the best he could. I don't know how he didn't spray down Nasty. Barely survived that. Big moves, though, from LFO. And you just love to see that kind of massive commitment to a plan. And it's exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, if you have your entire team commit to a pretty scuffed plan, it's going to work better than if you have 5 different people commit to 5 different plans.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we just saw from LFO. It nearly worked out.
And you know, I'm going to go a step further there. I didn't realize because I couldn't hear, but Sushi was actually on top of a Banshee. So not only was he being pinged out by the Maestro cam, but he was also being halted by the Banshee, which is just a nightmarish situation in a 1 versus 1 after what was such a chaotic entry into the actual site itself. So you can't really blame Sushi in that situation. Now, one thing that should also be mentioned is Sushi is ex-Bliss. You know, that was his team for OCN Stage 2. So I'm sure there's a little bit of banter going back and forth between these teams, and definitely something that will be held firm. But really happy for LFO to have made that. There were 3 players roaming, and there was I honestly don't think LFO were going to have enough time to deal with the roam and also get those hatches open and put pressure on site. I think it was like a minute 40 and they still hadn't even entered. So kudos, and Bliss held strong. Bliss held really strong there. But let's be honest, that bullet hose should have absolutely massacred everyone.
Yeah, definitely. A bit close there for Nazgul. Now we go back to CCTV cache. Last time, it's actually a successful bandit trick, believe it or not. Oda trying to do the same again. I think Sushi and Co were a bit more careful. That single barricade at the top of Red Stairs prevents the concussion of Zafir from cancelling Bandit's animation, putting down the util. So we'll see whether LFO have an adequate answer to that this time.
Oh, this is nice from Hill. Oh, okay.
Almost.
It was almost nice from Hills. It was almost what they needed, but that's massive from Shade. They now have time, they now have space, and Jigsaw has to try and find the line. Shade re-peaking, over-aggressing in a certain phase, and if Shade had stayed alive for longer there, I think that could have been massive for Bliss. But now there's a minute 30 left on that clock, and LFO are going to have to start to get a move on.
A lot of players on LFO, very separate. Very much pushing different places to try and complete the same objective, and that is to breach this wall open. Nice C4 from Oda, doesn't find anything. Sushi gets out of dodge, but Oda's definitely done his job here, denying this wall. It's a tough ask now for LFO to try to clear it. Jigsaw's below. I think he cleared off the remainder of those bandit batteries. Oda's fallen back, but he's done his job. We still have Hard Breach remaining to open this wall, but Sushi and Nasty are on the other side of Garage. Not ready to do it just yet. Nazgul in this power position was taken out last time through a nice hole in the rafters wall, but this time LFO don't have that. They're gonna util sync him.
Nazgul blind as a bat. 30 seconds. Just doesn't feel like there's going to be enough time, and when push comes to shove and you've got Nazgul finding a kill, it makes it hard but not impossible. This is it. Nasty gets picked back up. Are they going to funnel through Con here, or are they going to go through the CCTV wall? They've got a lot to deal with. Oda with the sound cue, a little bit curious as to where they're going to be coming from. He holds firm on the CCTV wall. That's it. That's the round done. Put it in the back pocket. Bliss have been able to pull away with the round, and really well played from the defensive side.
Patience proving to be a virtue there for Bliss. They knew that time was just ticking away for LFO. It took them so long to deal with that main wall. They eventually rotated to Garage, and even then it was a challenge. Nazgul found one before he was traded, and LFO just too slow to pick up the pace. At the end of it, it's really just a desperate jump in through a window, diffuser down. Bliss saw that. They just played time. Smart moves from them, and now we're at a 5-5, Rob. We're getting very close to a potential for overtime. And this game has been incredibly tight between these two teams so far. Even in the first half, 3-3, and now even thus far, 2-2 in the second half.
Attackers need to locate and defend.
No team really getting a leg up over the other.
No.
Bliss has successfully defended Church and Cash, and LFO successfully won those objectives attacking as well. So this is the first time we're seeing gym and bedroom from the Bliss guys, and we'll see, maybe that's the thing that they need to change it up.
For sure, and I think a really quick note, obviously, you know, talking about overtime and pushing it into it, this next round is really crucial, because whoever takes it, like obviously, yeah, you go to match point, but you ensure at least 1 point. That's it. And that will be huge. You know, we look at the past results from LFO, from Rhythm, these teams that came incredibly close to beating some of the best teams. And if they had been able to draw a couple of games and have that point in the bag last season, it would have been... What? Hello?
What was that?
Surely not. What on earth was that? That was not just a pre-fire through the bedroom window.
I mean, I'm rewatching it right now on my replay. I don't know how he found that. Was that that was a spawn peek. That was an attempted spawn peek from Nazgul.
Speechless. I don't even know what's happened.
Whatever it was, he's gone. See you later.
He's gone, and it looks like Bliss are trying to pick up the pieces now. Not sure what's going on there, but look, at the end of the day, the point I was trying to make, the system that we now have, 2 points for an overtime win, 1 point for an overtime loss. OT is incredibly powerful for all of these teams that we are considering on the bottom half of the ladder, because it does give you the point. It gives you an ability to kind of have that upper hand when we head to things like playoffs. Regardless, we can move that out of the way, because we've only got a minute 30 left on the clock here, and LFO have opened up Jacuzzi Wall.
Man advantage LFO, but they haven't started to address this cash side as of yet. Constantly cautious of the CCTV window. What is this run out? Ambitious from Todd. He's been on fire this game, but that's a wall bang and a half.
No.
What a read from Hills. Takes off Todd's head straight away. Open and shut case. Jigsaw continuing to do work with this LMG. And the peak comes through. Repix scared off. A minute on the clock in the 5 versus 3. LFO have everything going for them as Repix looks to have another peak. How does he land that? And it's a double.
No way. Repix has been unbelievable with some of these kills that he's been finding for Bliss. You see on these 6 kills on the clock, on the on the scoreboard for him. That does not paint the picture of what he's been doing. You can see Sushi now lining up, getting prepared. Dev, this is the execute that we need from LFO. They have to secure this plant, and then it is immediate post-plant from there.
Evil Eye looking to deny this plant. A gas as well. Sushi, his health just falling, and the gas finishes him. Nasty's got to pick up that diffuser, but Shade makes an aggressive play. It's all on Sogs pushing from the other side of the objective. No way this is working. They hear the Banshee, and a spray will seal the deal. Bliss go to match point.
Well, that's not how they would have expected that to go. Potentially could have stuck the diffuser there with that Maestro cam. Not entirely sure how much HP was left on the board as they started to place that down. Regardless of any decision made there, Bliss, I have no clue how they made that work. Repix with a massive double kill. And then just backed up by some really nice play from Shade, I believe it was, who was on the smoke. Just ensuring that they could not get past that. And that is 1 point secured for Bliss at the absolute least.
Gunning for the full 3. Even if LFO could push this all the way, still only 2 points. Definitely worth fighting for, but Bliss have that momentum on their side. 3 defenses in a row, a full rotation. Church, Cash, and then Jim. Now back to Church again. LFO, they've won this attack before, but I mean, that was a bit of a crazy click your fingers and the round is over moment. Shade setting up some vertical holes, looking down into kitchen from logistics office. I like that. Last time around, LFO didn't look to address the roam, and now this is giving more avenues for Bliss's roamers to have an impact on this push.
Curious to see if they play on the back of that as well. It's a very, I mean, if you can make that work, you've currently only got Repix for the intel denial, and that's some nice droning from LFO very early. They're going to spot that. They're going to hear all of that intel through the audio cues. And so now, even if Bliss do decide to play on that roam, which it looks like they've sent at least 1 player up, that's all I saw from now. Sogs going in early here. This is much, much better from LFO. Much quicker on the droning and much quicker on the decision. There should only be 1 player in cash there. You can see it's the Valk. And Todd just backs away in time.
Very cheeky bullet hole. Watching this angle, incredibly safe position to play for Todd. It's almost impossible to see those bullet holes. Sogs may well drone him out. He hasn't. He didn't spot it. He might check. And indeed, he sees him on the bullet hole. He's going to try and get this. But he needs to land the shot. He goes for the cautious spray. He doesn't commit. Gets back on his drone, but Sushi pushes it. That is massive. That is the top fragger down.
That is huge from LFO. The bait from Sogs, you could see that was the intention all along. Just take the slightest attention away from Todd. And that's what they're able to do. Hoda just makes it away in time. Nazgul trying to leg it as well. Needs to be careful of the vertical line. Tries to take the fight. Ambitiously so. Sogs cannot make that at least punishable. So one quick note, Dev. Only 4 drones left for LFO. They are very limited for their knowledge.
Repix finds a kill as well. Evens this man count 2 of those drones still in the pocket for LFO, 3 out in the field. And Nasty looking to get this hatch open, 2 pellets at a time. No way that's getting impact trick. A minute left. In terms of time and manpower, LFO are in a good position. They've made good progress as well. They've got these main hatches open that they need, and they have Jigsaw, who's been hitting his shots at the bottom of the main stairs. A really important position. Repix has a C4. If he knows there's a player bottom main stairs, he could toss it over the church wall and take down Jigsaw.
That would be wildly ambitious to try and get that angle,
Oh
that
my
timing.
God, what is this?
Okay, Repix, that is what we like to see. Get your positioning, even if it's a little bit bold. Jigsaw doesn't seem to know completely that he is there, and I don't know if any of these players from LFO are going to come through Moto, so he's going to go unnoticed. He's going to go aggressive as well. Repix, he just makes it back in time, shuts down Sogs, but it's a beautiful trade from Jigsaw. Nasty's on the ground, delivering the plan in Arsenal, but open to everything, and that Shade shutting it down for Bliss. 7-5 the result goes in the Playday that is number 1.
And a great first showing, a debut under the Bliss banner for these boys. Massive performances across the board, and a great double spray down from Shade at the end, showing his prowess with the SMG 11. A great showing across the board, very even score lines. And Bliss come out on top after a hard-fought match. LFO put down in the dirt.
It's a great way of putting it. There was a play there for dirt, and they've been, well, pummeled into it. 7-5, I'm sure they would have been hoping to push that to OT, and it was doable. It was close, but Shade from dirt, that's a huge play. Massive to shut that down. I think the diffuser only had a second or 2 left, so it was potential for a 1v2. That is ambitious at the best of times, but you got to say, Repix and how bold he was in his actions, I really think caught LFO unaware quite a few times.
That was quite a play. I was saying he could go for a really safe C4, and I noticed that Jigsaw on the other side at the bottom main stairs, he wasn't looking up this pre-made holes at the top of church. Often you'll have the attackers watching those holes to see for a C4. He wasn't doing that, completely unaware. I thought Repix could just toss a C4 over the top and find 1 kill. No, he wanted to bite off way more than that. He goes deep into Moto, a massive risk. But like you'd already said, low drone game for LFO, and Bliss took advantage, taking those calculated risks when they think they can get away with it.
And the thing was, he was lucky as well with the execution because he just caught the sledge falling down Moto, so that could have gone a very different direction. Yeah. We do have Oda on the other side of the line, so let's get him in and have a chat. Oda, congratulations on the win. That's a big one to start. How's it feeling overall? That's a very close game as well.
It feels amazing, honestly. Like, beating LFO feels really good right now. Like, they, beat us last season, put us into relegations, and just to come back and beat them, it feels really good.
Yeah, you guys definitely had a great showing, but it was really tight. Now, we were having a little bit of a chat when we were doing some tech testing earlier. You told me you reckon Bliss, LFO, like ROFL, Rhythm, all of these kind of the teams expected to be at the bottom. You reckon they're all really, really tightly matched. But you said to me that you think you guys can make top 4. What's the go there?
When I look at it, I see, you see Knights, Wildcard at the top, but Wildcard unfortunately in a situation now. But like other than that, like all the teams look really close. Like even just like in scrims and versing teams, like I don't really see a top team except for Knights at the moment, to be honest. But other than that,
and they lost
anyone's
today.
got top 4. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So who knows what can go?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I do want to know this because from what it looked like, you guys were very happy to play with some of the more aggressive players. There was an occasion where you caught, I think it was Hills running across to main stairs from bar. You also had Repix, going for aggressive angles, taking aggressive fights. Is this something we can expect from Bliss moving forward?
Of course, aggressive plays we'll be playing for this season, and just love it. It's good.
I love that. I am so happy to hear that. You have no idea. I can't wait to see what this season gives. Look, do you want to say any final words, friends, families, fans out there?
I just want to say shout out Quiz and Gubbo in the chat. Shout out everyone in chat. Love the fans and hashtag Bliss up.
Bliss up, and congratulations on the new roster, of course. It's a big pickup.
Hey, you boys. Thank you.
So there we go. Bliss with 3 points in the bag early in the season as well. That's the key thing for me. Early in the season, get the 3 points on the board and hit the ground running. I'm sure LFO will be feeling gutted. That's another 7-5 defeat that they've been dealt. It just feels like, I mean, I'm going to go to my stats very quickly, but I feel like LFO have had a 7-4, 7-5 defeat. I want to say nearly 80% of all their games that I've seen from Oceanic Nationals Stage 2 last year and now leading into 2021.
It's certainly been close, and also a lot of overtimes in there for LFO. Their last game at OCN was an overtime loss against Knights. So definitely a tough pill to swallow for LFO, who once again just barely fall short, especially after some serious highlight plays for LFO, including a flawless defense and some really good attacks as well. So tough for them, but also Bliss. It's great to see that with that new roster, you know, they had a bit of a revamp. And they're still doing well. Obviously, Sushi departed their team, went over to LFO. So in a way, you know, Sushi had some insight into Bliss. And despite that, you know, Bliss with their new roster, they're looking really hot, on fire. And great to see that some of the old guard, you know, players like Shade and Todd, who have been in the scene since the inception of Pro League, they were hot today. They were looking good.
That's... They are hot. Come on, they're attractive guys. We can give it to them as well. It did look really good from Bliss. Really happy to hear as well that they're happy to be on that front foot, happy to put teams, you know, kind of off balance a little bit, because it's going to be needed. We got some very good teams in OCN this year. So speaking of all the good teams, let's have a look back at the results from those good teams. Mixed bag of results today. ROFLCOPTERGG obviously starting off with that 7-4 victory. I thought played incredibly well. Rhythm had their moments, but definitely fell a little bit more short than what we were expecting. But that next game, Deb, that was the big one for me.
It was massive and a huge story for Elevate, coming in and rematching Knights for what, the 5th time, the 4th time, something crazy. These guys have been going head to head so many times in recent history, including just last Thursday when Knights took it and Elevate exact their revenge in an impressive fashion, and they are certainly well on their way to making the comeback with their roster, with Fisho in tow, and they're looking really good.
It's exciting, I think, to say the very least, and cleaning shop in the end there. What are we expecting from LFO this season? I really feel like they had some promising signs there, but is it going to be much of a muchness from last season?
It's hard, man, because 6 Masters were stage 1 last year. LFO just had the time of their lives, right? Back when we were doing best of 2s. The map veto system was a little bit different. They were just first in. They finally got into the tier 1. They'd only been playing in LPL in the past. They break in and they make a statement. They take down Wildcard. They have some insanely good games. They take maps off everyone. And then Stage 2 Oceanic Nationals, real struggle during the regular season, but they had that upset over Elevate in the playoffs, so it really feels like hit and miss. LFO, they dodged relegations just barely, and now not maybe looking necessarily as crash hot as they were in the past, so hard to predict the next step in their journey.
Great segue. Predictions. This is where our so-called experts go from. Oh, that's really funny.
Can I look at Xenox? What does that say on Xenox's column?
Is that 0-4? Am I seeing 0-4? I think that's a donut.
Does Xenox know Owen?
That's a donut, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure that's a donut. Look, man, we didn't do too amazingly. But I'll take a draw. All right, I'll take a draw.
Do you want to know what the worst part is? I truly believed that Elevate were going to be able to do something special this season, but after the loss against Knights at the APAC South game on Thursday night, I had my questions, and I should never have doubted them. But look, this is all fun and games. And of course, everyone at home, you do have your chance to kind of cast your vote. That's at R6 Esports OCE and at Snap Fitness AU. That's where we hold the community votes. So feel free to get involved. Go and chuck them a follow so that you can stay engaged with all of those community votes. It gives us a good indication as well as to where our knowledge is versus the community knowledge. And today, Dev, I would say the community won out in the Bliss and LFO game because we both went for LFO.
We did, and we were proved wrong. I'll take it. I'll cop it. I'll wear it on the chest. I'm happy to deal with that.
Deal with the consequences that is our terrible. Nah, it wasn't a terrible prediction. It was still a close game. And I think at the end of the day, that's something we can take away from LFO's point of view. It's a close game. Just not close enough, but
I feel like all the games today were close except for the wildcard order game.
Yes.
All the other ones very close.
Yeah, you kind of beat me to the mark there. I think when we talk about the order matchup, I don't want to say we need to remove Wildcard from the equation there, but it looks really dire there. I'm not going to lie, and it's really, like I'm an optimistic person, and when it comes to Wildcard, I have a lot of time for their entire team, and I think a lot of people have a lot of respect for them, especially after what they were able to do last year. But this is a completely different situation. Yeah. Something that I don't think we've really seen before. So our hearts go out to Wildcard and the whole team. But we can have a look at what everyone thought was the MVP from today. And there's two moments that stick out to me that are so blaringly obvious. But Cutie, the MVP, playing under the new banner of Order. And what a start to the season he's had.
Oh, it was absolutely cracking. Cutie was nuts. Had some fantastic shots. 100% KOST, which means every single round he either survived, had a kill, got traded, or planted the objective. That is the serious moment. That massive 3K with the C4. Just followed up the round afterwards with another double. Honestly, insane. And, to cap it all off, he kept that fire going until the end of it. Order had a fantastic game, but Cutie was an instrumental and explosive part of that.
Yeah, and it's incredible to talk about because obviously, look, players like Joker as well, who have kind of flown under the radar in terms of like the big impact plays, was right up there with Cutie that entire game for Order. Really put in the hard yards. I'm trying to think who was the player that God Legion from Elevate. Absolutely ridiculous. Like there's these kind of nights, there's no easy call. We're looking at multiple players and trying to figure out who's had the best performance. For me, it was just a bit of show pony. I don't know about you.
Oh, absolutely. And also I do want to, I love MVPs and I love hyping up those big moments, but also something that Specker said when we were talking to him after the Order game is there were people behind the scenes enabling that. There's someone on the, Vault Camp. Someone's got to sit on site while someone else runs around and does all the exciting stuff. So that's another thing that it's really important to credit as well.
Yeah, no, it's a team effort, and that's what we were trying to, incorporate when we were talking about the Order game. Even before Specker came on, is 1-2 players go absolutely mental, but at the end of the day, it's everyone's effort that allows that kind of thing. So Dev, we've seen 4 matches on 1 Playday out of 7. I would say that this is the best start to a national league that I've seen for a very long time.
Hands down, and it's so exciting to be part of a show that is just this damn good. The graphics, I love the new layout we've got with the ticker and the big boxes, and the intro video is the most hype you've ever seen. Not to mention all those little videos that we've got in between the matches. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, there's the product that Ubisoft have put together for this season is, I don't know, it's something to marvel at. Now let's have a look at the standings. Let's have a look and pretty much sum up what's happened today. We saw no overtime, so there's no 2 or 1 points given out. It's all straight dubs, no matter how close it was. And of course, Order's out in front. Now, we will, of course, have things like the rounds won, rounds lost, blah, 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 things like that we'll be able to refer to as the season goes on, because it is important. But I think overall, there were some really great games. Elevate and Bliss obviously pushing out on top. That's the kind of action that is going to set you up for the end of this year.
100%. Teams like Order have also really set themselves up. Elevate's a massive one. They've taken down the team to beat this season, which is Knights. And on the lower half there, Knights and Wildcard on 0 points at the bottom of the standings. Of course, we're only one Playday in, but that is something to ogle at.
Yeah. It's the thing is, right? We've got a Playday literally tomorrow night, and we're like, it's just going to be rapid fire for the next couple of weeks. It is action packed, and this is very quickly going to be changing. We're going to be seeing teams go up, down, every which way, but definitely Knights and Wildcard on the bottom quarter. There was actually nearly the bottom corner of the table. That is insane. No, like even first Playday aside, would never expect that.
Yeah, I'm just so hyped. I think there's so much left in the tank for OCN this season. We're only getting started. It's going to be a fantastic set of games once we start to see, how do Wildcard do against the teams that we would have thought would be more achievable to beat. Once we start to see them playing, your LFOs and stuff, will they start to get their confidence and their momentum back so that they can at least get a top 4 finish or even shoot for higher? What about Order? With the new banner that they're under, are they really finally going to be shooting for that #1 spot, especially now that Wildcard's weakened and Knights have lost their first game? What about Knights? Can they bounce back from that? Elevate. They're finally looking better. They're finally taken down the Knights. There are so many narratives here that I just can't wait to find out what happens next.
There is so much in the air, Dev. There is so much up in the air, and that's the beautiful part. It's Playday 1 of 7. We have so much action still to come. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, from us here behind the scenes, we've enjoyed today so much. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow night, so make sure you tune in. See you then.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out on a feeling so. I'm running out of time. I'm running out on a feeling To leave it all behind. Let me see the rainbow.